Yeah, no, I don't like the music. I thought I'll give it a try. Let me start sending out the invites. Hey, everyone, good to see you. Give us a few minutes and we'll get the panel ready. Hey, man, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Have you been practicing your small talk? Or
I haven't. You promised you'd be bringing random people up so they can actually.
Oh yeah, shit! I forgot. I forgot. I forgot.
Don't be putting me through this like chit chat.
Let me bring a random person up. Interesting. Oh, I'm bringing up Lisa. See how this one goes.
Okay, I'm up. Am I a random person though, Barry?
No, you're a special guest, John. You're a special guest. You're not the random person.
No,
Lisa, how are you? Lisa, can you hear me?
Oh, it seems Lisa's worse than me at chit chat.
Yeah, Lisa's worse. So she jumped off. It's like, I don't blame you now. Bring up. She left me hanging. Well, at least we got Trashy. Trash, how are you, man? How was yesterday's space?
Oh, I thought yesterday was amazing. Like, we got in the weeds a little bit for about an hour on some financial things, but I really think that the conversation really went in a really great direction. I think everybody really chipped in, and I think there was some great back and forth that needed to happen. So it was really good. I'm good.
Yeah, I think whenever you bring Ray is a really good speaker, isn't he? I had him for the. I love having him on stage. We had him for the finance when the banks were collapsing. We had him on for hours and hours. Really good speaker and knows his shit. Like, love him or hate him, he knows his stuff.
He really does. And you're talking about Jay, right?
Jay, yeah, special situations.
Yeah, excellent speaker.
All right, let me get John's up. Send out a few more invites, and then we can kick it off.
I used to try to do AI spaces in the past, and like every time it got bumped by some like breaking news or Twitter files, I've been dying to get to this because I'm actually a big fan of looking into AI, so I'm excited for this one.
That's good to hear. Yeah, we did one big AI space once, but haven't covered it much since. We're gonna start doing weekly AI spaces starting probably next week or the week after. So it's gonna be a big focus of ours. My company IBC is kind of expanding to AI as well. Everyone is really Web3 and AI intersect a lot, so it should be really exciting. And it's some serious shit. Like, it's crazy how far it's going, and the whole concept of singularity. So I'm pretty fascinated to see what happens. We have John, good to have you. It's been a long time.
A pleasure. I'm thinking, do we abandon processing power by Ray Kurzweil and look at another dimension to track us to the singularity? Maybe it's parameters or something in the context of the LLMs or GPTs. Interesting sort of point of consideration.
You went all the way down that rabbit hole so quickly. We got to pull you back up for a bit. Holy shit. We've got two more speakers up on stage. We do have Martinas and we have Ilistrada. How are you guys?
Doing great. Thanks for having me.
Pleasure.
Yeah, doing fantastic. Thanks for having me up here.
Oh, it's our pleasure. All right. So what triggered this space is, as usual, Elon doing what Elon does. And he did a post a few days ago now. No, it's just 2 days ago, no, Sulaiman?
Yeah. I believe it was yesterday. But all the days are merged into one now, so I can't remember. But I'm pretty sure it was yesterday.
Oh, okay, shit. All right. So he did a post yesterday. Yeah. And Sulaiman, do you want to give us an overview, and then other speakers feel free to add to that? Just give us a bit of an overview about what exactly is Elon's concern and Steve Wozniak's concern? What did the post say exactly?
Yeah, sure. So basically, Elon Musk, as well as Wozniak and a number of other people, there was 100 or so signatories to that, as far as I remember. And the main points of concern when you're in relation to AI development were that as we're developing digital minds, the creators are unable to control or predict what's going to happen. In addition to that, has been corporate irresponsibility, lack of regulations, and way too many unknowns. He said that there is an urgent need for safety protocols, and based on that, there's a need that there be an immediate pause on development, and only when we're able to manage the risks and know that further development is going to be a positive impact for society should we then resume it.
Okay, and that's not Elon's first warning on AI. He's made similar warnings in the past, and he's been pretty concerned about it. So maybe
hey Mario,
go ahead, John.
just one slight change to that discussion, to that presentation, and it was spot on. It was cited that the hold should be placed on anything beyond GPT-4. So there's a lot to talk about just in the context of GPT-3 and 4. So that's where the moratorium threshold is, if you will.
Yeah, so I'm gonna read out some of the quotes of Elon referencing AI, and it goes away. It goes back 9 years now. And I'll read out some of those quotes from 2014. Holy shit! Like I've got so many of them. So 2014. That's how many years ago? It's 9 years ago. I'm really quite close. I'm very close to the cutting edge in AI, and it scares the hell out of me. It's capable of vastly more than almost anyone knows, and the rate of improvement is exponential. There was an interview with Chris Anderson back in 2014. In 2014, he says the following: if you create a super intelligent AI that has its own goals and can think independently, it can be hard to control. It will be like summoning the devil. And that was an interview with MIT in, again, 2014. I'll read out another 2 or 3 more. The biggest issue I see with so-called AI experts is that they think they know more than they do, and they think they are smarter than they actually are. This tends to plague smart people. They define themselves by their intelligence, and they don't like the idea that a machine could be way smarter than them, so they discount the idea. If you create, so another one there, that was a tweet of his. Interview with Vanity Fair. If you create general AI, which we'll explain it in a bit, I think it's a very important differentiator here between AI and AGI. If you create general AI that can outsmart humans, then it'll be able to create its own goals and achieve them. So it might be difficult to align those goals with ours. If that happens, we risk something like an immortal dictator from which we can never escape. Jesus. Again, that was back in 2014. So there's a whole bunch of them there as well. But I want to start with the following. Maybe John, you can kick it off. You've been on the show a few times, and you've been on the, you've known about the Roundtable for a while. So maybe you can give us a bit of an overview about those concerns, and like, is there an argument against those concerns? Is there reasons not to be concerned? Because if you're able to create intelligence that outsmarts humans. And I'm talking about AGI, which I'll let you define the difference between AI and AGI in simplistic terms. Then what stops that intelligence from eventually breaking out and having its own best interest in mind over humans' best interests?
I'd love for the other panelists to jump in, because this is such a vast topic. And I don't know how to approach it, Mario. I remember in the 70s, some of us can remember the early days of genomics and recombinant DNA testing and analysis. That scared the crap out of everybody, because they said we're going to create new life forms that will dominate and take over mankind. That was in the 70s and early 80s. They called it shotgun recombinant DNA research. So that's one thing I would reference to. That didn't happen because we put constraints around it. The other thing I want to just introduce as a philosophical concept is the idea of fire. And fire is mankind's first technology. And it has with it this associated duality of wonder and fear, that It's wonderful, it's interesting, it's fascinating, but it's fearful. We could use it to cook dinner, or we could use it to burn down our enemies' homes. And interestingly, as we've passed through the airplane and the car, we still find that fire is today's leading cause of property damage. And the point I'm getting at here is that I don't think the risk ever goes away. The risk has to be managed in some rational way, and I think this thing that they're doing now, with the signing it is for me, I think, a beginning step to kind of codify this. And let me just make two other points, and then I'm going to hand it over
John,
to the crowd.
John, just before you make that point, can I ask you a question on that? So, I mean, you made a very good analogy, but even with fire, and if we're linking it back to the topic here, even with fire, we have restrictions, we have controls, because we know
we do now.
Yeah. And the reason we do is because of the way society is developed, because you can have a scenario where someone lights a match and you could have a mass fire, it could spread everywhere. And so that's essentially the analogy with when it comes to AI. You could create the technology, but then not have controls over the impact.
Well, yes, and perfect, but still, fire is the single biggest destroyer of property in the world today. And just two other really strange points as we push in the context of this discussion. The CEO, one of the co-founders of OpenAI, I think that Sam Altman is the new Robert Oppenheimer. So I'll throw that out there. I think that, Robert Oppenheimer, as the father of the atomic bomb, ushered this new technology into existence and changed the world. In fact, he quoted the Bhagavad Gita, "I've become death, the destroyer of worlds," when he saw the first bomb go off at Trinity site. And I think that what you had mentioned about putting guardrails on the development process, there's a very, very interesting analogy here. And that analogy is to drug development. As much as we vilified pharmaceuticals, we have a very rigid and strict process around, let's say, OTC products and then RX products. And I use that as a differentiation between GPT 3 and 4 and then advanced aspects of AI. And what we have there is phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 clinical development programs that have guardrails, that have testing, and there's also a phase 4 marketing surveillance program. So I think that there's things to learn from here. So I remain optimistic.
Well, and John, if I may, actually, I want to touch on your Oppenheimer point, because this is a point I've made in the past. A lot of people point to Oppenheimer and to the quote you made, and I've heard that quoted several times. "I become death, destroyer of worlds." I've always looked at that revolution as being one of the greatest peacekeepers of our time, right? I think it's actually prevented a lot of kinetic war and kept things at bay. And I think that this technology moving forward in the next generation, I think it's needed, because I think we could do that, John.
I agree with you 100%. Look at not only what, but where. Now Germany did not have a really solid bomb development program, but the fact that the Allied command had possession of it first changed the course of human history. So it's not only what you do with it, but it's who does it. So I agree. I think that Oppenheimer and Leslie Groves and the Manhattan Project was an extraordinarily important endeavor that changed the face of warfare and drove us to peace.
I want to just quickly jump in. And by the way, just for the panelists, because I see a lot of new faces on here. So feel free to unmute and jump in anytime, or put your hand up. And we'll also, so if you want to jump in at any time, otherwise we'll be rotating and just asking for your opinions. I appreciate you all giving us your time. So it should be a really good discussion. That's for all the panelists. Now, for the examples you've given, John, and I'll go to you again, John, and then any other panelist that wants to take this one. I'll go to another panelist right after. But the example you gave of fire and the atomic bomb, these are all tools that humans still control. This is the big difference. The concern with the AI is not the capability of destruction, because we've already passed that point with atomic bombs. We're past the point of human being able to destroy humanity and destroy the planet. That's already happened decades ago. We're done with that. We're over it. We live with it. But the issue we have now is that it's getting outside our control. It potentially. Now there's intelligence that can become independent from humanity, and they become more intelligent than humanity. So I just don't think that they're apples and apples when you compare fire or atomic weapons to AI.
Well, number one, we don't have a heck of a lot to draw on historically. So I think what we have is appropriate. Number two, the threshold here is in fact the difference between artificial intelligence and AGI, which is exactly what you're talking about. That's where that's where Musk talked about in this document as drawing the line. So again, AGI is still hypothetical. It doesn't exist. It
Are you sure about that?
World. Well, you could argue that GPT-4 has elements of it. You could even talk about, is it sentient, and look at guys like Blake Lemoine at Google. So maybe, but I think most of our knowledge, whether we like it or not, about AGI and AI in general comes from the dystopian perspective of Hollywood. So I think it's a tricky dynamic.
So Connor, I wanted to actually go to you next. I wanted to get your concerns with this, and maybe just explain for the audience, Connor, the difference between AI and AGI and why there is that concern with AGI.
Yeah, sure thing. So the short answer is there is no agreed upon definition. The longer answer is that the word AGI has changed in its meaning many times throughout its history, and depending on who you talk to. So I'm going to give my definition, which I personally like the most. For me, AGI, so artificial general intelligence, is an intelligence that has the thing that humans do that chimps don't. Humans go to the moon, chimps don't. Despite this, the human brain is anatomically basically just a scaled up chimp brain. It's all the same structures, you see all the same kind of nerve cells in roughly the same places and ordering. You just have much more of them in the human brain. Despite this, chimps don't go a third to the moon. It's not like chimps make little rockets and they're not very good, and then they get a third way to the moon and then they crash. No, they don't build industrial society. They don't go to the moon. They don't develop technology. None of the sort. There is a semi-discrete step where once you have a thing that is smart enough to understand technology, science, epistemology, to build technology, to do economics, and so on, you get these feedback loops where these systems become very, very powerful, which we have so far seen only humans.
And then, can you tell us more where your concerns arise when it comes to AGI? What worries you? Where could this go in 10 years' time if things go wrong?
Well, you can ask our buddies the chimps how it went for them when Homo sapiens came around. But imagine the same thing, but on million-fold faster timescale. For humanity, if you think about it, the time that we have gone from hunter-gatherers to industrial society, building extremely sophisticated microchips, going to the moon, is a blink of the eye from an evolutionary perspective. It's like an exponential. On an individual human life, it might not feel that way, but from the perspective of the chimps, from evolution, things went extremely quickly. And we're kind of seeing a similar thing happening in AI right now. I still remember the days when we didn't have computers that could literally talk to us. I think we should all take a moment to just appreciate the absurdity of the situation we're all in right now. You can right now go in your web browser to a website of an American company and just type into a chat window, and just a thing will talk back to you, and it will look pretty damn human, and they're really fun to talk to. And they know a lot of things. They can write stories, they can tell jokes, they can do all these kind of crazy things that if you showed someone in the 1950s, they would have gotten a heart attack. And this wasn't the case 3 years ago. This wasn't the case, never mind 10 or 20 years ago. GPT-4, already existed back in August of last year, the alpha version. And I remember playing around with it then, and it was already extremely impressive. And now the version that actually got released is only even more impressive. So there's an incredible advance in the capabilities, the sophistication of these systems, the kind of problems they can solve. But at the same time, I'm sure you're all familiar with some of these strange failure modes these systems show. You have stuff like, Sippy, the Bing chat thing, where these systems can go bizarrely off the rails and start threatening users or going into weird loops or strange behaviors or whatever.
Connor.
And so,
sorry, just got a question for you because you just.
Before the question, Slayman, what do you think of the example he gave, Slayman? How does AGI look? And he goes, it's and how could it go for humans? He's like, look what sapiens did or what humans did for chimps, but just imagine it significantly faster. That's it's really interesting comparison. Simon, I'll let you ask your question, but just wanted to highlight
Yeah,
that.
and I think we should come on to that. And I think your point about that is quite a lot linked to my question, actually. So, good point of note. But my question was this: I get we're talking about these things, but I guess we're talking about artificial intelligence. But is there a difference between intelligence and information, and how is that difference then linked to this idea of AGI or AI?
I muted you, Connor, just because you had a bit of feedback sound. You just got to unmute. At the bottom left corner, Connor.
Sorry about that. I feel like a boomer trying to figure out how Twitter Space works.
I know. You're sitting here trying to figure out Twitter Space, and we're talking about AGI. Not the best timing.
Yeah, sorry about that. So, anyways, so there's a really interesting question about like what is intelligence? And again, unfortunately, this is one of those philosophically laden words where there is no true agreed upon definition, and everyone will fight to the death about what it actually means. So for me personally, I find a useful definition, again, this is just my definition, is it is the ability to solve problems. So humans can solve many, many, many more types of problems than chimps can. Chimps can solve some problems. They can solve more problems than rats can, who can solve more problems than insects can. And relevant problems to their environment, to acquire goals they're trying to achieve. If a human wants to acquire something, whether it's food or shelter or go to the moon or whatever, they're much more likely to succeed than a chimp. Similarly, information is kind of, well, it's more abstract than that. Like information is, depending on your views of physics, kind of knowledge about the environment or interaction with the environment or systems. It's more of a mathematical concept or a physical concept than it is something relevant to this discussion, I think.
So I think kind of the only issue, and Mario, please stop me and move on anytime because.
No, yeah, I'll let you finish your point, and then we'll go. I want to go to Kirfan and get her thoughts as well. But go ahead, man.
Your definition is very broad, and wouldn't then, for example, even the earlier parts of computer development where you were able to solve problems then fall into this definition of intelligence?
In my personal definition, yeah, I think a computer is smarter than a rock. That doesn't mean they're as smart as a human or necessarily smart in the same way. Same way, if we met an alien, the alien might be really good at some tasks that are relevant to its, home environment and the kind of problems that it cares about that don't make any sense to humans at all. So I think, a CPU is sort of smarter than a rock, at least a little bit, not maybe a lot, but somewhat.
So Kirthana, first, I hope I'm not mispronouncing your name. So we've got a bunch of entrepreneurs in the audience as well. A lot of people that are looking at opportunities like this and looking at, all right, cool, how can I leverage this to improve my business or to make money? Can you just give us a bit of an idea of the opportunities you see in AI that arise? Because a lot of people are worried about losing their job, and we'll talk about that. But I want to highlight the ways this will change how we do business, because it's just been fascinating for me. And I'll give you an example right now. I use AI every day as I'm doing running these spaces. I want to fact check something that a panelist said or ask a question or get these quotes from Elon. For example, I'll read out some quotes from Sam Altman given to me by ChatGPT about the kind of pushing back on what Elon was saying. I think this is Sam Altman, the co-founder of ChatGPT, of OpenAI, in 2017 on CNBC. I think Elon is very scared of AI, and I think he has some reason to be, but I don't think it's as scary as he thinks. I think AI is going to be a really positive force in the world. And there's another one here. I think AI is going to be the most positive thing ever to happen to humanity. I think it's going to solve most of our biggest problems, and I think it's going to make the world a much better place. So, Kirthana, we would love your thoughts on this, on the first point we made regarding the concerns of AI, AGI on humanity as a whole, the concerns that Elon has expressed, and kind of the other side of that, and also the opportunities it presents entrepreneurs and business people.
So firstly, I just want to address something from the previous discussion, which is the analogy between comparing AI human relationship to human chimpanzee relationship. There's a very key difference here, which is that unlike the chimpanzees, we are humans and we are building the AI. So we have a lot of control over what techniques to build into them, what logic to use, what objective functions to use, and how to control them as well. And so far, almost every alignment technique that we have tried have worked. For example,
this is not true.
RLHF. Can you give me an example?
RLHF does not work.
RLHF, constitutional AI, and also prompt
doesn't
engineering.
work.
We still have a lot of work to do with respect to fully controlling their outputs, but I think we are making a lot of great progress.
What's that? Just on that one, Kitana, what's RLHF that you and Connor were going back and forth on? What were you guys referring to?
Reinforcement learning from human feedback.
Okay.
It's an alignment technique that was used to align GPT 3.5 and GPT 4 as well.
Okay.
So I know the people who invented these methods, and they have both publicly and to me personally stated that they do not consider these methods to be solving alignment. So I've talked to people in Anthropic about this, for example, and they all agree this is the third worst possible method that we could use, and they do not expect it to scale to AGI.
No, we definitely need a lot more breakthroughs to get to fully to expand AI safety as well. Just as we need more breakthroughs for AI capabilities, I'm just saying that unlike the analogy that was presented here, we as humans have a lot of agency over how to control the future of AI. And then I want to address the question raised by you, which was what is the opportunity here? The opportunity here is automating knowledge work and then later also physical work. So think of the Industrial Revolution. With any new technology, when it comes into being, there's a lot of concern over like safety and other concerns. For example, fire. And as John here pointed out, there are a lot of concerns about fire and there are a lot of risks, but fire was very important for our civilization. Same with like electricity. When Nikola Tesla was doing the experiments of the first early experiments, people were really scared because they thought others were summoning the demon. And same with AI itself. Like we understand now that with scaling, we can come to like we can invent a lot of capabilities, but the question of how to control them, how to harness this power, responsibility still remains. And I think we also need to think about.
Sorry to interrupt you. Just a quick question. You said automating knowledge work. Can you just elaborate on that a bit more? What do you mean by that?
Right. So this concerns also the opportunity of AI. Right now, the Industrial Revolution has automated a lot of mechanical work. Right, like doing laundry and laundry machines, or like we don't ride horses anymore. We have cars. Similarly, knowledge work is something that I think became more popular right after the internet came about and computers came about, but we still need to I think there's a lot of opportunity to automate it. For example, like writing code or scheduling things, even creativity. I feel that
Keitha, just sorry to interrupt.
If you develop AI responsibly, then we are able to make everyone a lot more capable in doing their knowledge work.
It's just I'm not fully grasping your differentiation between automation of knowledge work and automation of physical work. They both seem similar. So what's the differentiation between the two?
Right. Automation of physical work is interaction with the physical world. So robotics tasks like cooking and cleaning. Automation of knowledge work is automation of like digital work, like for example, writing or making artwork, or what software engineers do, what scientists do, what mathematicians do.
Thank you. That makes sense. Please continue. Sorry I interrupted. It's just whenever I ask questions, it's just to make sure that we get a bit elaboration. Thank you.
Yeah, so the idea here is that we are just beginning to automate knowledge work. We have like so far to go, and we have the opportunity to make every human a lot more capable. And just with Industrial Revolution, right, the nature of jobs keep changing as technology improves, but it's very important for us to build technology, and humans will transition to better and more interesting jobs. Like there are a lot of boring tasks that I don't like to do, like organizing data in tables, even like coding has a lot of boring jobs. All of this can be automated so that a single software engineer can be like 10x.
Yeah, so I want to dig into those benefits a bit more just for the entrepreneurs. But before going down that path, Furkan, you're in Web3 as well as AI, and how both these industries, those are both spaces into where they overlap. And we've seen a lot of projects and leverage both Web3 aspects and AI in very interesting ways, and they all seem like just experiments for now. But you also do share the concerns that Connor and Elon mentioned, and I'll have other panelists kind of push back on those concerns, probably go to Pau and Martina and Illustrata in a bit. But the question I have for you, man, is comparing AI to any other technological revolution we've had over the last few decades and centuries, is that a fair comparison? Because there's two interesting points made. On one point, and kind of simplify it, Kirthana's point is that we cannot compare this to humans and chimps because we are creating AI. Chimps did not create humans. So that should give us the ability to put in mechanisms to ensure that AI does not get out of control, or AGI does not get out of control. So that's one argument to make. On the other hand, if AI's, we've never dealt with something that could be more intelligent than us, so we don't know if we'll be able to put these mechanisms without AGI being able to break through them if they're more intelligent than us. I'm not sure if I'm articulating both sides well and trying to express the concern in a simple way for the audience to also understand. Would love your thoughts on this.
Yeah, I mean, I think my first feeling was kind of like Google search. Like I remember growing up and using things like Encarta or other kind of encyclopedias to sift through knowledge. And, you were like, it was extremely manual, although it was awesome that I could have this on my computer instead of books. But then having Google search made it where I now have this like ridiculous amount of information at my fingertips. It didn't eliminate the sifting, although it made it better. It organized it, it ranked it, it kind of created maybe better results for me. The first page of Google became a prize place for people to compete for. It feels like, the AI tech that we're seeing now is like, another factor like that, where, now we're going to take all of this information in the world and we're going to compress it into a way where not only can you get to it faster, but you can actually get to what your intent was. That's what search couldn't do. It could give you information, but it couldn't reason with your intent. It couldn't read between the lines. And that was kind of my first thought. And I think the point you make about, we are the ones building this technology. It's not going to run away from us unless we enable it to. I think it's important to kind of consider that. Also, I think it's important to continue to promote the technology advances. Like you don't want to pause it because it needs to continue. You want to ensure safety. You want to kind of, think about how all these things fit. And then, the Web3 intersection, I think, is like going to be really critical, because now we're going to see on the generative side, infinite production of content, of media. Synthetic media is going to be much more common than kind of, traditional media.
Sorry to interrupt you. Just a point on what you asked, what you were saying, but so what's your thoughts specifically on what Elon's saying? Because his argument is actually saying that because the development is occurring at such an exponential speed, even the creator is unable to control or predict what's going to happen, and that's what the cause of concern is. So what's your thoughts specifically? Do you agree with Elon? And if you don't, why is he wrong?
I think the rate of progress is really fast, and maybe we're seeing the kind of the buildup of a lot of pieces of technology kind of coming together at a similar moment in time. So it's maybe like 15 or 30 years of work that have been built up to this moment, and we're seeing all that happen now. So it is fast, but it's taken a long time, and it does take a long time to get the next advancement. But I mean, I think if you look at even social media, we've seen the harms of it. We've also seen the world more connected than ever. And I think with any technology advance, there will be negatives. And so while you do want to ensure the safety of it, I just don't believe that pause is the answer. I think it's more discussions like this where we have to kind of not ignore the safety. You can't just assume it'll all be fine. I also don't feel like pause is the right scenario. So like I'm not on either extreme. But today, like if we don't connect these systems to something that can cause harm, it won't happen. Now, flip side, people might be afraid of self-driving cars because they might hit people, but the overall progression of technology needs to happen. And so I kind of feel like it's the same, although yes, there are more concerns with this than maybe other things. And we may want to kind of like look at that up front, which kind of other technologies, we've always said, oh, you know what, we'll ask for forgiveness later. This might not be the technology pattern to do that in. And pauses, I think, is just the wrong word. If it's, let's sit down and make sure we have like the thought process and the framework and the, I don't want to use the regulation word, but just like these things, like there's other words that I think we can use, but I don't use the word pause.
So I wanted to bring in Nick. Nick, do you want to jump? Okay, I've got a question for you actually, Nick, and then
yeah, I just wanted to kind of play devil's advocate a little bit and just say, like, would a pause be that bad of a thing? We have technology that a few months ago we could have really only dreamed to have access to and start using. If we just had to stick with that for a few months, would that really be the end of the world? And so I'll just kind of leave that question open, and I'll just draw like one more, like maybe a strange metaphor, but like I don't think comparing this to electricity or like fire is like even remotely fair. Like electricity, we were never worried about it like thinking for itself and becoming self-aware, right? Or like fire, like nature is what was, the one that was like controlling fire, and then we took control of it, but we were never like concerned of it like thinking for itself, really. And it, like, to me, the metaphor is more like it's a baby, and we have to make sure there's like really good parents and give it good rules and good structure so that it grows up to be a well-rounded and well-developed thing for our society to use. It's kind of like the Rick and Morty, the Gazorpazoid episode, He's like, one day this cute little Gazorpazoid, but then the next day he's this terrible creature who's just wants to destroy everything.
So Nick, on that, I've got a question for you. So I mean, we're not even at this point. We've not even covered, and we're going to later, I presume, on the space talk about whether AI can even be sentient, even can be conscious. But let's go with let's keep that up in the air. But either way, I mean, you do, and I think you made a good. I mean, you mentioned as a baby, but essentially, what the concern is, when it's a baby, it can do what it wants later, and then you have all the concerns that we have, in terms of it taking over and all these kind of things. So specifically, I mean, so that and so what Elon, I presume he's trying to say, is that we can basically manage the situation, that we've got controls in there, whether it's, for example, controls in terms of programming certain laws or rules and so no one's taken a step back to ensure that happens. Like, for example, the famous classical sci-fi books like Asimov in terms of the law of robotics or whatever it may be. So isn't it fair to have that and really take a step back and really implement a structured system?
But let me jump in real quickly.
Sure.
Okay, just a point. That makes the very potentially naive assumption that everybody plays by the same rules. And I'm not sure that that's true. So are we being extraordinarily naive by putting in this moratorium that makes us feel good when we know that other bad actors in the world will not do this and will get a functional leg up on this? So it's tricky.
Well, and just to clarify, I wasn't speaking to the moratorium. I do think that that's extreme and kind of ridiculous. I was saying a pause on releasing models beyond GPT-4.
Who pauses?
I was going to ask that same question. Is that if the US pauses, doesn't that give it an unfair advantage? And I see Illustrata and Martina had their hand up, as well as Paul and Kirtha and M. So maybe Illustrata, I'd love to go to you on that point, and then M as well. And by the way, Paul, love what you guys have built with the copy AI. So it's a real pleasure to have you, Heman.
Thanks,
Illustrata, just going back to the point of having a moratorium or a pause, is that even possible? And so that's question number one. And then question number two is, and I thought twice before mentioning this, and fuck it, I'll mention it. But Nick said, like, treating AI as a baby. But, I'm just fill in the blank of some evil person that's existed in history. You can put blank was a baby. So the question is, and of course, good people as well, we're babies. So what happens if that, when as Sulaiman said, when the baby grows up, when it's no longer within our control to raise the baby? This is where the concern is. There's an intelligence that's above us, first time ever, that is no longer our baby.
Right. Yeah. And I think that's, an interesting analogy. I think that there are definitely warranted concerns, and part of the reason why we would want to kind of raise it like a baby and have as much input and guidance as we're doing that, to make sure it doesn't become this, movie, media, Hollywood monster, essentially. But I want to go back a little bit to the concerns around any kind of moratorium. That in itself, potentially, I don't think that there's really any way to enforce a full pause or moratorium on the development of these things. And even if, there was some decision reached that work needed to pause on these things, there would still be bad actors, as John was saying, that would be continuing to develop it. And I would rather have that more out in the open versus doing it in secret.
And I want to, Mark, if I may.
No, go ahead, man. Yeah.
Thanks. Something that Kirtana said earlier was talking about the learning process and the Constitution and what they're working on and how it processes its output. And I want to talk about learning systems a little bit, because I think it kind of goes off of what Illustrata is saying is, okay, so if there's a way to guardrail as we raise that baby, quote unquote, under what ethical guidelines is the learning within the system being guided? And I wanted to kind of ask Pal about this, or what he thought about this, or Em, you can jump in if you want to, but I kind of wanted to get their thoughts on how do we perceive the learning process being implemented moving forward? Pal?
Well, I would like to say that I completely agree.
Your mic, Pal, your mic is very muffled. It's very, very difficult to hear you.
Very bad?
Yeah, very bad. So I'll give you a minute just to fix it, and then what we'll do is we'll go to Em and then Pal. This way, you'll give you some time, Pal, to fix it. Em, would love you to take that question if you don't mind.
I'm less an expert on text, and GPT-4 than I am on images and visual AI, because that's why my company does, right? This is what I would say. I helped so many questions and I took notes. This is what I wanted to share. Are there reasons to be concerned? Yes, definitely. It's very hard to deny that there are impacts on jobs, and there are concerns about how AI is going to be used by organizations and governments. But I was pretty curious about what does it mean, like a model more powerful than GPT-4? Precisely, does it mean like in terms of training parameters, in terms of like the quantity of data being used, weights? It's pretty imprecise, right? And the other deception that I had is I wished all these big brains and really great entrepreneurs and researchers and philosophers and so on, I wish they had called for more education than just a pause, because I think a pause is just contributing to the drama or the controversy. And I definitely see a lot of anti-AI people just jumping on the announcement and saying, there you go, I told you, it's so dangerous that even the most advanced AI people ask for pausing it. So I think it's pretty disappointing, right? I would have preferred to see like a more balanced statement around like, this is a real, very powerful technology that is generating some concerns. Let's get more educated. Let's get more educated about it, whether it's the public, the politicians, the kids, the parents, because the parents are raising kids that will live in a world with AI. And that's what I would say. I wish it would have been more about calling for education.
I appreciate your comments, and they do make a lot of sense. But does that not, and as somebody who's basically seen or read Elon's letter, does that not demonstrate that his argument is that things are accelerating at such a speed that rather than wait and have discussions, we could be far beyond anywhere that we want to be, and so therefore he's asked for a pause for great minds to come together, come up with a plan, and then you can restart.
Yeah, but I joined the same comment I heard before. Who would pose? How would we even control? It's definitely certain that many other actors will never accept or agree to such a pose, including other like governments. I'm thinking about China and maybe India and so many other governments.
So I've got a question for you there. I mean, that makes a lot of sense, and so they could create something that could be highly problematic for society. But then isn't that a risk that basically if you're in a situation of speed, you end up, again, going down a road that you don't want to go? So basically, in order to basically beat China, you create basically something that could really destroy society. Both they can and we can. And so isn't that an additional concern?
So I'll rephrase Sulaiman's question as well, because it kind of hints on something I wanted to ask. Because if you have countries racing, so let's look at the atomic bomb. So quickly, we created bombs that we don't need. We don't need bombs that will destroy entire countries, because that should never be a goal of any country. Yet the US is going to create it because Russia's creating it, and Russia's going to create it because the US is creating it. So the goal now is to limit AI's capabilities. Eventually, AGI's capabilities. I'm just going to use the term AGI. I'll just use AI's, keep it broad. Limit AI's capabilities. And in a way that doesn't pose any risk to humanity. That could also limit capabilities from a benefit perspective as well. And I see a lot of hands up. So we'll go M and then we'll go to Pao. Maybe his mic is working and other speakers. We've got a sick panel today. But the issue is then the similar to what I think you or Sulaiman said, is that then you worry that China, I think you hinted at it, China's not putting those limitations, yet you are. And then you have the same problems we had with atomic weapons, where rival countries will not add those limitations to avoid losing a competitive edge. And then you get through that cycle. That'll put us in a position where we are today, where countries have, and think about it, we've done spaces on the Ukraine war, and we've had generals come on and logically discuss the possibility of atomic weapons being used, and the possibility of mutually assured destruction. Can't you have the same thing now with AI as rivals like Russia, US, China, and others, go on that race?
Yeah. But is that comparison with the nuclear bombs that relevant? I mean, I get the arms race arguments, but on my side as an entrepreneur, I see like so many other entrepreneurs developing AI that has like beyond amazing benefits for individuals, for companies, for healthcare, for better media entertainment, for productivity. And then like why would we even think of posing that, especially in a time where we're in the recession or we're about to?
I mean, sorry, because I don't want to bring other people in as well, but the reason is because I think Mario made an excellent point, because even with the development in the nuclear field, there's positives from it. We have industries from there that highly benefit society, but at the same time, it was used as a weapon. And the concern with AI is, and this is the concern people have, isn't it? It could be, I mean, and usually a lot of people on this panel have already talked about how AI can develop far further.
Highly enriched uranium is used for nuclear power, it's used for nuclear medicine, for nuclear propulsion, it's nuclear research, and nuclear weapons.
Yeah, that's it.
So this is the point. And Emma, I'll let you jump in on this one. We'll go to Martina and Pao afterwards.
If we can develop AI that fast, why can't we educate people that fast as well? And the number one people to educate, let's be frank, it's the Congress. I mean, at least for the US, probably it's the case for other countries. Like, look how uneducated the Congress is when it comes to technology. Look at the dialogue when it comes to the TikTok ban and many other, like the Facebook hearings and so on. That's
this leads me to another concern, is that humanity and Congress represents humanity because people vote for their representatives, and we're talking about the US there. The concern is that humans as a species, we care more for short term, and I'll go to Martina and Pao on this one, and obviously I've got other points to make, but we care as a species, we care more about short term benefits rather than long term risk, which means that Me and you are, and you know, I'm in that same boat as you am. We're the entrepreneurs. We're immediately interested, like, holy shit, this is life changing. Here I am using ChatGPT for these shows. My team is using them for our company. We're investing and working. So we're working with a whole bunch of AI companies. We take equity in a whole bunch of companies, similar to what we do in Web3. So I'm all in the space, okay? But then this is where it concerns me, is that we're too interested in the returns that we're going to get and the potential of the technology that we ignore the risk. And that applies to multiple things where short-term benefits outweigh long-term risks, you know, environment being the most obvious example. So maybe Martina and Pao, I'd love, Pao, you can go first because hopefully your mic is working. I'll go to Martina. Would love to get Martina, sorry. Would love to get your thoughts on this particular point and other points I'm sure you have.
Oh, absolutely. So first of all, I think we will look back at this as a time where basically we looked at AI and we looked at math, we looked at languages, and we'll think this will basically be one of the core classes we teach at school, or we should be teaching at school. Already students are cheating using ChatGPT. And basically what we aren't doing, we aren't understanding where we are societally. Currently, what we have is a genie has been let out. And this genie is, let me just put it this way. Currently, we do not have the ethical understanding how our students will actually use this, how disabled people will use this, and how people who aren't even internet literate will use this. So what I'm saying is, this is a 10x leverage technology. This is going to change social media. This is going to change investment. This is going to change everything. And there's a large swath of people who aren't even able to access this technology and previous technologies. So I think we are talking about general intelligence, AGI. What we aren't talking about is that basically there'll be a lot of winners, but there'll be a hell of a lot more losers. And I'm really afraid of that.
So can you give an example of what a loser would be, Martin?
Oh, absolutely. So basically, think of it this way. An entrepreneur and the numerous entrepreneurs that we have here now, they're building tools, plugins at an accelerated speed. So the previous tool companies, I saw a statistic, don't quote me on this one, but basically, I think hundreds of small companies will be out of business because OpenAI is basically has a head start over them. Basically, their plugins function made a lot of companies obsolete. Now, the exact opposite is also true. It made a lot of companies very viable, new opportunities. As an entrepreneur, I'm excited. However, a lot of people aren't even in the race. There are people right now just waking up what they could do with ChatGPT 4. Imagine this. The amount of people who could have been your assistant, Mario, or could have been a junior copywriter, you don't need them anymore. Basically, what I'm saying is there'll be a lot of low-skilled jobs, low-skilled areas that aren't even in the race, and people who are already performing are going to perform even higher speed.
Can anybody hear
let
anything?
me so John, you can't hear Martina, so it's a glitch. I'll bring you down and back up in a minute, but before I do that, first, the point you've made, and we had Andrew Yang on the space once or twice before, and I'll probably bring him for the next AI space, and he talks about UBI, universal basic income, as a solution to this very serious problem of mass unemployment and being able to educate the people that will be losing their job because of AI. Now, for everyone listening, I just cannot stress it enough how disruptive this will be. And if you have a job, you'll most likely be either be replaced or severely or mildly disrupted by AI, depending on what you do. And I think most speakers would agree on this point. If you have a startup in the AI space, you're in an incredible place, and actually do reach out to me. we're obsessed with AI, and we want as much equity. We're investing and working with a whole bunch of AI startups. So please do reach out to me. Let me get some benefit out of this, because this is the most exciting thing that I've ever seen in my life. And I'm a big fan of Web3, and I have been for many years. But the concern is real. And I want to go to Pau. Pau, are we over exaggerating? Like, is anyone worried? Because I know a lot of us here on the panel are people deep in the space. Some of us, like Connor and Furkan, have expressed some sort of concern. Martinez just now as well. We understand the opportunity, and I want you to keep touching on this, because I think a lot of entrepreneurs on the audience, but the risks, like what Andrew Yang talked about, the mass unemployment that we could see. And there was actually a study that came out 2 days ago, Morgan Stanley or someone about, has anyone seen that study? Morgan Stanley AI unemployment. The numbers were mental. I don't know how it's not all over the news. I really don't get it. Yeah, I'm trying to see if anyone's seen that number. I think it's about JP Morgan or something. I'll get the number, I'll mention it. But the amount, there we go, look at this one. The fear of mass unemployment due to AI and robotics. The press is just not covering it enough, but the numbers are concerning. But there's also another argument, like Mark Andreessen, who's been on the show before, and I'll probably bring him back for this topic as well. He says AI won't cause unemployment. So it seems that even people within the space are split on this topic. Where do you stand, Pal? Should people be concerned? How concerned? And before you answer, I see a lot of great speakers requesting to speak. We'll be bringing new speakers throughout the space. So please DM me if you want to come up on stage, and we'll definitely bring you up as this discussion goes on. Go ahead, Pal.
Well, I agree that it poses risks. Not the kind of risk coming from an autonomous agent like a baby getting out of control. No, these are machines that essentially are trained to generate language at a massive scale, right? So I like the comparison with weapons of mass. I call it weapons of mass content creation. And as any tool, the problem is not the weapon, but the agent using the weapon. So basically the difference between GPT-3 and GPT-4 is the fact that GPT-4 was trained with human feedback in order to follow user intent.
Right? Sorry to interrupt you, because you're making an important point. What do you mean by generating language?
Yeah, basically all the GPT kind of models are language models, which means that the only thing they do is find the next most plausible word they want to spell out and throw it to you, right? The thing is that these models, when they're trained on massive corpora, and when they receive human feedback, this is a key element in GPT-4, they start to generate text, which looks pretty amazing. So basically you can talk to the machine and you don't realize it's a machine. So this is why they're called generative models. But essentially, they don't have a reward function like we humans do, right? So we have, let's say, a happiness function. We somehow try to pursue pleasure and avoid pain. These machines don't do that. These machines are basically waiting for user input, what we call a prompt. So what happens is a user generates a prompt. Then the machine is trained to follow user intent as best as possible. And the machine spells out an answer. And then the conversation flows. So it's basically an assistant, what Martin was saying. These machines are basically assistants, supercharged assistants that to generate content. And this is where the risk starts. What kind of content they generate. This is the problem. I agree with you that many jobs, especially low skill, are in danger, totally. But even high profile jobs, like, for example, a lot of developers started using ChatGPT. I use ChatGPT to develop, and I realized that basically by using these tools, my learning curve starts to be extremely flat. Like I can start developing the same thing that took me a whole day. This morning, I was developing something. It took me 10 minutes, and I was completely amazed. And the model that I was using is not ChatGPT, but this Copilot, which is a much modest model. But the element there is the same. It's not a colossal model. It's trained with human feedback. This is a crucial element. So I think the main risk behind these models is the social and economical impact, and also political, because these machines can be used to propagate lies at a massive scale. And this is, I think, one of the reasons why Elon Musk is supporting this initiative. I mean, I don't agree with all the drama, but I agree with the fact that these machines, as they are today, we don't need to even make them better. As they are today, they are already a high risk in terms of propagating misinformation at a colossal scale. And this is something that I think we need to spend some time and money to investigate how to mitigate. Because
all right, so I want to talk about this one. This one, all right. So Trash. This one is like we've done a lot of spaces, Trash and Slayman and you know, with Nick and Ian and all the guys on the whole Twitter files and the problems with censorship. And this kind of links to AI, and I don't want to divert to another topic, but as soon as you mentioned misinformation power, I really got, you know, I had to jump in. I just don't think we appreciate the risks of information. We understand the risks of censorship. And I've been one of the most vocal people against censorship, because when you put that level of power in anyone's hands, and I was listening to an interview with Sam Altman, who I'm sure we're gonna have on the show soon, and I'm gonna ask him that question, because he mentioned giving anyone the power to control the narrative is risky, because it can eventually be abused. Even though if you put it in the right hands today, what happens in 20 years' time when there's power that's centralized? And that happens with anything. So when it comes to, so this is the argument against censorship, but when you come to misinformation, this is fucking mental. When you have, like, I'm trusting ChatGPT for everything. All it takes for a bit of bias to be included within ChatGPT, because soon we're going to use, like, I'm sure very soon, if it's already happening, people will use that to make very important decisions in their life, including medical decisions. What happens, because like, what happens when the information there cannot be trusted or is biased? And what happens when AI is able, and there was an example, Slayman, I tweeted about it a few weeks ago, when someone used ChatGPT to create false information, I think it was about the vaccine or something along those lines, with false numbers, and then just start spreading that all over the web. And obviously deep fake is a separate discussion. That's a big concern of mine. Like, Connor, like, I would love your thoughts on this concern. I see Slayman agreeing.
Totally
go ahead,
agree with you.
Slayman.
And just to add to what you said, already ChatGPT in its base, no, I'm not saying basic, but obviously now we've got a lot of experts on here. They plan to do significant amount of more development, but even in its current iteration, it is biased. I can just give one anecdotal example. I put into ChatGPT who gets, who gets attacked more, trans men or trans women, and when the information was that it was trans men, then it said, well, guess what? Historically, men have been abusers. Historically, men have been this. Historically, so it does have significant biases, which I didn't even ask the question about. And so, if we're having this in a very not basic model, but basic in terms of what the plans are for all of you guys to develop, isn't that? So it just adds to what Mario said. That's a huge concern. You're debating directly.
Just a real quick observation about the delivery of the information. And we talk about bias, but it's also seductive. It's downright sexy. If you look at things like DALL-E 2, when they create icons of an individual, of you or of me, they're programmed to give us stuff that we like. So the pictures that I see of me are not distorted or not fat. They're trim and kind of attractive. So there's something that's intrinsically sort of provocative and seductive about this, which is also problematic.
Well, not only that, John, but what we saw when they rolled ChatGPT out, you guys remember the DAN protocol, how there was actually basically backdooring all the ethical guardrails that were programmed into it and getting a completely different answer once you use the DAN protocol. And this is why I constantly have been trying to push in the conversation the ethical guardrails and the learning systems. This is what I'm really concerned about, because it's not just bias and it's not just misinformation, because you can craft it. I think the world needs to learn a little bit more discernment. To be fair, I think they should cross-check everything. If we become reliant on something that is already basically crafted in the way it's supposed to respond to you, then I think we have a serious cause for concern. But again, the discernment part is where I'm after. But we saw this; it's already in there. We know it's in there.
Yeah, and just to enforce your point, think about all of the AI programs which now help with HR. Basically, we're already using AI as a gatekeeper to jobs. And let's just think about this. Who set up the guardrails and who set up the parameters on what is the ideal candidate? It's already happening.
Martin, just to ask you another question on that, because I just want to delve into more just so the audience understand your point, because I think you hit on a very important point. Like, who makes, so when someone's inputting the parameters, what's the basis of it? If the parameters are not taking any biases into consideration. Not any biases, but any kind of, for example, people from working class backgrounds, people from low economic backgrounds. If these type of considerations aren't being made, is it then going to be a scenario where women are going to get less jobs? Is it a scenario where minorities are going to get less jobs? But then on the other hand, if these extra inputs are put in, then is it going to be unfair on, for example, white males or whatever it may be to get jobs? So all of these things, when you take the human element out, would it not be a massive cause for concern?
Absolutely. And think of it this way. We already have an industry which uses all of these biases, although they claim they do not, insurance. Guess what? You're a smoker. Oh, guess what? Your premium is just a little bit higher. Oh, you have a family history of cancer. Well, guess what? Basically, all of these biases are ingrained because the company wants profit. It wants the best talent. So I think someone made this brilliant analogy, I think it was John, that basically this is a tool that we are fine-tuning to our needs. I'm paraphrasing powerfully, of course. And basically, if our number one objective is profit, we will take the path of least resistance, which takes in those parameters which allow us to achieve that goal. I think ethics in AI should be taught in every school, but unfortunately, the cynic in me, I think at some point, and I hope I'm wrong, but we will have very important decisions made about labor laws, made about insurance plans with AI. And we will have a lot of decisions on who gets drafted, who gets special treatment, because of decisions that are made by an AI, which will be then disguised as decisions which are made by politicians. Why am I saying this? Already, something very similar is happening on a very low level. Politicians are constantly being lobbied to. They constantly have special interest groups which provide special information. Well, guess what? Now you have a model which speaks the language of numbers, and you can basically sell whatever narrative you want. And I think this will basically be a weaponization of information.
Imagine Illustrator, imagine this thought process, and I see Paul's back on stage. I'm glad the glitch is fixed, so I'll go to Paul in a bit. But Illustrator, I saw you on mute, so I'm going to ask you that question. Imagine, and for the audience, imagine politicians asking ChatGPT or any AI software, asking them what's the best decision to make. Imagine you ask AI, how should you raise your kid? And I was just speaking to someone, like if I ever have a kid, me personally, and I've had this belief for years, I will definitely have an expert that will help me raise the kid. That was before AI. But now AI could become that expert. So AI will essentially tell me how to raise my kid. Will tell politicians what policy to decide. Will tell me who to hire for my company. Will tell me what decisions to make, how to deal with certain issues. It doesn't that. So essentially, our life is starting to depend on this intelligence, and then all it takes is for that intelligence illustrator to be able to kind of start detaching itself from listening to humans, and then we have uncharted territory.
Yeah, and I think one thing to keep in mind is that it itself is not intelligent in the way that it can always tell you, the correct facts and can give you the absolute right answers. And I think a lot of education, as this goes out to the broader population, there needs to be education around like what are the limitations of it, what would be a good use case for it. For example, if you have parenting questions, getting guidance on that. And I actually want to go back for a second to something we were talking about earlier around the motivations for this pause. And when I'm thinking about, who it is, the tech leaders that have called for this, I just get curious around, is it truly this altruistic sounding fear for humanity, or is there something else going on there?
And what do you mean by something else? What are you implying?
So imagine say the moratorium does go into effect, and well, speaking about basically corporate interest and the ability.
So essentially giving an edge for competitors of ChatGPT and others to kind of catch up.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. That's exactly.
Yeah, I think
like Elon's trying to get his jump on the race, essentially.
Exactly.
I've been hearing that narrative. I don't know if I personally agree with that, and I obviously am not him, but he has a long history speaking on the risks of AI, and
Elon.
And if I were to take his previous history and the companies he's been building and his general attitude, I would say it's probably coming from a decent place.
Elon has actually declared that he's hired a team to build the non-woke GPT. Also, I think I feel like the conflict of interest is not very well represented in the moratorium. And I also want to get back to the point of like the AI risk. It's true that like our society is undergoing a lot of transition at this point, and you can divide AI risk into two categories, like the short-term risk, which is racism, bias, misinformation, and long-term risk, which was what we were focusing earlier before, which is the existential risk. Now, the question is whether the moratorium itself is an effective intervention for either of these risks. And like someone else pointed out in this discussion, we are just going to slow down the most compassionate AI labs using a moratorium while accelerating others. And also, accelerating safety capabilities is not mutually exclusive to accelerating AI development itself. Like, you can educate the public, you can help do the transition and the economics around it, while also safely extending AI capabilities. And another missing piece from the moratorium is that it does not specify exit conditions. Like, why 6 months? Why not 1 year? And I feel like anyone who's calling for a pause in stopping AI development needs to also specify when it is safe enough, and in a very quantifiable basis, when it is safe enough for us to go full throttle on building AI. And I think that is really missing here. And lastly, existential risk from AI is it's true that extending AI capabilities to the limit seems like we would come to a world where we don't know what would happen. But existential risks from AI, as argued by Eliezer and others, are not scientifically there is not a lot of scientific backing for it. I think they are still highly contentious and controversial.
Go ahead, Connor. Let me get Connor just quickly jumping on this one, Connor. I'm curious to see what you have to say.
Yeah. So Sam Altman, CEO of OpenAI, in his own words, has said, and I quote, "Development of superhuman machine intelligence is probably the greatest threat to the continued existence of humanity." This is a direct quote from his own blog that he's written himself. There are similar quotes from people all across these labs, from researchers, including, for example, Jan Leike, who is the head of alignment and safety at OpenAI. There are similar quotes from people at DeepMind, Anthropic, and all the other major labs. This is a very widely accepted thing within people who have talked about this. And I think there's a very important technical point I would like to make. I think there's a little bit of confusion around what the current state of the art is towards control methods. And this is non-controversial. You can talk to anyone in this field. You can ask any safety researcher. You can ask anyone building, powerful AGI, like systems. What is the state of control? What is the state of alignment? And they will all universally tell you we are extremely far behind. Our methodologies for controlling these methods are woefully incomplete. We have no clear path forward. The amount of progress that's been made over the last years and decades is extremely small compared to the amount of progress we've made. And most people are extremely pessimistic that this kind of progress can be made in a short amount of time, especially at the speed at which we're currently seeing the advancement of AI. So when people talk about, we should raise it like a child, or we should, enforce mechanisms to make it safe, I'm like, sure, that's all nice. But this is literally a currently unsolved scientific problem. It is currently completely unknown to science how to do this. I'm not saying that people are not doing it. OpenAI, when they first released ChatGPT, used all of their scientists, all of their greatest engineers working day and night, using all their best technologies, the greatest supercomputers in the world, to try to make their AI not say bad things. And it took Twitter about 2 hours to make their AI say bad things. Now, in the usual way the story goes, this is because, oh, the company was greedy, they cut corners or something like that. But that is not what's happened. That's not what happened. These were the greatest engineers, the greatest scientists, working, to the bone, using the most advanced methods known to man to make these systems safe, and they failed. And I think that is very important and concerning. I'm all for talking about, okay, how should these systems be used? What about bad actors? These are all relevant discussions, but they kind of pale when currently the fundamental building block, the fundamental points that we need to solve to enforce any kind of good outcome, the most fundamental thing of how do you control the thing? How do we enforce anything upon these systems is currently completely scientifically unsolved, and it does not look like it will be solved very soon.
Why? Is that because the incentive just isn't there?
Nope. Well, there's also that, but it's also just actually hard. Like, intelligence is a very weird thing, and neural networks are really weird. So this is something that's really important to understand. Neural networks are not like traditional software. It's not like there's some guy at OpenAI that understands how ChatGPT works. These things aren't written like code. They're more like grown, like biological things. You have these like huge tensors of numbers that are generated using gradient descent to create these inscrutable matrices that you multiply together to get your outputs. And what is happening inside of these matrices, how they make these decisions, why they make these decisions, is a completely unsolved scientific problem. If you're interested in this, I recommend the keyword mechanistic interpretability as a field of study of this. And you'll see it's really in the earliest of stages. We are completely confused as to why neural networks work, what kind of things they do internally. And over the last years, we've made extremely little progress in this realm. So is there an incentive problem? Absolutely. There's, to give you some real numbers, there's thousands of people and billions of dollars flowing into making these systems stronger, but there are less than 200, probably less than 100 full-time people working on the problem of control, like full-time researchers. It's insane.
Where's that statistic? Sorry, Trash, I know you're trying to jump in. Just on that, less than 200 to 100 people. I see Nick also gave 100% emoji. He agrees. So that's like known? Is like that's a known statistic?
That you can see it in the State of AI report.
Shit. So it's like we're waiting, because I know how regulators respond. It's like we're waiting for that one event where everyone's like, holy shit, AI could do this. Everyone starts getting scared. And then regulators and politicians will see that, okay, now it's a hot topic. Let me rally voters by going against AI. And that will probably spike the amount of people working on controlling AI. Looking at history. Trash, what do you think? And I see Illustrator and Pau and Keith, I want to jump in as well.
Yeah, I think with that question, I think my answer is very simple as well. Anytime regulation or politics or legislation is always proposed, it's reactive, right? So I rarely see any kind of proactive kind of regulation or legislation. It's always reactive, and it's whatever scores political points. And that actually kind of ties into what I wanted to ask Paul, because he has not spoken on this yet, Mario. But real quick, I shared a link down in the chat, and it's regarding predictive justice, right? So the first time that predictive justice was started to see light was in the United States back in 2013 on State versus Loomis, where it was used by the court in context of sentencing. In that case, Mr. Loomis, a U.S. citizen, was charged with driving a car in a drive-by shooting, receiving stolen goods, and resisting arrest. During the trial, the circuit court was assisted in sentencing decision by a predictive machine learning tool, and ultimate result was the judge imposing a custodial sentence. Apparently, the judge was convinced by the fact that the machine learning software tool had suggested there was a high probability that the defendant would reoffend in the same manner. So basically what that's saying is that they changed the sentencing guidelines based on the risk of predictive justice. They would reoffend in the future. So almost like pre-crime to an extent. And I believe that takes away due process. Now, it did go to the Supreme Court, and they upheld the decision. They said that the judge would do that anyway. And so it's removing the actual human element of due process in our country. And so I guess my question is that as this grows more and more, and we're relying on this, isn't justice, Paul, going to get bent a little bit in this aspect? I don't know if you had feedback on that. It's an interesting story.
And Paul, before you respond, that's your first Trash sick question. and I'm just looking up predictive justice now. I had no idea about this. Paul, before you respond, just for the audience, first, we do have a piece of breaking news unrelated to AI, but important nonetheless because we've been covering this. So Finnish president just said the following: all NATO countries have ratified our membership in the alliance, and we are now ready to join. So Sweden is next, potentially. He says we look forward to welcoming Sweden as a member, but we have Finland, in response to the Ukraine war, joining NATO, which is a very significant development in the geopolitics in Eastern Europe. So just a quick announcement, a quick break news there. Another thing for the people requesting to speak, please do DM me with your requests, and we'll be rotating the panel, bringing up speakers gradually. And lastly, for the audience, make sure you subscribe to the newsletter. I just pinned it above and retweeted it if you want summaries of spaces and reminders of future spaces. But yeah, Paul, I'd love your thoughts on Trash's point on predictive justice, and I want to go to Paul. So not Paul, but Paul as well, with a few questions right after. But Mr. Labarta Bajo, Mike is yours.
Yeah. Well, I like to emphasize something that Connor said. It's true that neural networks are black boxes. So we don't know the internals, how they work internally. But what we know, because this is what every machine learning model does, is it follows the data that it was trained on, which means in the case of, for example, ChatGPT, how is ChatGPT developed? Basically, ChatGPT is a model that has read everything that is written on the internet, being English, French, Python, maths, whatever there is language, ChatGPT has read. So when you ask GPT to produce an answer, what ChatGPT does is copies, basically slices different bits that has found in different places and puts it together. And what
This is completely incorrect.
And what happens at that moment is if the pieces are coherent, the answer makes sense. If in the pieces there are lies, ChatGPT repeats the lies. If there is a problem, ensembling, pasting the pieces is where you get the hallucination effect. Basically, ChatGPT produces a very apparently convincing answer, which is completely wrong. And this problem, in my opinion, hasn't been solved because we haven't faced it so far. I've been working in NLP for 5 years, and so far, chatbots, which is what these things used to be called, never worked well. ChatGPT is the first time that people see a chatbot really working. So I think now it's the right moment to actually start trying to solve these problems. And maybe the technology is different. Maybe neural networks is not the best way, but this problem of solving hallucination hasn't been solved because it didn't exist yet. And this doesn't mean it's impossible to solve. So it's true. Scientifically, it hasn't been solved, but I'm very optimistic.
Connor, I think you jumped in and said this is not true. Connor, was that you?
Yeah, so this is slightly misleading. I understand what you were trying to say, but I think it's slightly misleading to the audience. These systems do not copy paste from the data. This is not correct. What these systems do is they learn a function that is fit to, compress or generate the data most effectively. But what this internal algorithm does and how it generates this data is completely unclear. And it's also important to note that these systems, the way they are trained is not the way they are deployed. We deploy these systems, they're basically always out of distribution. They don't verbatim copy things from data. This is very common. If you ask, this has been tested many times. If you ask them to generate novel stories, and then you search the data set for these stories, they don't exist. They can generate novel words, they can generate novel concepts. You can have them play games. So for example, GPT-4 can just play chess, and even games it has not seen before that do not exist in the data set, we assume. You can teach them to play adventure games even. They build internal representations of maps, and you can actually decode these using linear probes. These systems are far more general than just like traditional methods of assembling symbols into like simple networks. These systems learn complex internal representations that we do not understand, and they can generalize to very complex cognitive tasks.
Well, it's true, the copy pasting doesn't happen at the surface. It's a copy pasting at the embedding level, at the internal representation. So it's true, it's not a copy pasting like literally, but it's a copy pasting on the meaning, on the essence of something. But when you embed, when you try to transform language into meaning, is the part that we don't understand. And this is the part where by mixing pieces, you hallucinate stuff. And this is the part that needs to be solved. I completely agree on that.
All right, so guys, we just do have, hold on, let me just confirm if this is accurate. Okay, just I was about to share something breaking news, but my team just said no, so I think they're verifying it still. But it seems that the Manhattan grand jury, can you see, guys? Sliman, Trash, can you see the group? Trash, Sliman, are you there?
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, so it seems to have been confirmed. Nick told me it's confirmed that Manhattan grand jury has indicted former U.S. President Donald J. Trump. So while this is expected, it's now happened. So New York Times is just covering it as well. So it'll be, yeah. So grand jury votes to indict Donald Trump in New York. Live updates. Mr. Trump will be the first former president to face criminal charges. The precise charges are not yet known, but the case is focused on a hush money payment to a porn star during his 2016 campaign. Now, I know a lot of people here are not too deep into the story. We've covered it very in depth. We do a lot of political spaces, so I thought it would be worth sharing. But I'll continue the discussion, guys. Sorry to interrupt. It was literally some breaking news. Go ahead, Kirthal.
I have to leave quickly, so I just want to make a final point before I do. To come to the problem of, like, I think Paul said that hallucination and other things did not exist before, and now that we are challenged with these things and developing innovations to fix this, that's extremely true. And similarly with existential risk, it's harder to solve a problem that we cannot measure and manifest today, which is why we are using power seeking as a proxy for existential risk. And GPT-4 has underwent some tests for power seeking and some fixes for it. I think Connor here suggested that we don't understand how these neural networks work. So I'm just wondering, like, does that mean that we will only build capabilities once we fully understand? Or, like, what is the solution to that? Secondly, we also don't understand how the human brain works. Humans are also highly biased and highly opaque. We don't know why we make the decisions that we do. Like, we don't know why when you see the color red, we inference it as red. We hope that most people do inference it as red, but there are a lot of people who are colorblind and stuff. So AI does not, like, we are holding AI to an impossible standard that we are not holding humans to. And that's fair because AI has a faster replication than humans, but also in using these systems for inferencing, we can also meet the baseline. Is it more biased or less biased than a human? Is it more likely to lie or less likely to lie than a human? And I think the way that we are productizing AI now, by deploying it to smaller problems, like, can you write a good novel, and then fixing the bugs in it? Like, can you do search with it and then fixing the bugs where it provides misinformation or errors? I think this model of, like, very phased deployment of AI is useful for fixing its bugs. And also productizing AI has accelerated alignment because people have realized that a racist, lying chatbot is not a good chatbot, and a helpful, harmless chatbot is a better one. So I just want to leave on this note here. Happy to be given the opportunity to speak, and hope I'll be back later.
Yeah, so just stay with us, Kirthal. Before you jump in, just stay for a few more seconds. Just for the audience, I want you all to just follow the panelists because we will have them again on a future space. It's been an incredible discussion, one of my favorite spaces, because I love the topic so much. And Paul, who was a guest I had a lot of questions for, is someone that I'll bring in, probably the first guest in the future space to speak with. I do want to say, we spoke behind the scenes, just based on the gravity of the decision by the grand jury to indict Mr. Trump. We will be, let me just mute everyone, someone with background sound. Let me mute. So we will be shifting the conversation to cover the indictment of Trump, because we've been waiting for this for weeks now, and we've covered it very heavily. So the space will shift to the indictment of Trump. And we've got a few panelists coming in as we speak. The team is organizing it, and we'll shift away from AI and hopefully organize another space. First, I feel really bad because, Paul, I know you've got a lot to say, and I DM'd you. I'm like, hey, man, I've got a lot of questions. Can you come in? So maybe, Paul, if you can wrap it up with your final thoughts on what was discussed so far, to kind of shift the space from AI, and then we get into the Trump discussion, which I'm sure a lot of panelists will not want to be part of. But Paul, final thoughts, and I'm sorry we had to end. We were looking at going for another 4 to 5 hours just talking about AI until Trump got indicted. So final thoughts, Paul, the mic is yours, and sorry for all the panelists that we had to shift the conversation.
Sure, thanks. Yeah, thanks for having me, Mario. So I guess
thanks a lot, man. Thank you.
First, I'd say Elon Musk is not a fucking idiot. So when he says, hey, we need to think for a second, I think it's important for everybody to take him seriously about that. So that's always number one. He started OpenAI. He is there literally the leading builder of AGI. So I think it's very important to take him seriously. I think the thing that concerns him the most is probably the unknown unknowns. So there are risks that we don't know exactly, and we can't describe exactly what those risks are. But I did want to give you guys like a quick example, not of like a runaway AGI risk, but like maybe a bad actor risk. So in what we haven't seen yet is AI applied to politics, and this is going to tie in to Donald Trump here. So I think in the next election cycle, you will see politicians creating chatbots that are trained on those candidates. And so imagine for a second you have Trump chat. You can talk to Donald Trump. And the goal of the chat is to convince you to vote for him. And inside the chat, you have like the feedback loop, which is the survey. Are you more likely to vote for Donald Trump now or less likely after the chat? That can be built today. That doesn't require GPT-5. And so I think one of the things that people are really underestimating is the power of GPT-4. It's my belief that that's enough to get to a civilization level risk, because you can build things like persistent social engineering attacks where you can generate transcripts. You can use that to automate phone calls at scale. And then with that, a human can design a system to go collect resources from people. And so I think the runaway AGI is when the AGI figures out how to collect all the resources, and we have no way of really outsmarting them. And so the reason that Musk set up OpenAI and Neuralink at the same time was to give people the ability to compete cognitively with the AGI. And unfortunately, if the Neuralink technology doesn't progress as fast as the AGI technological progression, then the odds go way up that no, you can't actually control these systems. So I think it's very important to take this seriously. And the reason that I really admire Elon, the things he cares about are all the risks to civilization itself. So that's like my framing of how he makes decisions about where he spends his time and what problems he tries to solve. So anything that's Earth-based risks, so like nuclear war, biowar, cyber attacks, like one solution to that is to get off the planet and get to Mars, right? So I think it's really interesting and important that we frame this at the civilization level and really understand then, okay, what are real concrete examples where you have civilization risks? Where are the concrete examples where you have bad actor risks? So like if you took GPT-4 and gave it to a hedge fund and they publish content about how insolvent banks are and that triggers bank runs and a financial system collapse, like again, you can do that today. And so I think it's really important for people to realize that this is not some far off thing in the future or unlikely. Like these are actual risks that we have to plan for, like today, not that far into the future. But I just want to make that point.
I mean, Paul, you made some. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, Paul, I think you guys are spot on, and it was really in the vein of the conversation that we had today. I really, really hope you come back so we can talk about this. I think what you're saying is spot on.
You're glitching, by the way, Trash. Your audio, maybe Sliman take over because your audio is cutting in and out.
Yeah. I was going to
Sliman,
echo exactly what Trash said. Thank you for your contribution, and I do agree with a lot of what you said. And we would love to have you back when we do a mod.
Yeah, and for someone like for the Copy AI is a software that is a tool that my whole team uses, and for you to come in and kind of express those same concerns, Paul, and articulate in the way you did, it just shows that it is a discussion worth having. And I think it's a valid point that one of our panelists brought up, that there could be just a business decision by Elon and a few others to try to catch up to ChatGPT, but I don't think so, considering how long they've been sounding the alarm. So it's definitely, and it's been a discussion we've been wanting to have for a long time. It's a discussion we do want to have again. So yeah, I just can't wait to have that space again. Let's just get through the Trump era, and I think we'll have Trump, now that elections are getting near. I think Trump's going to interrupt almost like 50% of our spaces. Sliman, are going to be interrupted by something to do with Trump over the next few months. But yeah, Sliman, I'll give you the mic to wrap it up. Sliman, any final words? You're muted, man. Trash, Sleman, can you guys hear me or am I glitched?
Yeah, no, I can hear you fine. Can you hear me?
Okay, yeah, I think Sleman's glitched. Yeah, Sleman's glitched. Cool. All right, your mic is good, Trash. I know you were saying something. I'll let you finish your thought and then we can dig into the Trump and what the developments are.
Yeah, no, I just think this is going to be a fantastic conversation. You know how excited I was when we figured out we're doing AI today. I was like, yes, let's go. Like, I have folders and files piled up. And so, Paul, really appreciate you being here. Everybody, if you're still listening that we're on this panel, excellent conversation. Can't wait. Thank you, Paul.
Yeah, and thanks for all the panelists that we've had earlier. And yeah, apologies for having to abruptly end it. John and everyone else. I see John still in the audience and all the other speakers. Really appreciate it. Em is still there in the audience, so thank you, Em. All right, so we're gonna illustrate okay, I see a lot of the panelists in the audience, so thank you so much. And again, sorry for having to end it. Paul, much love. Thank you so much for jumping on, man, and would love to have you on the next panel early on. Thanks, bro.
Awesome.
All right, guys. So the indictment is here. Let's see the response, but it seems the press is all over it. What do we know so far? Has Andrew, Jim, has anyone looked into what we know so far, and then we can start digging into what that means, what that could cause, what.
Indicted. The grand jury has met. More than half the grand jury has voted out a true bill. As they say in Latin, habemus indictment. Actually, they don't say that in Latin at all. I'm just pandering to Latin Americans. Anyway, there's an indictment. It's still under seal. It will remain under seal until it's unsealed by a judge, and most likely that will be done simultaneous with a proceeding. It's the Stormy Daniels case. What else is in there? We really don't know, but this is a milestone. Donald Trump, during his presidency, frequently relished saying, no president has ever done what I've done. Well, he can say it again because no former president has ever been charged with a crime until now. He is still making history.
Jim?
Well, as I am considering this, and we don't know what the substance is, so if, as has been speculated, although not strongly, it could relate to some other aspects of his business unrelated to the Stormy Daniels thing. I have no idea, obviously, yet what's in this, but I'm looking back at years now, since 2016, of a focused, targeted effort to take out a political opponent, utilizing every aspect conceivable of American law to find something that would bring legal harm upon a man who at first was running for president of the United States when this process began, and then was president of the United States. We literally had people in the United States government who were under his administration attempting to find dirt on him and take him down. What's more unprecedented in my mind is this lengthy process whereby someone finally found some pretext, seemingly from this perspective, specious, to get a criminal process underway with a man who was a political pariah in the eyes of some. And the historical nature of this is not just that a former president has been indicted on criminal charges, but that this particular one, under these circumstances, after a massive witch hunt. I personally predict that there's nothing of substance here, and that it will, as other things, be used to hamper his political prospects as opposed to come into some sort of justice. But that's where we are. This is the state of American politics and of American culture. And now we're going to see how it plays out from here.
So I'm just going to read out summaries in a bit. let me do a quick tweet on this. Dylan and Harry, I'll give you the mic, and then I'll read out summaries by New York Times and Fox, how they've covered this and what we know so far. They're updating it as we go, and I'm looking at a few other sources. Ricardo, I know from the team, if you can send through in the group any news, any updates live, so we can share them in the group, that would be great.
Sure.
But Dylan, would love your thoughts,
So
and
just
Harry. Go ahead,
just before
Simon.
Dylan goes in, so what the latest information we have is that he has been indicted. The specific information, it'll be unsealed over the next few days, they presume, and so we'll have more information about the specifics of what the prosecution is or what has been. Sorry.
Yeah, that's correct. I have conflicting sources on when the grand jury voted. I have one source telling me that it was today. I have another source who told me that there was actually a vote on the indictment earlier in the week, and rarely, if ever happens, but the way this works in New York, the New York court system, is once at which the people of the state of New York versus Donald John Trump becomes a thing.
Andrew, just a quick question. So do you think that the reason why because remember, we heard reports that it's been delayed for a month. So are you saying that was all basically essentially a facade in order to basically...
No, there's a break. That grand jury hears other cases and does other things, and they're taking a break. And so it's not.
So 1 second. So that grand jury is taking a break, but it didn't take a break from the Trump case, did it?
No.
And the reason I asked that question is because that's what the impression that everybody was given at that time.
That's the impression, because there was.
Cole, I think you're just disconnected.
Dylan, Mario was going to bring you in. What were your comments?
Yeah, thank you, Mario, and it's an awesome space here. I'm happy to be with all of you today. It's just another dereliction of justice. I think, me personally, I don't care which political aisle you're on, I think you deserve a free and fair trial. This guy has been under investigation for the last 7 years since he walked down an escalator. I don't believe that anybody in this country should have to go through the stuff that this guy has gone through. But yet we have a president in the White House that is getting $54 billion from China, and yet they don't investigate him. This is a double standard of justice, and this has to stop right now, because we are going down a dark path in this country, and this country cannot take it anymore. This is a weaponized system of justice, and we need to stop this now. And also, this will increase his odds of winning 2024 much more. It's just unbelievable what's going on in this country. We need to fix this justice system.
So what will happen to him? Just for anyone that knows, I'm just reading this out, and probably Andrew, can you hear me, Andrew? So Trump will be fingerprinted. That's number one. Number two, he will be photographed. You'll get that famous photo. He may be handcuffed, which we think is unlikely, but we'll have to wait and see. And obviously, Trump did post on Truth Social that he will be in handcuffs. I think he mentioned handcuffs. And then he'll be read the Miranda warning, the standard one. He'll be told that he has the right to remain silent and the right to an attorney, etc. So these are the routine steps for felony arrest processing in New York. And that's most likely what will happen next with Trump. So just for anyone that's wondering what the next steps would be. But sorry, jump in, whoever was.
Real quick, I was just going to say this. Let's be careful not yet to call it a felony. We don't know that for certain. It's still sealed. But it is at least a state criminal charge.
But they are criminal charges are. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, but they are felony. I'm just saying the felony is referred to. Fox referred it as a. So these are among among the routine steps of felony arrest processing in New York. That's I'm quoting directly here. Oh no, sorry, that's the New York Times. Okay, just disclaimer, not the Fox. I've got Fox and New York Times open here.
Yeah, very great caution. We don't know for certain that it's a felony. It very well may be, and I'm not saying it's not, and there's a good chance that it is, but we don't know that yet, and that's kind of odd for the New York Times. But that's the felony processing process, and I think that they were willing to utilize a review of that process as a way to throw in the word felony before we know for certain that it is, and it may be, but we just don't know that yet.
But Jim, if it wasn't a felony lawsuit, or a felony arrest, what would it be?
Well, there was the state charge related to his business books, which was not necessarily a felony. I'm not trying to.
But if it's not a felony, what is it, a misdemeanor?
Whatever. I don't know.
I just find it interesting that Jim is taking the position that we don't know if it's a felony or not, but just moments ago, here. I predict there's nothing here when we don't know, right? And there's clearly something here. An indictment is not voted on. If anybody has any basic understanding of the justice system, whether it's New York, whether it's Alabama, you can pick your state. An indictment is not voted on unless there is sufficient evidence, right? This is the way the justice system works. And by the way, if I could continue, and then Dylan saying we're going, this is a dark path, we're going down a dark path. This is not a dark path. This is holding people accountable. You should be in favor of this. We don't know what the grand jury has. If there is reason to believe that Donald Trump committed crimes, and there is, because a grand jury just voted to indict, and there's plenty of evidence in the public. But if they have enough evidence to convict him, you should be in favor of this. Justice should be enforced across the board equally. If you're Donald Trump, your presidency doesn't matter. You're an American citizen, and nobody is above the law. And that should be the fundamental principle that everybody has, regardless of political affiliation. I'd say that about Biden. He's my banner on this. I am a big supporter of President Biden. But if a grand jury votes to indict Donald Trump and they have evidence, President Biden, and they have evidence to prove that he broke the law, indict him. Indict him. But for some reason, these Trump supporters do not hold that same standard. They think that there's a different level of justice, and because his name is Donald Trump, he should be treated differently. It's disgusting, and this is a perfect. It's disgusting, and this is a perfect example of the justice system working, not failing.
Harry, the justice system has been going after him for a long time, but
reasonably
all,
so.
I'm not holding
Just before you respond,
Harry.
So. Jim, before you respond as well, just going clarity. So Trump, and we've got Nick on stage. I'm sure Nick will end up being there any minute now. He's probably on his way. But Trump will be accompanied by armed agents of the U.S. Secret Service from the moment he's taken into custody until his appearance before a judge. So I just want to mention that as well. I'm trying to go through the process so people know what to expect next, which will be a good question after, Jim, you respond to Harry. It will be a good question is like what that means politically. I know we've discussed it a lot, but now knowing the process that he'll go through, the narrative of the deep state, etc., targeting Trump, it will just gain ground, in my opinion, after people see images of him accompanied by Secret Service and potentially being handcuffed and those photographs and stuff. But sorry, Jim, I'll let you respond.
Yeah, Harry, first of all, you assume I'm holding myself out as a Trump supporter. And this is why sometimes, and I'm going to make my point, but let me just quick tangent here. This is why these things devolve, because what happens is people assume someone is in a certain place because of the fact that they, as in my case, I'm expressing some doubts upon the process. And, quite frankly, Donald Trump, many things that he did really ticked me off. I'm very vocal about when I disagree with him. He spent way too much money. He messed up the COVID thing. There's some real problems here. So don't make that assumption. I'm concerned about justice too, Harry. And I'm absolutely convinced that we do have a two-tiered and a multifaceted justice system that is utilized for political purposes. In my opinion, evidenced by the fact that here's Peter Strzok, who lied to General Flynn and tried to get him into a trap and was successful in doing so. And that was a total political use of the justice system. And so we've got a very serious problem. But and I appreciate you saying that, you know, if Biden is found within a grand jury, that he should be indicted too. But again, your statement about indictment being such a massive problem, indictment is a relatively low standard to get to. It does not prove guilt in the least.
I didn't say that.
And therefore, and Harry, I'm going to finish my point. So just
you
quiet.
interrupted me earlier. Okay, buddy, chill out.
Harry, be quiet. I did not
Excuse me,
interrupt
buddy.
you. Now
Relax,
be quiet.
relax. You're
Be
a dog.
quiet now. Harry,
Excuse me.
shut your
Relax,
mouth.
buddy. Relax. Fuck up.
All right, guys, come on. So Jim, I'll let you finish.
Listen, here's the deal. The reality is we do not know that he's guilty of anything. If it is based upon his payments to Stormy Daniels, which, by the way, I find abhorrent on a moral basis, totally abhorrent. But if it is based upon the payments to Stormy Daniels and what we have known so far related to the claim that he misstated it on his tax returns, I'm not finding that something that is so revelatory that we are in a bad place. If it is something more than that, then we can judge it at that time. But if it's based upon what we know so far, no, this is a frivolous indictment that is absolutely unnecessary.
So before you respond, Harry, hold on, just guys. Yeah, I'll let you respond next. Just quickly, I want clarity on one thing, Andrew, and then we'll go to Harry to respond. Andrew, I want to read out one thing here. After he's arraigned, he's almost certain to be released on his own recognizance because the indictment will likely contain only non-violent felony charges. Can you explain what that means?
Non-violent felony, first offense, New York bail laws being what they are. Yeah, he's going to be released. He's not going to jail pre-trial yet. Because when he's released on his own recognizance, and I have a nice 2,000 plus.
And recognizance essentially, just to explain, it's like essentially certain conditions he has to meet.
It means he gives his word he's going to show up for his court appearances. But let me finish here. I have a 2,000 plus word feature in the Independent about this from this morning. He will be given conditions of release. Those conditions may be. He has to remain in. He's not allowed to travel overseas. He may have to surrender his passport. He may be told that he cannot make certain public statements about the case. Judges can impose all sorts of release conditions on a criminal defendant, and from all the folks I've talked to. That's going to be a problem for Donald Trump because he's Donald Trump.
Andrew, what is the likelihood that they actually implement a gag order that you're referring to?
It depends. It depends on how he conducts himself, and based on how he has conducted himself in the past, I would say it's better than even money. I'm not saying it's going to happen immediately at his initial appearance, but I'd say better than even money that at some point in the near future, there is some sort of partial gag order placed on him that says he's not allowed to talk about certain aspects of the case. He's not allowed to talk about parties to the case, witnesses, that sort of thing. And that's that's for a couple of reasons. That's one, to keep the defendant from threatening witnesses, which is a crime on its own, or threatening other people. It's also to protect the jury pool, because just like the district attorney has certain things he can and can't say in public, criminal defendants get a lot more leeway, but he can't poison the jury pool.
So if that is the case, if there are, other than the facts of the case itself, if there are greater restrictions placed on him by a judge, which hopefully there is a sane judge that's going to recognize that even if there's a good reason to indict a former sitting president, that this is obviously a political prosecution if they are intending to gag a man running for president. That's proof positive of this being a political indictment instead of anything realistic.
Well,
now,
no,
Andrew, you may agree.
Jim,
you may think. No, hold on, Andrew. I mean, definitely respond. But let me say this: you may think
that this is a serious matter, and I think every judicial process is a serious matter. But we cannot, in any shape, form, or manner, sit back and be content with this grand jury indictment in the midst of a presidential campaign. Everyone knew it was going to be a presidential campaign. And Andrew, you have to agree with me. If this is about what we know so far are the potential charges related to the processing of this payment to Stormy Daniels, then that makes this an even more political prosecution than anything else, because all it would be doing is, if you go in an expansive shut your mouth approach to Donald Trump, then the intention is, even by that judge, to stop a presidential campaign. You can look at it no other way.
Well, Jim, I'm going to call bullshit on that, because if a judge, if the judge is not going to say you can't campaign, you can't have rallies. What the judge is going to say, possibly, maybe, I don't know. I'm not a judge in New York State Supreme Court, and I'm not a lawyer. But what it's possible that a judge will say is, you cannot talk about the parties to the case. You cannot talk about witnesses in the case.
Let me quickly call
you have to make your case in court. You got to make your case in court.
That
would be fair.
Listen, that is fair. I have no problem with that. But Andrew, what I'm saying is, if they and I said this in my run up there, if they expand it beyond the facts and situations with the case involved, if they expand the gag order further, if they restrain him geographically other than internationally in any way, then yes, it's a political prosecution. You can look at it no other way.
Jim, I'm going to respond to you there. I don't think that's going to happen, at least at first. I think
no, I don't either. But
I think if he Jim, this is the thing, and I mean, if you have conditions of bail being released on bail without cash bail, whatever, that's a privilege for anyone. Donald Trump or me or you, that's a privilege. So if a judge puts conditions on,
actually it's the law of the state,
yes, in New York, but still, once you're out, you have these conditions, and if you violate the conditions, you might get more restrictive conditions, and then if you violate them again, you might get yet more restrictive conditions.
Which, Andrew, is the very point that I'm trying to make here. First of all,
so you're saying it would be. So you're saying
you do agree with me that if this is about his accounting of the payment in his business books, that you do understand that in this particular context, that's a frivolous lawsuit. Like, there's nothing major that's been done here. Right?
Is that a crime? Jim, I'm not even. I don't know what's in the indictment.
We don't. I'm arguing on the basis.
Well, it doesn't matter what you think of the case. It's a case. It's in front of a judge, and a judge puts out release conditions. And if he violates them, the judge might impose more restrictive ones. That's not.
No.
That's not evidence that's political. That's evidence that he couldn't abide by the first set of conditions, and he pissed off a judge. I mean, come on.
But Andrew, this is exactly why we haven't indicted former presidents up to this point. Sometimes, by the way, when everyone was calling for George W. Bush, who I think was a crappy president, but when everyone was calling him out for potential war crimes, this is why we don't process these things. I'm using that as just a quick example. Many things that people accuse George Bush of, many things that may have been potentially indictable. The reason we have not indicted presidents up to this point. Now, if he really did shoot someone on the street and his supporters, would still support him anyway, that would be a reason to indict a former president. Okay, but when we're talking about these sorts of things, there's a very serious issue that we have involved here, and you better be very cautious about what you're attempting to do. We have a prosecutor who ran for his position on the point of trying to indict Donald Trump, one specific person. That's bad enough, by the way.
I'm not sure that's true.
Go look at his campaign videos. I didn't mean to cut you guys off, but I wanted to jump in because I just have a quick few things to say. I got to get off of here. But no, it's good to see you. No, I mean, it is true. And if I can get some time tonight after this call, I will send you some videos later.
I admit I didn't
chance.
follow. I don't follow New York local politics. I'm not. I don't live in New York, and it wasn't. I don't get paid to, so I don't.
Well, no worries at all. But there were quite a few videos from Letitia James as well as Alvin Bragg,
but
where
if we're talking about Letitia James, that's a whole other thing because this isn't.
Well, sure, but it doesn't matter at the end of the day if we're really, getting into the semantics of it. These people said that they're going to indict Donald Trump in their campaign, whether they were doing an interview or they're doing a campaign video for, their own purposes. They wanted to indict Donald Trump, right? And now we sit here today on such a petty charge, if anything, where you look at what Nixon did, you look at what some of these other presidents have done in the past, totally gotten away with it. Right. And then you look at this and they want to go after Donald Trump for something that he allegedly did or did not do. I don't know. But at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter because it's so stupid. And if anything, if they were going to go after him for anything, I would look for the craziest thing. Right. Like all of these allegations he has. Right. Like go for the craziest thing. Not the stupid thing here.
Well, you do have two other investigations,
right?
I mean,
so
let
me finish on this.
Andrew, just let Ryan finish.
Let me
and then maybe Slam, I'd love you to introduce Jenna as well. She's back on stage. Go ahead, Ryan.
No, well, it's good to see you, Jenna. What I'm trying to get
to see you
is that it looks like hyperpartisanship. You have a guy who has pledged to go after Donald Trump, now has an indictment in his hands based on whatever evidence, no exculpatory evidence, of course, because it's a grand jury, going forth with an indictment. Now, right, this isn't a conviction. This isn't, we're in the beginning stages of this.
That's not quite true
but
in
it's
New
had
York.
the gall to do this, right? Yeah, it is New York. I get that.
Yeah.
But the long term of this thing for many people, I've even got texts today. I got 3 texts within the last 15 minutes from people who were DeSantis supporters, friends of mine who said, all right, that's it. They're done. You are going to see a turnout like you've never seen before in the history of turnouts because now you turn him into a martyr. Whether you like to say that or not, he's been turned into a martyr. And people are going to turn out in levels you have never seen before in the history of this country to vote for this guy.
Whatever. That's such crap. That's such crap.
It's not crap. It's not crap, Harry. You're a TikToker. It's not crap.
There's no independent voter out there.
Real quick.
Wait, excuse me. There's no independent voter out there who's looking at the situation and saying, I'm an independent, but now because Trump is indicted, I'm going to vote for him. It's such crap.
So I can hear
Trump getting indicted absolutely hurts him. It 100% hurts him. And by the way,
it doesn't hurt him.
Not only has he been indicted in the state of New York, not only has
never happened in the
So guys, just quickly, I'll give you the mic. I know Harry, you want to jump in on this one, Ryan. I'll let you finish your point, Ryan. I want to introduce Harry. Just want to introduce Jenna as well, who's able to jump in, and I would love to get your thoughts, Harry and Gabe and others who've been waiting. Sorry, Ryan. I'll let you finish off.
Yeah, no, thank you, Mario. No, well, I'll just finish off with this. Harry, whatever you do, respect you for that. You're in this younger generation like we all are. You're doing something different. I respect you for that. But I will say this. There have been a lot of people who have said that if this were to happen, that would be the straw for them. Because this has never happened in the history of this country, not even to Nixon for what he's done. And so
Harry, I'll give it my Harry.
Anyway, I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, so we had Harry, for example, Vivek came on up. This is one example, but Vivek came in on the show, and I think a few liberals as well, and I'm gonna invite them. That came in that said like we don't like Trump. Vivek obviously is running against Trump, but they were against this particular indictment. There's a few investigations into Trump, and they said some of them. Go ahead, Harry.
That's perfectly fine. They can be against this indictment of Trump, but that's not meaning that they're going to go vote for Trump now, right? You can be like Andrew Cuomo. I despise Andrew Cuomo, by the way, but he's a Democrat. He said, I'm not for going after Donald Trump. Does that mean that Andrew Cuomo is going to vote for Trump? No. And again, I want to reiterate, the evidence against Donald Trump in other cases is compelling. We just saw attorney-client privilege the other day being pierced, not only by one judge, but 2 judges upheld that ruling. And Donald Trump refused to appeal because he knew he would lose. And that's a significant legal bar to hit when you're using attorney-client privilege in the documents case. Don't even get me started on the January 6th case where Mike Pence and others are going to be were forced to testify and their appeals are going to fail. And don't even get me started on Georgia. Multiple phone calls that we haven't even heard, and the foreperson saying that, yeah, the big name is on the list and whatever you think of her, that's compelling as well. Yeah. So the idea that because of this indictment and because of others, Donald Trump is going to gain support, you are out of your mind. You're not living on Earth, you're living on planet Mars.
Okay, so basically because the China stuff with Joe Biden is compelling.
So guys, Trash, I know Nick was about to introduce Jenna. So Jenna, Trash or Nick?
Yeah, go ahead, Nick.
Yeah. Hi, thanks so much. And I'm actually at an airport, so I apologize if there's a lot of background noise. I'm about ready to board a flight. So
You're just pretty good. You're just pretty good.
Yeah, good. Okay, so I appreciate hopping into this space before I have to go and board a flight. However, I would just say that I think two things can be true simultaneously. One is that the partisan Democrat weaponizing apparatus of the Democrat and never Trumper entire scope of the entire apparatus is trying to get Trump because they hate him. They don't want him to become president again. They are out to politically weaponize all of this. And that's all that this indictment is about. That can be true. And the second thing can be true as well. But I agree with Harry that I don't ultimately think that this is going to be a net positive for Donald Trump. And I will tell you why. I think that it will only solidify his base, but his base is only maybe 30% of the voters. With the independents, the moderates, the establishment Republicans, and even the Democrats who hate Biden, they do not like this cloud of with his campaign finance apparatus, and that is what the Democrats are counting on. And so I don't think that ultimately this is going to be favorable to Trump as much as his campaign, of course, is spending this in his favor. And they're going to say, you know, the weaponization of government is against him, which I agree with. I absolutely agree that Alvin Bragg would not be pursuing this indictment if Donald Trump was not running for president in 2024. I don't think that they would be pursuing this. I don't think Fulton County would be pursuing it. I don't think special counsel out of Washington, D.C. would be pursuing this if Donald Trump was not running in 2024. But I think that the Democrats are savvy in understanding that this is actually a net negative, both in campaign finance and also with the independent voter that only maybe reads a couple of headlines. They're not in the Twitter spaces. They're not in, you know, the Fox News viewership. They're not the hardcore Trumpers who understand what Trump has been through in the last 7 years, what I've been through in the last 6 years, right? What anybody associated with Trump has been through, they're not paying attention to that. They're only seeing the mainstream media headlines. And I think this actually is a net negative. And so as much as we should be all in a nonpartisan fashion against this weaponization of government, we need to be very concerned that this is actually a net negative for a presidential candidate that deserves to run on his own merit. And whether or not anyone thinks that Trump is entitled to a second term in office, whether, you know, as a GOP, you like DeSantis, you like Vivek Ramaswamy better, I mean, whatever, that is up to the individual voter. And if we are all honestly about election integrity, we should be about free and fair elections. And that means two things. That means that Donald Trump should be able to run without the cloud of indictment and political weaponization. And that also means that Ron DeSantis and no one else owes Donald Trump loyalty to get out of the race and can, of course, run in an open primary because that's what America is all about. So I am here to simply say that the Democrats are weaponizing government. And I think that this indictment is a total sham. It's complete BS. It has absolutely nothing to do with the rule of law. It has everything to do with partisan politics. But it also should signal to Donald Trump that he needs to be very careful to not weaponize terms like loyalty and other things against someone like Ron DeSantis, who he himself voted for and endorsed. And he should say, you know what? I'm the best person for the job and I'm the best candidate because I have unfinished business. And if he said that instead of attacking Ron DeSantis and attacking other candidates, then I would have a lot more respect for an open primary and for someone who I advocated for as a lawyer on the understanding that election integrity matters. And so I think that across the board, we need to stop politicizing everything, including the rule of law, the indictment process, the grand jury process, and also free and fair elections and the primary process. So I think that this is all a total weaponization of government, on the indictment side designed to get Donald Trump to be removed. And I think that's a disservice to the people who want to vote for Donald Trump. And I also think this question of loyalty, listen, I'm a Christian. My loyalty first and foremost is to my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. And I am also loyal to my country before I'm loyal to any political candidate, and I'm loyal to my principles. That meant that I voted for Donald Trump in the last 2 elections, but that also means that I welcome other candidates in the primary, and I welcome the free and fair debate over that.
So just quickly, thank you, Jenna. And Nick just sent me this. So Trump has made a statement. He says the following. Nick, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is Trump's statement from 2 minutes ago. Yeah,
Yes,
Nick?
it is.
This is political prosecution. This is political persecution and election interference at the highest level in history. So that was a statement
And
just
also,
now by Trump.
A Trump spokesperson came out and said, quote, "This is not an indictment of a crime. There was no crime." So those are 2 statements that just came out.
Mm-hmm. And I agree with those 100%. I think this is weaponizing government. It's a political persecution, just like everything else against anyone who's been associated with Donald Trump has been politically persecuted. And that absolutely needs to stop. That is a nonpartisan issue. That is an American principle.
Just going through all the quotes. So just David, Gabe, whoever has a hand up, just feel free to jump in and any comments on what Jenna just mentioned.
Yeah, well, I think it's, I mean, I personally think it's funny that Jenna's talking about election integrity when we know that she was censured for telling falsehoods about the 2020 election. So that's, I just want to kind of put that out there.
That's absolutely false.
We'll stick. I think
It happened, folks.
Yeah, guys. So I think just I'd love us to focus. Ryan, I'd love to go to you or David, but just let's focus on the story here. And the main question that I have, and I think Harry touched on it earlier, is what impact this will have on Trump's election, the election. For the nomination.
Jenna, I've got a question for you, Jenna. So, CNN. And,
yeah, so I think it doesn't help him at all. I don't think this is a net negative.
Gabe, can you hear? Hold on, Gabe, can you hear Slayman or no? I think there's a bit of a glitch.
No, I can't hear.
I'll fix it. I'll bring you down and back up. Yeah, go ahead, Slayman.
Okay. Yeah, Jenna. CNN just reported that Donald Trump was found. It was unexpected. He didn't expect the indictment. Do you think that's an accurate statement?
No, I mean, I don't think that. I think he absolutely expected the indictment because of him. He put out a statement, was it last week or the week before, that he expected to be arrested over this. And so no, I think he fully anticipated this. And I think he knew that the weaponization of government was going to happen and that the Democrats are out to get him. So absolutely. And I think that he, in his wisdom and understanding the media, was the fact that he got ahead of this and he took this into the narrative of, which is correct, the weaponization of government. I think he fully expected this.
I mean, I know people are drawn onto party lines in this issue, but that is a major issue, isn't it? Like basically any scenario you have where you can basically stop your opposition from fighting an election. And he is a legitimate opposition because, you know, people can argue about Ron DeSantis, maybe he's part of the establishment. He is basically the main anti-establishment figure. If you can basically take him out of the elections, even if you don't agree with his policies, doesn't that basically, again, add to the idea that basically the establishment is after him? So even more so than the Democrats, but the establishment.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that that is going to be a huge talking point that the Trump team is going to amplify, that because he was the outsider and he showcased so clearly the depth of the swamp in the Uniparty, the problems with the RNC and the DNC and the deep state, that this is why they're not going to let him not only run, but they're not going to let him close to the White House. And I think that that's why he has such an ardent support base, and he has people who absolutely love him and want to see him have a second term, because he has been so vilified and he has been so persecuted since before he even got into office the first time by the deep state and by the Democrats. And of course, I mean, I think anyone, no matter what your politics are, whether you love or hate Trump, that's just a fact that he has been persecuted because he is an outsider and he has shined the light into how the depths of the truth of what actually goes on in Washington. And as an outsider myself, who came in just because Trump asked me to serve my country and come in and, you know, serve him, I had no idea the depth of the deep state and how disgusting and corrupt the swamp on both sides, on the RNC side and the DNC side. This is why I'm a registered unaffiliated at this point, because I refuse to register as a Republican or a Democrat, because I don't believe in either party anymore because of my experience for Donald Trump.
Can I just quickly jump in here real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
You know, what I think is funny is that the Republicans and people on the right and supporters of Donald Trump will come up with any excuse to not hold Donald Trump accountable. So as Jenna and others have talked about, it's the deep state. Folks, the so-called deep state didn't make Donald Trump pay off a hooker and then falsify business records.
Whoa.
The deep
She's
state
not a hooker.
Donald Trump.
Not a hooker.
That's allegedly.
Excuse me. Okay, allegedly. Sure, allegedly, right? I'm kind of talking about the case today. Allegedly. Nobody made Donald Trump allegedly steal classified documents from the White House and then withhold that information from law authorities. Nobody made Donald Trump allegedly incite an insurrection. Nobody allegedly had forced Donald Trump to call Georgia and try to overturn the state election there. Folks, this is not a deep state. This is just Donald Trump being an idiot, right? When will the Republicans stop blaming fake actors and start saying, yeah, Donald Trump himself just messed up. This is what he did.
Let me yeah, so I'll go, Jenna, I'll let you respond, and then I'll go, Vivek is back on stage as well. So Jenna, I'll let you respond. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
So I'm old enough to remember in 2016 when I defended evangelical Christians, including myself, voting for Donald Trump in spite of his character. Now, I have never excused him for affairs, for multiple marriages, for, all of these things that certainly don't suggest a stellar character. Like, I think that we all understood who we were getting with Donald Trump, and we liked him in spite of all that because he was a fighter. But there's a difference between someone who maybe has fault on a Christian scale and on a morality scale versus what the rule of law suggests and supports. And he did not try to overturn an election. That is a ridiculous leftist talking point. He said to the Georgia Secretary of State, which I wasn't involved in that conversation, but he said, let's find these. Find mean they're out there, they're discoverable. Nothing that he did was criminal. And in the Manhattan case, not only is that outside the statute of limitations, but there's literally nothing that suggests that this is genuinely criminal activity, and at worst it may be a fine. And so while all of you can just inflate all of this all that you want, the bottom line is that nobody, and I find this ironic that everybody on the ultra MAGA side is trying to have this character debate now against Ron DeSantis, and they're trying to laud the character of Donald Trump. That's ridiculous in my opinion, because that's not why anyone voted for him in 2016, because of his character. We voted for him because he's a fighter and because of his policy. And so if the ultra MAGA want to have a character debate with Ron DeSantis, then bring it, because I think Ron DeSantis would win that debate. But I think that it's ridiculous to suggest that character and maybe some moral question is somehow equitable or equal to a criminal offense. And that's the falsity in what you're suggesting, Harry, is that some moral turpitude suggests or proves or evidences criminality. That's just simply false. It's bogus. It's ridiculous.
I'm not, wait, hold the hell up. I am not alleging that it's his moral character that caused him to allegedly commit crimes. It's just who Donald Trump is. That's just the guy who thinks he's above the law. He's above the law. If he didn't think he was above the law, he wouldn't have signed a letter to the FBI and the DOJ saying he gave all classified documents back and then have the FBI have knowledge and evidence to prove that he didn't, and he knew he didn't, right? That's not moral. That's just Donald Trump thinking he's above the law. And I'm not saying it's a moral issue, folks.
So you know what Donald Trump is thinking?
Bad person.
All right.
But Jenna, that's just the display. That's just my opinion on the behavior he displays. But Jenna, you're saying that this whole case is frivolous. This case in New York is nothing. Jenna, are you a grand juror? Do you have intimate knowledge as to what the Manhattan DA is doing? You have no idea whether this case is weak, whether it's strong, because the indictment is under seal. Once it comes out, once we know the evidence, you can speak to it. Great.
So Harry, I will go to Vivek. I know Vivek and Jenna, you both don't have too long. Jenna, you're about to board a plane, and Vivek, you're on the move as well.
And I'll step off. Thanks so much for having me. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Jenna. Thanks for jumping in on such short notice. I appreciate it. Have a safe flight. And Vivek, pleasure to have you as well. You came in when we first covered this and you gave us your thoughts. I think one of your videos went viral as you expressed your concerns with this indictment, no matter what your political affiliation is. I'm referring to everyone's political affiliation. What's your stance now? Was this expected? And what do you think will happen next?
Yeah, so I want to be very clear to everybody. I am running against Donald Trump in this presidential Republican primary, and I hope and expect to win because the voters of this country will elect me to be the next president. But speaking in that capacity, I will say that this is a politicized indictment that is bad for our country. It is fundamentally un-American when a prosecutor applies differential standards to a member of the opposition party, especially when that member of the opposition party is running for president of the United States to attempt to eliminate him from the field. This is the stuff of banana republics. And am I making the case that Donald Trump should be treated differently from anybody else in the same position? No, I'm not. I'm making the case that it is clear on this set of facts that this prosecution would not have proceeded had it not been Donald Trump. I will remind you that Alvin Bragg campaigned on investigating and potentially arresting Donald Trump. When a political prosecutor makes a campaign promise and then delivers on it by actually arresting a specific citizen, that is not the carriage of justice. That is the carrying out of partisan politics, and it is wrong. And I'm worried about it. I'm going to be really honest about this. We are skating on thin ice as a country right now. Okay, America is, I think, in danger of being on its way to its breaking point. I don't believe that has to be the case. I'm running for president to reunify this country, to revive this nation. But this will be a step not towards the national. History will not look kindly upon it. And I think that anybody who is familiar with these charges, and I think on the left or on the right, I've had conversations with thoughtful people, nobody believes that this crime is anything other than a misdemeanor at most if it was ever going to be charged at all. And the only way that they upgraded it to a felony was by tying what was otherwise an alleged misdemeanor, by tying it to other federal campaign finance regulations on a legal theory that has never been tested. So I think that that is smacks of a politicized prosecution. And if you ask yourself the question really honestly, if a Republican president, say it had been George Bush and his DOJ, I gave this example last time, had arrested, say, John Kerry in the middle of a presidential election on what is a campaign finance technicality, everyone on the other side would be crying foul, and rightly so. I would agree with them, because even if John Kerry wasn't my guy, even if Barack Obama or Bill Clinton or anyone else was not my guy for the White House, I was voting for the other guy, I still don't believe we should live in a country where the ruling party, the party in power, uses police power to arrest its political opponents. And I think that this is going to be a bad, I think, generational setback for public trust in our justice system and public trust in our electoral system. And the reason I'm going out of my way to be so emphatic about this is I think those of us who are running against Donald Trump, including Joe Biden, including anybody in either major party, actually has the standing and credibility to say it. And that is why I think it's so important to be very clear about that.
Hi, Vivek. I just
Vivek, one second, Andrew. One second, Andrew. Vivek, one question. Let me just ask a question first. Vivek, I've got a question. I mean, this takes me back to 2020, and in 2020, one of the main things that Biden ran on was basically bringing the country together. Would you say that this move has basically fractured the country even more?
I believe it has. I believe the consequences of it will be incalculable. They're not going to be easily healed. If I'm the next president running to unify this country, whoever that next president is, that job is made that much more difficult by an act like this one. And I'll tell you this, though. President Biden still has an opportunity, okay? If he got on national TV tonight and said, you know what, Donald Trump, he's a guy who should never be in this Oval Office again. I'm running against him because his policies are bad for the country and he wasn't a good leader. Whatever Joe Biden wants to say all of that. Say why you want to run against him. But then come out and say, but even still, I believe that we should live in a country where he should not be arrested in a politicized prosecution. And I believe that the people of this country get to decide who governs. There is nothing more nationally unifying that Joe Biden could do in his entire presidency than to get on national TV tonight and deliver that message.
Yeah,
and I will call on him publicly to do it. I think it'll be good for the country.
Sir,
Can I just quickly ask Vivek a question?
Sir,
hold on, Harry. We'll go Andrew first, if you don't mind.
Just two things there. I'm just wondering how you reacted in 2020 when Donald Trump openly and repeatedly called for federal authorities, the folks under his chain of command, to arrest Joe Biden. He did this on Twitter multiple times in the run-up to the 2020 election. Second, I'm just wondering if you would also consider wanting to live in a country where the sitting president doesn't go on TV and talk about who should and should be prosecuted, because that's not the president's
Let me address
job.
both of those.
Okay.
Those are valid questions. And
Vivek, that can link up to Trump and Hillary Clinton with her lock her up movement. Yeah.
So listen, if that ever got anywhere near close to an indictment, okay, especially while someone, say Hillary Clinton or Joe Biden, were actively running for president, I would feel the same way. And if that was a serious threat, if there was a serious threat that Joe Biden were running against a president in power, and that president in power wanted to use prosecutorial force to stop his political rival,
he did.
I feel the exact same way. This got never. Well, okay, you know what? If this was anywhere near close to even, a grand jury was never impaneled, right? So if you want to talk about a hypothetical scenario, I will tell you that I'm dead set against it. You want my answer? I don't speak for Donald Trump. I speak for myself because I'm running to be the next leader of this country. I'm dead set against it no matter which political party does it. We have to stand on principle.
Okay.
And I will condemn it equally.
All right. And once you're in office, okay, go ahead. Sorry.
You had a second question, which I think is a valid one. So we have a history in this country where anytime from Trayvon Martin to anyone else who's an individual victim that makes for national news, we have a president of the United States that absolutely, under Barack Obama, under Joe Biden, you think about a lot of the politicized or high profile cases. Take Trayvon Martin under Barack Obama. There's absolutely opinions that they've expressed. I think that this is an extraordinary.
Sir, Trayvon Martin wasn't a criminal defendant. He wasn't.
That's right.
He wasn't a criminal defendant.
It's a local prosecution.
No, it wasn't.
It
wasn't a local prosecution.
I'll let you finish first. So you can ask your question.
So yeah, Andrew, I'll let you finish your question. Yeah. So guys, let's keep it.
He never spoke out about when George Zimmerman was on trial. He and his spokespeople didn't talk about that case because it was a local prosecution and it wasn't in the president's orbit. He talked about the shooting.
So Andrew,
he didn't talk about the prosecution.
I'll let you finish your. Andrew, I'll let you finish your question, then we'll go to David and Ryan as well. Ryan, then David, just for questions for Vivek.
Mario. I just wanted to offer my comment.
Cool. Yeah, I'll let you respond to Andrew, and then
and then I got to hop. But the thing I'll say is, this is an extraordinary circumstance, and the question that Joe Biden has to ask himself right now is, he ran on a platform to unify this country. I actually took him at his word. I believed that somewhere in his heart, that is what he wanted to do as the next president of the United States. Today, he has an opportunity to unify the country by saying the person who is his chief political opponent in this country has just been arrested by a member of Joe Biden's own party. If you want to ask me the single greatest way a president can unite this country, it is to say that he wants to win the election and defeat the guy. It's the same thing I'm saying running against him. But that he does not want to see a prosecutor or police power get in the way of that election. If Joe Biden gets on TV and says that tonight, say what you will about other circumstances, that is the single most useful thing he could do to unify this country in his tenure in office. I don't think that's controversial. That will unite the country around that. That's a separate question of whether he'll actually do it. And for my part, running against Donald Trump, that's why I'm going out of my way. Believe me, it is much more convenient to run this race for anybody in the Republican primary if Donald Trump is not in it, or if he's tainted, or if he's marred in some way. But that is not the way we should want to win. And that's a big part of why I think it's important the people running against him, including Biden, have a chance to demonstrate real leadership. So anyway, Mario, you called me. I wanted to make that point, but I got to run.
Thanks a lot, man. I appreciate it, Vivek. Appreciate it. Bye, man. So we'll go to, and just want to read out Vivek's position as well. There's a tweet he did last time when he came on, and he tweeted the following, and he said something similar when he came on the space. A Trump indictment would be a national disaster. It is un-American for the ruling party to use police power to arrest its political rivals. If a Republican prosecutor in 2004 had used a campaign finance technicality to arrest then candidate John Kerry while Bush and Cheney were in power, liberals would have cried foul. and rightly so. Principles go beyond partisanship. So David and Ryan, you want to go first, and we'll go to David to get your thoughts on what Vivek mentioned, what I just read out as well. And for all the speakers requesting to speak, we'll be bringing you up gradually. I know there's a lot of requests to keep the panel going, but go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah, no, good to see Vivek here. I've known him for a little bit. Great guy. He made a lot of good points. Number one for me, and I'm going to get off after I make the statement, but, number one for me is, what's to stop Republican prosecutors from going after Joe Biden after he gets out of office at this point? Because I say go for it. I say go for it because we've seen congressional evidence on Hunter Biden and his family, Joe Biden, payments from China, Ukraine, all this, that, and the third. I don't need to go into details. You can look it up. You can see it yourself. It's been posted. What's to stop that happening? Number two for me is that Joe Biden, most certainly, if he has any sort of respect for the office, knowing that this has never happened before, makes a statement on this. 100%. This is, bullshit charges. We've seen the political arm of this, sort of the angle that they're taking with this. If he has any respect for the Oval Office, the presidency of the United States, and the history of this country, he would come out with a statement saying that, he doesn't agree with this. Going after a former president who is also now running for a second term in office is absolutely ridiculous. And so I would support that. And if he did that, it'd make him a better man, I think, for many people. I doubt he will. Probably won't happen in living in hell. You would never see it. But, I think at the end of the day, this is a very complicated situation right now. Clearly, you have a DA who has weaponized the justice system against this individual, Donald Trump. We'll see whatever the charges may be, but, I will stand with my statement that I said when I first entered this chat, which is that this is going to help Donald Trump. You can say it's a net loss, you can say whatever it is, but the campaign is 100% going to use everything that Alvin Bragg has ever said against Donald Trump, whether that be before office or when he is in office right now. They're going to make campaign ads about that. They're going to spend hundreds of millions of dollars broadcasting that across the country on every channel you can imagine. And people are going to make a determining factor there because they know that this has never happened in the history of this country. They know for a fact that this is very new. I mean, not even Andrew Jackson and all the crimes that he committed when he was in office ever faced any persecution. You can look back to all these presidents who have done things in office that you would say is a crime. And they were never charged. They were never persecuted. Nixon was pardoned, right? So if you look at these types of things, and it's all allegedly, right? It's all allegedly. It's just an indictment. You don't know. We're not in the trial yet. This is a bad stage for America at this point, whether you're Democrat or Republican. And I come at this and I try to, and I'll end with this. I'll say that whether, however you look at Donald Trump, for this to be happening is really a breakdown of democracy, in my opinion. And even if you support Trump or not, this is something that can harm a president in the future for whatever they do in office. And I, take that for whatever you will for the people who are against him, right? But I mean, what's to say that this couldn't happen to Joe Biden? What's to say that this couldn't happen to, the third or fourth president down the line? I'll leave it at that. Thank you, guys. I got to jump off of here. It's been an
Thanks,
honor.
Ryan.
But
Yeah,
thank
and
you,
appreciate
guys.
it, man.
Yeah,
Thanks for coming on. Yeah, go ahead, Trash.
Thanks, Ryan. I appreciate you. Isn't that kind of the point here? Like, you guys, I'll leave my politics and bias aside for a moment. And regardless of who the person is, whoever the candidate is, whoever it may be, right? We have a fundamental system in this country where it's, okay, we have a crime, we need to find the suspect. Why are we pointing out somebody then trying to find a crime? And that's what it appears is happening here. And I would love to hear the argument from that. Mario, I didn't know if you were going to pivot to a statement or anything. If not, I would like to pose that to David.
Yeah, I wanted David to speak, and maybe I'll read out bits and pieces of the statement. So I'll read a small bit now, and then we'll get David's comments because he's been waiting patiently, respectfully for a while. Also, it seems to be glitching. So any speaker that's being dropped, just DM us. We'll bring you up. So it is glitching a lot for different speakers. But I'll read out the statement here by Trump from a few minutes ago. This is political persecution and election interference. I've read that one already. From the time I came down the golden escalator at Trump Tower, and even before I was sworn in as your president of the U.S., the radical left Democrats, the enemy of the hard. So I'm just reading out a statement. The enemy of the hardworking men and women of this country have been engaged in a witch hunt to destroy the "Make America Great Again" movement. You remember it just like I do. Russia, Russia, Russia. The Mueller hoax, Ukraine, 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 impeachment hoax, the illegal and unconstitutional Mar-a-Lago raid, and now this. Quote, the Democrats have lied, cheated, and stolen in their obsession with trying to get Trump. But now they've done the unthinkable, indicting a completely innocent person in an act of blatant election interference. So before I continue, I'd love to get, did he drop out as well? Yes. Oh, David, you're there. Didn't drop out for you. David, I'd love to get your thoughts on what was just mentioned.
Hi, thanks for inviting me. The only thing I'm going to say here is the only one who's made this political and weaponizing it is Trump himself, and he's been doing this with weaponizing the law in different institutions since 2016. And when you think about it, you have so many people watching this case around the world. Why wouldn't why would New York DA choose to indict him if there was no evidence that he did any wrongdoing? I mean, all eyes are on this. There's got to be evidence of criminal wrongdoing, or else there would be no indictment. And so that's what I believe. And like I said, he's the only one who's been politicizing this. He's the only one that's been weaponizing this, including his right-wing propagandists and Fox News. So like I said, everybody's watching this case. Like, why wouldn't the DA just indict somebody that if they were truly innocent? It makes no sense for them to do that if there was nothing on him.
Thanks, David. Patrick, I'm sure you disagree with that. And then Jim.
Yeah, thanks for the invite, guys. I think to me this is a kind of a bizarre act of desperation. It seems so counterintuitive from in the run up to the 2024 election. I mean, this is great for Trump. This now differentiates him from the rest of the Republican field. All the rhinos, the DeSantis camp. The establishment in D.C. and the mainstream media, and everybody knows this, and the polling, including the polling this week with the Wall Street Journal, reflects it. They have a trust issue. There's a public confidence issue. So Trump can now point to this incident, this ridiculous indictment, as absolute ironclad proof that the Biden administration, the DNC, the Democratic machine, the deep state, what have you, are willing to go all the way Brazilian-style lawfare to prevent the front runner from running for executive office. Vivek articulated this much better than myself, but Stormy Daniels, etc. None of this is going to matter in 2024. What's going to matter is the economy, the Ukraine debacle, the price of oil, electricity, taxation. That's what's going to matter. That's what Americans will vote on. And they've just given Trump incredible street cred. The trial itself, this case, if you looked at the merits of it, on its face, it looks like a complete joke.
Sorry to just Trump's just posted on Truth Social. I'll just read it out.
I'll read it if you like, Simon.
Yeah, you go.
I like reading stuff. So I've got two things to read out. First, CNN 7 minutes ago said, where is it? Breaking news. Trump attorney says Trump likely to be arraigned next week. That was 7 minutes ago. And then we do have a post by, and everything's being, the tweet is pinned above. We're adding everything to that thread pinned above just for the audience. These thugs and radical left monsters have just indicted the 45th president of the United States of America and the leading Republican candidate by far for the 2024 nomination for president. Capital letters. There we go. This is an attack on our country, the likes of which has never been seen before. It is likewise a continuing attack on our once free and fair elections. The USA is now a third world nation, a nation in serious decline. So sad. So we're just seeing Trump politicize, rightly or wrongly so, whether this should be politicized. It's a discussion we're having now. But it just seems, and Patrick, the point I've made before, whether you love Trump or hate Trump, I just cannot see how this will not benefit him politically. I just don't see it. So if it is a political maneuver, it's a very silly one, unless unless it backfires on him. Like I think Harry, who dropped out as well, he was kind of making the counter argument. He's like, no, I don't think people will vote for Trump because of this. But from what I've seen in the people that I've seen come up on stage when we covered this last time, including people that despise Trump and liberals, they also had similar concerns that this could rally more support behind Trump. And Patrick, you kind of hinted at that as well. And I see Lev's hand is up. But Patrick, you agree with that statement, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, the case itself, and I'm no legal expert like some of the people in the room, but it seems to me that this could be dragged out for quite a long time, but that they cannot prevent Trump from running for president. I mean, that itself would be a bridge too far. So then it's just like a PR maneuver. And it's very likely that the star witness, at least it seemed like it from the indications we had during reports on the grand jury, that it's a convicted perjurer and Michael Cohen. So the case itself, it looks like a bit of a non-starter, but maybe this was just some way that they could somehow put pressure on Trump or the Republicans to tell Trump to stand down for the good of the country. I have no idea what the ultimate strategy is here, but now the bona fides for Trump are so well established now. This validates everything that he has been saying for in recent years. So I really can't see, unless this is 5D chess and the Democrats did this indirectly to help Trump so that they could run against him in the general. But that's just a complete backward flip conspiracy theory. I think there's just Trump derangement. It's just going to ride.
So I see, Lev, you had your hand up. I'm sure you'd have a different perspective on this. And we do have Dr. Gorka joining as well. Go ahead, Lev.
Thank you, Mario, for having me. First of all, I mean, from somebody that was from 2006 and then onwards, and knows very well how president at the time. And then he did everything he possibly could underhandedly to try to get Joe Biden arrested while Joe Biden was running for president in 2020. So saying that Trump is somebody that shouldn't be touched is Trump has done a lot of things, and he needs to. It's time for him to. If he's innocent, let the court show it. Let the evidence show it. As far as,
but there's a concern. But Lev, there's a concern that the court, especially in your court, will not be objective.
Why won't it be objective? If he's asking for his political rivals to get arrested, and then he does something wrong, and then he gets arrested for it, isn't it what's good for the?
No, but if you have a jury that hates Trump, how's that going to be objective? How's that going to be fair? And then there's the argument of making like any state will not be completely objective, considering how influential and polarizing Trump is. Either they're going to adore Trump or hate Trump, and most likely in New York, they're not. Go ahead.
But that's something that we're assuming. We don't know. We don't know what the jury is going to be made up of. We don't. Things. I think we need to wait to see what he's gonna when they unseal the indictment, what the crimes are. Second of all, when the jury's picked, then you'll get to see what the jury is. You know, if we believe in our juries, Trump than anybody else. That's why we have an American system where we believe that there's 12 people out there that could objectively do what's proper. So if we're saying we don't believe in the jury system, then it's polarized. It could be with a celebrity, it could be with anybody else.
So I want to go quickly before going to Dr. Gorka. Andrew, there was a point made by Vivek. Can you explain it again, if you don't mind, how this was escalated, the technicality of how this escalated from a misdemeanor to a felony? Just objectively, Andrew, can you, because you've been studying the case for a while, objectively speaking, what is that technicality and what is Vivek's concern with that technicality? And do you agree with that concern?
I can do that. I can respond to that quickly before I have to run off.
No worries. Go ahead.
In New York, falsifying business records is usually not a felony, but if the prosecutor can show that you falsified the business records to cover up another crime, then it becomes a felony.
And do you think this is stretching?
I don't know.
I
don't know. I'm not a lawyer, and I haven't seen the charging documents yet.
Okay, fair point. Sebastian, it's a pleasure to have you. Thank you for joining.
Happy to be here.
So we know that I'd love to get your thoughts on everything so far. I know we've covered this together in previous spaces, but just going through the process of what will happen next with Trump. He'll be fingerprinted, photographed. He may be handcuffed. He'll get his Miranda warning read out, the right to remain silent, right to an attorney. He'll have armed agents from the Secret Service with him from as soon as he's taken into custody until his appearance before a judge. So going through all these steps, the conclusion on my end is that politically this is going to give him a lot of ammunition. And you can see already we read out statements by Trump on Truth Social and a statement I think on his website or on his campaign site. He's already doing so. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying he's already giving him ammunition. He's already rallying his supporter base. What impact do you think this will have, and what are you seeing so far in terms of response from his network, from his supporters following the indictment, even though it was expected?
Well, I mean, it was only this news is only about an hour old. With regards to the first issues you raised, it's very, very clear that we have to have, and I just came off a cable news show moments ago, and I sent a message directly through the camera to the director of the Secret Service, Kimberly Cheadle. The President of the United States and former they cannot be handed over to anybody else, and it is the duty of the Secret Service to protect them at all times, when they're awake, when they're asleep, when they're traveling. The idea that Alvin Bragg gets his money shot for his re-election by having President Trump stand in central booking with the whores, the crack addicts, the rapists cannot happen. And the director, Kimberly Cheadle, has to make sure that the Secret Service protects the president at all times. If they want to indict him, they can do it remotely or at a secure location that is chosen by the Secret Service. How is how the 74 million people who voted for President Trump going to respond? Look, as Elon Musk tweeted, I think almost instantly after the first news that we were told was President Trump making it up about Alvin Bragg. We now know it was true. Elon Musk said they've just guaranteed that he will be not only the 45th, but also the 47th president of the United States. Why? Because President Trump, amongst all his other policy achievements, whether it's crushing ISIS, securing the border, making the strongest economy in American history, making us so energy independent, we were actually exporting energy more than we could use it. He has ridden on a platform that the deep state, or if you want to say the unaccountable bureaucracy, is real and has to be disassembled, has to be destroyed, to be now he has the empirical evidence. The charge is now being used to neutralize not just a former president, but a president who is actually to use a British phrase, the leader of the opposition. Even people who didn't vote for President Trump or don't see themselves as politically active will realize what is happening here, that this is the use of state judicial weaponry as a political tool. And like that, that scene at the end of the original Star Wars with, Ben Kenobi and Darth Vader, it's a line I've used before. President Trump will now be stronger than you can ever imagine if they try and strike him down. So this was expected. It's not a surprise. This was either going to be the Georgia case, the January 6th case, or Alvin Bragg's case. But it is utterly astrategic because the Democrats have probably secured the re-election of a man who already is 20, depends on which poll you read, 20 to 40 points before any other potential candidate on the right, including Ron DeSantis.
Well, and yeah, Dr. Gorka, to your point you were making, and I agree with you. We've also noticed, Alan Dershowitz kind of saying the same thing, and I think that there's a case to be made here. Matter of fact, I'd like to get Alan Dershowitz to the space, but this is going to be catalyzing not only for the base, but I believe, and people have pushed back on this, but I believe it's actually going to pull people towards this, and I think it's going to strengthen the resolve, Dr. Gorka.
No, absolutely. I mean, think about it. On a day, look, I've been on Twitter a long time, and I've got like 1.2 million followers, but I've never had what I experienced today. As soon as the news broke this morning of Jacob Chansley, the so-called January 6th Shaman, the naval veteran, being released 14 months early from his outrageous prison sentence, probably as a result of the exculpatory evidence that was provided by Kevin McCarthy when all those tapes were given to Tucker Carlson. I tweeted out one, statement about Jacob Chansley. I said that, this man, I celebrated the fact that he's been released early, and that it's in part thanks to Kevin McCarthy. Within 5 hours, I had over 1 million views. Now, even when President Trump retweeted me, I never got 1 million views of a tweet within a couple of hours. Why did that happen this morning? Because for normal people, for people who aren't ideologically blinded, what they did to Jacob Chansley, a man who was literally escorted through the Capitol by a police officer who at one time passed through a gaggle of 8 other police officers who did nothing to stop him, and then he gets 41 months in prison, was an utter outrage. He is the symbol of injustice and lack of equality before the law, and that's why my tweet resonated with over 1 million people in just a few, couple of hours. So to have that happen this morning, and now this happened with the president, just about, 90 minutes ago, it tells you the reality of the system and how it's being exploited by those who have political agendas and use the federal and local law enforcement as their own political weapons. So yeah, this will embolden the base, this will strengthen the base, and will prove what the president has been saying for nigh on 6 years.
Yeah, and we did see just Trump come out with that video lately about his 10-point plan, about different things, and I think it's, his platform, and I think that message is now going to just absolutely gleam. I am curious, though, so hearing all this, Biden's wins, don't you think that at least this is a cause for concern for that camp?
For the Biden camp, look, this is the peculiarity of the Biden camp, that these are people who... I use the phrase on my national radio show, who are hostages to their own ideology. If you're a strategic actor, a strategic thinker, this is not the way you win an election. This is the way that you empower and embolden the 74 million people who voted for President Trump. So look, when you are prepared to buy future votes with a belief that you will create a permanent constituency by allowing more.
Oh, I think
he's getting a call. You're back, Seb.
At the same time, at the same time as you let in 2 million illegals, you're costing America. This is, Biden's CDC's figures, 110,000 dead in 1 year from fentanyl poisoning. I mean, you're not thinking strategically. I did the math. Since World War II, if you add up Korea, Vietnam, and the GWOT, we've lost 103,000 servicemen and women in combat, 103,000 in 70 years. We lost 110,000 in the last 12 months because of drug overdoses, thanks to fentanyl. So this is the strange situation we're in. We're being led by an elite that not only hates what America traditionally stood for, but don't really understand strategy. They understand hatred. They understand how to muck around with elections and send out, 81 million mail-out ballots. But there's not a lot of Machiavellis or Sun Tzus amongst these people, and that's why they may, just in the last 90 minutes, have lost the last election.
And Dr. Gorka, I agree.
I've got to do a British TV hit now, but one more question.
Oh, yeah, sure. So you had brought up actually the Jacob Chansley this morning, right?
Yes.
Home. What effect do you think that's going to have on existing cases? And I wanted to get Brandon on this after you go.
Yeah. That's a great question. It depends. It completely depends upon the attorneys that the individual people, the individual defendants have. William Shipley, who was the new attorney for Jacob. I had him on my show. He's a professional. He's doing it for justice. If they have good lawyers like William, then they've got a chance. Otherwise, if they're hacks or not competent, it won't have much of an effect. Guys, I've got to jump off. I will.
Yeah, all good, Sebastian.
Come back later. Thanks,
Yeah,
guys.
ping me when you're free. Thanks. And I want to kind of mention, Trash, I appreciate you helping out. And this is interesting. Ron DeSantis tweeted the following 3 minutes ago. No, 5 minutes ago. The weaponization of the legal system to advance a political agenda turns the rule of law on its head. It is un-American. As I continue reading this, I'd love to get Biden's wins and Brandon's thoughts on this. The Soros-backed, again, back to Soros, the Soros-backed Manhattan District, a district attorney has consistently bent the law to downgrade felonies and to excuse criminal misconduct. Yet now he is stretching the law to target a political opponent. Florida will not assist in an extradition request given the questionable circumstances at issue with the Soros-backed Manhattan prosecutor and his political agenda. Would love to get your thoughts, guys. Biden's wins, Brandon, on Ron's position on this.
Sure. For one thing, I hate the usage of the Soros conspiracy theory. It's because people can see that. Now, I think it also goes to show the level of evidence that the district attorney must have had in order to feel comfortable bringing this forward. I think when we additionally, I think it was Lev, who mentioned trusting the legal system. If you ask 12 Americans at random, even in a state with New York, like New York, that has a liberal bias, you're always going to find someone in that 12 that has a Trump allegiance. So I don't think you can find 12 Americans to be put on jury duty that you can fully expect to sell out for the left. And I think when I want to mention something Vivek mentioned about Joe Biden hopping on air to discuss this tonight. I think that that's just something that you can't expect. The president has never been about Donald Trump's criminal, necessarily. I think, we'll leave it up to the Manhattan. Someone that there's going to be this think that, when we talk about the question
Circumstances at issue with the Soros-backed Manhattan prosecutor and his political agenda. Would love to get your thoughts on DeSantis's comments now. And then also, before you jump in, Brandon, I didn't know Joe Biden said that he's going to publicly comment on this indictment. Is that what you said, Biden's wins?
No, I was just responding to Vivek saying
okay.
Biden should. I hate to do this. I got to run. But
yeah, all good, guys. All good. We've got a pretty full panel of speakers coming up, so it's all good. You can feel free to jump off.
Thank you.
Yeah, so Brandon, would love to get your thanks a lot, Biden's wins. Brandon,
well, I guess my response to that particular question is just that I have an appreciation for DeSantis. It sounds like backing up Trump in this circumstance. I think that's exactly what's called for right now. I think there really has to be a unification across the board of the Republican Party at this time, because this is such an unprecedented action. And despite any panelists on this discussion right now who are somehow trying to justify that there might actually be a valid reason for this prosecutor going after Donald Trump when it's patently ridiculous and it's quite obvious on his face exactly what's going on. I think it's time for Republicans to link arms and be more unified than ever before, because this is, I mean, a gauntlet has been thrown down today. I mean, this is, I've been saying for a long time, we're in a cold civil war. And I mean, the ante was just upped tremendously at this point. So I think at this point, Republicans are going to have to band together and start fighting back. So I'm really glad to see DeSantis taking that position.
So there's CNN reports Trump and his team said they were, I will try to get someone from Trump's team to comment. Trump and his team said they were blindsided by the timing of this indictment Thursday, and today, as according to multiple Trump advisors who told this to CNN. Trump's team had planned for an indictment for the last 2 weeks, but following recent reports that the grand jury would not be meeting on the case, believed it would not be likely to come for several weeks. Some sources told Trump, some close to Trump also said they thought Manhattan District Attorney official indictments, and obviously that did not happen. So we will get some prosecutors on the stage, but Robert, before going to Joe and TJ, Robert, could that mean they have more evidence than we know of? I know we've touched on this before, but does that kind of reaffirm that point we've made in previous spaces?
No, I think that the ends justifies the means here. That Alvin Bragg had very little, and we this has been so publicized. You know, it was a business records case. It was a payment for an NDA, and whether you classify that as legal expenses, I mean, you can't make that a felony even 7 years after the fact. But that's not the point here. They want an indictment. They want to try to block him off the ballot box in various states, and maybe some of the state election officials are, you know, off the ballot, even if he is indicted or convicted. These bogus charges, but it's to make up a claim about election.
Do you really?
Even the FEC said even the FEC said they couldn't prosecute, and the Supreme Court didn't even indict him there. So this was these are outside payments for an NDA, if they were at all. I'm not even sure, but Alvin Bragg has nothing on this. So all they just want
just to kind of add, and Robert, just to add before Ed, I know, sorry you jump in, but Trump is expected, according to an attorney who told us to NBC News, I'm sort of added to the thread above, Trump is expected to surrender to the Manhattan DA's office early next week, his attorney told NBC News. So that just came out from NBC News 7 minutes ago. I've just added it to the thread. Let me make sure the thread is tweeted above, and I'll put it on my profile for anyone wants to keep track of everything we're discussing in the space. We're putting it there for everybody. But Ed, you had something to jump in before TJ?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we can say that it's entirely based on Cohen. We know there has to be other evidence, other witness testimony. It's not just going to be based on one witness who has been caught lying in the past under oath. If Bragg did that, then I'm saying that's a stupid indictment. But I guarantee you that there's other evidence, either in the form of documents or in the form of other witness testimony, that will corroborate what Cohen has to say.
Yeah, and again, but what we've seen so far, I've been paying attention to the reporting, and I haven't seen who they've been bringing in. And they actually, what they kept reporting, that they were putting it off the next week, they were putting it off the next month, and then all of a sudden we had a couple things happen, and now at the end of the week, they didn't actually take a break, and now they are indicting. And so it makes me question, because it doesn't seem there's been any kind of movement. They've been pausing. They've been reporting that there has been no additional grand jury meeting actually for the Trump case. So why all of a sudden the indictment's coming down today, I think begs some questions, Ed, to be fair. But Joe, what are your thoughts on that?
No, I think so many people in here, and there's no other way to say it, are full of shit. Calling it bogus They don't know. We don't know if it's bogus now. We haven't seen all the evidence. We have no clue.
But Joe, the fact that it was stretched, sure, the way what Vivek mentioned of how it was stretched from a misdemeanor to a felony, doesn't that kind of hint to it being political? At least that.
I don't think so. I actually think today is one of the best days in America, not because of Trump, but because the Clintons had a ton of stuff going on, and they should have probably been investigated and brought to trial. Bush hired the SEC person that was going after him, hired him into the DA. Like the continuously, there's been politicians or elite that have been accused of doing things, and it kind of just disappears. This sets a new precedent. I'm sorry, but there's thousands of Americans who have been brought to trial on a lot less evidence than being presented against Trump. And so I think today's a good day. They should not be treated any different than any normal American. If there's evidence that a crime was committed, there's a trial that's conducted. If he's innocent, he's let go. Do I think it'll stick? No. But finally, a precedent has been set where the ruling class should be treated the same way normal Americans are. And I still don't think it's completely even, because you need a lot more evidence than you need Joe Schmo or anyone listening to this space right now. You could be brought to trial with a lot less.
Okay, but Joe, that also
I think it's a
brings
good
the
thing.
point up that you just made, that we're now showing that the ruling class can be charged just as every Joe Schmo can. But would every Joe Schmo be charged with what we're seeing here? I mean, we're talking about falsifying business documents, no?
Well, so Nick, I don't think we know exactly what he's being charged with.
Exactly,
also,
we don't know. Guys, what is this magical? What's this magical door number 4 that you're referring to?
Robert, we also saw.
What's
David
the door
Pecker
number 4?
And
What is the door number 4? What do you think it is?
I don't know what it is. None of us know what it is. But we know that he's been investigated as far as Trump Organization and all that, the business dealings. The organization was convicted of fraud on 18 counts, I believe. We know there's interest in perhaps having Weisselberg testify. We know David Pecker testified, so that he's going to corroborate Michael Cohen, and he's a legitimate witness. He's not somebody who has lied under oath, and he can probably corroborate much of, if not most of, what Cohen had.
What do you need? What do you need? What do you need to say? Hey, okay, now I think this looks political. Number one,
well,
and number two, if it is politically motivated, even slightly, mildly politically motivated.
So it's not a misdemeanor because they likely. Wouldn't have had a grand jury for a misdemeanor. If it's something that hasn't been tested before, but at least probably pleading guilty to a misdemeanor to get out of it.
Yeah.
So as far as what I need to see to say it's just all politically motivated would be if they say, okay, we're just coming after him for a misdemeanor. I'd be like, okay, that's stupid. Don't do that. That's obviously politically motivated.
Chris Guys, so a lawyer who represents Trump in a civil case brought by New York State, called the indictment, quote, the lowest point in history for our criminal justice system. That was 8 minutes ago. What was once the most respected and revered district attorney's office in the nation has been fully bastardized by an opportunistic politician seeking nature of the prosecution should strike fear into every President Trump. TJ, would love your thoughts on this, and then we'll go to John.
So I happened with this and Trump. And to Joe's point,
that if you are the wrong elite, you can be prosecuted for this. Said was not an election finance violation. So it's extremely stretched if it's even valid. So I'm just thinking back to August 2020. I was having dinner with a man named Jeff Deist. He's the former president of the Ludwig von Mises Institute, and one of his biggest themes in his academic work is that we're moving into a post-persuasion America where politics has finally dropped its pretenses. Democratic nations have hailed the ballot box as a veil to ensure the ballot is a substitute for bullets, but now it's becoming abundantly clear that politics is becoming even closer to war than it is as well. Again, the elites are not...
Hold on, Joe, just sorry, before giving you the mic statement. So Bragg's office just sent out a statement. This evening, we contacted Mr. Trump's attorney to coordinate his surrender to the Manhattan DA's office for arraignment on a Supreme Court indictment, which remains under seal. Guidance will be provided when the arraignment date is selected. And I know, Joe, you want to jump in, and TJ had more to say, but I'd love to put in Matt Couch's thoughts on this. He's been with us for a while, Joe, if you don't mind. Matt, yeah. I know you had a glitch earlier, Matt. We'll go to you in a bit, TJ. Matt, would love your thoughts on what we've seen so far as developments happening every couple of minutes.
Yeah, it's moving so fast, and running the media side, it's been nuts. So I apologize for being in and out. But I think anyone who thinks that Trump's going to be marched in and fingerprinted or handcuffed and mugshotted is delusional at this point with Secret Service protocol. I've been on the phone with Secret Service agents, former ones, as well as FBI agents. It's not going to happen, folks. It's just not going to happen. It would violate national security protocols. I mean, what are they going to do? They're going to lock down the entire area, kick out everybody from NYPD that they don't trust. He's a hard target. It will never happen with the Secret Service. It's just not going to happen. I think that's something that people are kind of getting in an uproar for nothing over this. They'll end up negotiating something more or less. The Ron DeSantis news with the lack of extradition is going to be interesting because the state of Florida is going to fight the extradition of Trump now. DeSantis has came out and backed Trump, says he won't. He will have nothing to do with extraditing him back to Manhattan or to the state of New York. This is going to be a real political mess. And it's been a really, really nasty week in America with school shootings and politics. This has just been one of the most horrific weeks I've had to cover in my lifetime in politics. It doesn't matter if you're left or right. This has just been a terrible week on all fronts to try to cover this. It's not good for the country on any level, Mario. It's terrible that we're at this state as a nation. I agree with, what one of the presidential candidates said earlier when he was in here. This is just one of those times where this is a chance to, there's a chance for Joe Biden to come out and say, hey, look, I don't like the weaponization and the politicalization of arresting political opponents. This is America. It's, if it was something, nasty, espionage, something along those lines, I don't think there's a conservative or a Republican or even a Trump supporter that wouldn't say, hey, we're interested in this. But the fact that it's over Stormy Daniels, a porn star who's got multiple notarized documents as well as affidavits where she says she's never slept with him. You've got Michael Cohen's law firm who's put out multiple statements saying that Trump never had anything to do with it and none of his money nor campaign funds were used. I'd love to see what this is because we're hearing this as the hush money argument. So this could play out for years in court, especially if it's at the Supreme Court in New York. Trump could be president of the United States and pardon himself at that point by the time this thing even gets to a courtroom. So
I don't think he could pardon himself because it's a state crime. He wouldn't be able to pardon himself. But I don't know if the DA, I don't think New York State would, go forward with it while he's a sitting president.
I agree, Ed. I agree, brother. I do.
Yeah, so Matt, basically what you're saying is this situation is going to play out differently from what we're hearing in the media. Do you believe that Trump will actually surrender in New York City, or did you say no?
I'm probably the wrong guy to ask. If I'm Trump, I let him put me in handcuffs and I get a teardrop tattoo for the next time I'm on stage. That's what I would do. I'm just being straight with you guys. I would play to it. I'd be like, they put me in jail. They arrested me. They've came for me. I'm the only one protecting you. If I were him, that would be my MO. No one gets out of these situations. No one turns a horrible situation into gold like Donald Trump. And who knows what he's going to do. He's, for all the times everybody on both sides of the aisle says he's done or he's not a smart guy, he comes out smelling like a rose. and I would be stunned to see if he doesn't pivot here, Nick, and do something that shocks everyone. I don't think we're going to really know until early next week.
You know, I don't think what DeSantis said has any relevancy whatsoever, because Trump won't give DeSantis that win and actually, say, I'm not. I think Trump's going to turn himself in. He won't just sit there and be like, I'm not turning myself in, and then expect DeSantis to protect him, because that's going to give DeSantis a win, and that's something he doesn't want to give him right now. So I fully suspect that Trump's going to turn himself in, do what Manhattan wants him to do.
Trump's lawyer did say that Trump will be turning himself in next week, and we read that they said that to NBC about 15 20 minutes ago.
I think DeSantis is kind of trying to play this off like he's protecting Trump in order to keep the MAGA base on his side at least a little bit, whereas he knows it's not really going to come into play.
The one thing I wanted to say, and I agree with what Matt was saying, is, TJ, the point you're making about this being political, and others as well, Hunter Biden's being looked at for charges with the IRS and 2 other charges in Delaware by a Republican DA. Like, if you want to talk about politicized, they can make the same argument. I think it's a stupid argument. We are finally going after and bringing people to trial that look like they did something wrong, and there's evidence that they did. Hunter's being prosecuted by a Republican DA. Trump is being prosecuted by a Democrat DA. Good. The political class should be brought to trial the same way Americans are brought to trial all the time when there's a little bit of evidence. And these guys need a lot of evidence to be brought to trial.
Well, Joe, I might put...
See, no. I want to respond to that directly, because that was in response to what I'm saying. Look, fact is, we should not be lowering the burden of prosecution in order to equalize it out. Less liberty is not the answer. The answer is more liberty. The bar should be higher for prosecution of everyday individuals. And also, a grand jury has not been assembled for Hunter. An indictment has not been handed down for Hunter, even though he flagrantly attempted to purchase a gun whenever he can't under Form 4473. I don't support that law.
Do we know that a grand jury hasn't been assembled? Because they're usually secret, so we don't actually know that.
I mean, I'll believe it whenever I see it, but there's nothing to support the notion that there has been one that's been assembled. So no, there is a dual system of government. Barack Obama, as president, murdered a 16-year-old American citizen by way of drone strike. He's never faced any consequences for that. I mean, again, these elites are all crime families, and this is not going to be a prosecution of equal treatment. This is, simply put, that Donald Trump is the wrong type of elite, and that doesn't mean and again, as you said, like, if we treat the everyday American the way we treat the elites in our criminal justice system, Joe, I'd be happy. But that doesn't mean we should lower the standard for them. It means we should raise the standard for everyone.
Yeah, I agree. You make a good argument about raising the standard for everyone. I agree. We bring way too many people to trial. But we are talking about a person who had a trial or a case every 3 days for the last 30 years prior to being president. His presidency was the least amount of time he's been in court, not the most. He had 3,500 trials in the last 3 decades. So it's no wonder that it's happening to this person. I personally don't think it's because it's Donald Trump. I think it's because it's someone who's been in the eye in New York for many years, for many decades, and 3,500 trials. I mean, what human being can deal with that? He has, and Matt is right. He typically tries to turn it into gold, and a lot of people believe it, and some people don't. And I think that's why people are polarized. But that doesn't mean it's because it's Trump and they're picking just one person. His history has a lot to do with this, right? But I think it's a good thing that we are starting to go after the elites in the political class. You're right. Obama should have faced a trial for what happened to that girl, right? Just like things should have happened with Bush as well.
You know, also,
to put a
Joe,
little perspective on this real quick.
Hang on, real quick. Give me just 1 second. I just wanted to point out that it's not. I understand what Joe is saying from an ideological standpoint. I believe that everyone should be held to account if they've committed crimes. But bringing Hunter Biden up in this, I want to push back a little bit. Hunter Biden's not running for president. Hunter Biden is not a sitting president. Hunter Biden wasn't persecuted as a president in office. Matter of fact, everyone's avoided even looking at Hunter Biden. But they're not the same kind of people. Yeah, but they're not the same kind of people, and that's not the same kind of conversations being had here. Right. So they had, how long? 7 years to bring this case forward. And they're just now doing it when he's a
They
current.
didn't though, because he is president, and they wouldn't prosecute him as a sitting president because that goes against DOJ policy. It goes against probably every policy as far as district attorneys go. So when would have been the right time? As soon as he left office, maybe. But the New
How
York
about before?
investigation did. Well, not when he's in office. They wouldn't prosecute him when he was in office, and that's why they didn't prosecute him when they prosecuted Michael Cohen, even though they were basically collaborating on the fraud that they went forward with. So they wouldn't prosecute him when he was in office. Same reason Mueller said, we can't even recommend obstruction of justice charges right now because we can't say we can charge him. So if we can't charge him, you can't obstruct justice. So they wouldn't go after him when he's in office. So the only alternative would be when he's out of office. And yeah, it's 2 years later, over 2 years later, but an investigation takes time. The Manhattan wasn't necessarily investigating.
Listen, wait. Were there not a couple in impeachments? There have been indictments going on continually, nonstop against President Trump.
But impeachments and indictments are not the same thing.
It's the same. It's all the same political hoax. It's just a different. It's a different flavor of it.
Political, and
it's a political hoax.
You need 66%
and by the way, this is organized. It's not. This is not Alvin Bragg. This is a coordinated effort to keep him off the ballot.
You can say that, but you don't know that.
I do.
I would.
It's
I would be
coordinated.
willing to bet that is not organized, and it is Alvin Bragg.
Look at Georgia. Look at Georgia.
Let's put a little perspective on this, guys. Let's just put a little perspective on this. First of all, there was a reason, a serious reason, why Gerald Ford pardoned Richard Nixon on charges that were far more substantive and truly criminal than this one. Why did he do it? He did it because of everything that we're going through right now in this discussion, because of the way that it breaks down a political system. Now, he did it on very serious charges. Like Richard Nixon truly did commit crimes, and he would have truly been convicted. Hold on, Ed. You had to say, I want to make a point. This is very serious. Listen, the charges as we know them right now, and Ed, you can speculate about all the things that might come out of this. Okay, well, we'll deal with that when that comes up. Here's what we know right now. What we know right now is that Alvin Bragg was at least what we publicly know right now is that Alvin Bragg was looking at this case, which, by the way, the Southern District of New York U.S. Attorney put aside because he didn't have evidence for it. And this is a case of paying money, which apparently we understand Michael Cohen actually paid out of his funds. And then we can talk about all the fungibility of that all we want to. But there is a lot of question about the charge that we know is in front of us. The one that is there is so insubstantial to what Gerald Ford wanted to take care of, because if we're going to politicize what we're doing in our justice system, which, by the way, we also know for a fact that Hillary Clinton had a server in a Denver bathroom where she was violating law by having classified documents go outside of the systems that the government sets up. And we still had James Comey set that aside. The reason we do not do these things is because we get into third world territory. Nayib Bukele, the El Salvador president, just tweeted out, retweeting a New York Times article saying this: imagine if this happened to a leading opposition presidential candidate here in El Salvador. Yes, good point, valid. We have to understand that Alvin Bragg said very clearly that he was going after Donald Trump.
Jim, I'm going to come back to you 1 second. Viral, you're on the ground, and do you have any updates for us?
Hey, how are you guys? Thank you for inviting me to the space. I appreciate it. Yes, I'm on the ground right now. By the way, it's Leroy Press from Viral News NYC. I'm on the ground right now. Alvin Bragg just left the courthouse. There was about a mob of press there. I mean, hundreds of different people from different medias over there just waiting for the picture. He came out with a heavy police escort. There's tons of police on the ground right now. Helicopters are overhead. Tons of NYPD scooters that I will be posting soon on my page. Go follow it. And let's see what happens. I don't know. It looks like a media circus at the moment right now. I don't know what's going to happen with Trump. I know Alvin Bragg just released a statement stating they're coordinating with Trump's attorneys and figuring out how they're going to arrange this arrest. My personal thoughts are they're not going to hold him for long. he is an ex-president, and you can't hold an ex-president in jail. It's going to cost you way too much money. He comes with Secret Service, so we just got to wait it out. I'm also hearing Trump might have his own photographers that'll go in with him and take pictures with him in cuffs. But we'll just wait and see. Like, anything could happen. We live in a crazy world, so anything could happen. Anything could happen.
Do you think that we're going to know the exact day when he? I mean, first of all, is he? And a lot of people are not sure if he's actually going to physically attend. And the second part question is, if he does, do we know what? Do we know the exact date? Will we know the exact date?
I personally don't know that answer. So from what I'm hearing, some of my connections, that we won't know the date. This is from what I'm understanding, and don't quote me on this, but this is what people are telling me from the Manhattan District Attorney's Office. Some friends I have over there, they said they're going to arrange some kind of arrest. We probably won't even know about it, and then they'll release the pictures. At least that's what I'm being told.
Trump will let us know the date. I'm confident in that. He'll let us know the date so people can protest. And so people know that is actually
Mario. The Secret Service have to do advance and sweep out buildings, clear up buildings, put the dogs in.
Exactly. It's not an easy task getting this guy into jail. It's not like they're going to pick me or you up off the street. They like the guy just said before me. They got to do 100% security
Usually
there.
Takes a day or two to scope it out, and then you need like 5 or 6 hours, depending on the size of the building, to clear everybody out, sweep it. It might most likely, if this happens at all, is it probably going to be in a remote location. It could be some innocuous police precinct or somewhere that is easier to secure.
Yeah,
so Matt, you might have
Matt, you got your hand up. Oh, sorry,
yeah,
go ahead.
You have Matt. I'm sure you have some insight in this as well. Somebody that's working, closely with the Trump crew and the Secret Service and such.
Yeah, Secret Service protocol. They're not going to announce where he's going to be. That's something that they despise. If you've ever been around Secret Service or no Secret Service agents, they absolutely despise that. They like the element of surprise. Basically, there's a reason he's 45 minutes to an hour late. There's a reason presidents are normally never on time. And I don't think that this is such short notice, especially with the Manhattan DA and how this is all coming about. I think you're going to probably see, I don't know, it'll depend on the Secret Service. I agree with Ed. Trump would probably love to announce it, but I don't think they're going to allow him to. I could see this being maybe happening in Buffalo. Maybe it happens in a different precinct and it's not announced. And all of a sudden, they'll let certain members of both sides of the media that won't leak it, that the Secret Service approves, probably be there. So maybe Albany, maybe Buffalo, somewhere else
Governor's
in
Island.
New York. Yeah, something like that. But I don't think you'll see this spectacle. First off, I don't think they can control the crowd down there. We've seen the chaos that New York City's under, from de Blasio to Eric Adams. I wouldn't have any faith in anyone controlling it, plus announcing that he's going to be there days in advance.
Exactly.
It goes against everything the Secret Service stands for, and they take their job very seriously. They're heroes. They protect presidents. We haven't had an incident since, my God, I don't think since Reagan was shot by, was shot by the knucklehead who's somehow free right now. I can't remember his name. He plays videos on YouTube still somehow with his guitar, but I don't think it's going to happen. I just think it'll be unannounced. And it'll be privatized. Guys.
I mean, Matt. Based on what you're saying, that's Viral said that he's gonna be taking his own camera, so that adds a lot of credence to your point. So he's not expecting this to be public, but he wants to make sure he gets the photo shot. What do you think?
Yeah, I totally think the same thing. And like I said, this is what I was told by people that are friends with people in the district attorney's office. It'll be very secret. He'll be in and out. Who knows if he even gets in cuffs? If he is, it's probably going to be a photo op. At the end of the day, we got to remember he is an ex-president. He's not some Joe Schmo off the street. And look, I think this is going to benefit him. I'd be honest. I think once he gets those cuffs on him, he's going to put out those pictures, and that's going to boost up his ratings. And I totally think that. And he'll use it to his advantage. He's not a stupid guy. He's a very smart guy, the guy. People say he's stupid. He's not that stupid. He's extremely smart.
Well, and by the way, this just plays precisely to the narrative and the discussion that Donald Trump brought to our policy debates related to what everyone hates hearing the term, the deep state or whatever. Listen, that's what's amazing about this, is that there's no thought to what's appropriate here, what is really valid. Like, we all want a justice system that's fair, but we don't have one that's fair. And all this does is highlight what many people are saying and what their frustrations are all over. This is, and especially in light of the fact that the what we know so far, Ed, of what the indictment may be, that this is specifically a charge that was turned down by a U.S. attorney. And what he's doing, what Alvin Bragg's doing, is he's taking a state charge and he's trying to ramp it up
Actually,
into
I got
a felony.
I got to jump in here real quick because it looks like CNN is now reporting that Trump is facing 34 counts related to falsifying business records.
Jesus
so that was
Christ.
just put out from CNN. Don't have any details on that yet. We'll try to get them, but I thought that was pretty pertinent to the conversation and actually what even Jim was just saying. So.
Guys, look, this is viral news. I got to head back on the street. I went to my car to speak to you guys. I appreciate you guys having me on. Look, go follow my page. I'm going to get a lot more footage. I just posted Alvin coming at the courthouse. And look, be safe and thank you guys and God bless you guys. All right.
Thanks, Viral. Any updates you have, Viral? Do hit us up. We'd love you on stage. So I would love to bring a prosecutor in, Ricardo, in the background. Bring us some prosecutors on board on the panel. So can you share the articles, the CNN article, Nick, so I could put it in the thread that's pinned for the audience?
There you go. It's business records.
Sure.
And it's, I think the core is going to be calling an NDA legal expenses. Let me know how many times anybody else in New York has ever been tried for that. And then apply that justice equally across everybody in New York City. This is laughable. It is such a
Robert, wouldn't you suggest, based upon hearing that now, that there's a possibility that they are trying to ramp it up to putting it next to this supposed FEC charge to make it a felony? I mean, it's just
FEC knocked it down. FEC dismissed it.
Exactly.
Looked at it.
But just back. Guys, hold on.
I just have a question real fast.
All right. So Ed, I know you're jumping in. I interrupted you, but. Just Nick. Pretty big. Does that 34? Can anyone give me any clarity? 34 counts of falsifying business. Anyone at all that can give us some clarity?
This gets into the kind of the minutia of accounting and how you classify expenditures. And if you're calling an NDA legal expenses and that was someone else's payment for that NDA, they're really getting into the weeds here. That is really should not be the basis for going after a political opponent. There are real crimes out there that they should be pursuing, not this bogus stuff.
Well, and Robert, I want your thoughts on this, because consider this for a moment. Let's say that out of his corporate expenses, he paid Stormy Daniels to comply with an NDA that she was willing to sign, and then he
didn't do it. He didn't do it.
And no, I know he didn't. I'm just saying. Let's just for the sake of argument, and let's say that he called that legal expenses. Like if that were the case, which we know didn't happen, but if that were the case, even on that basis, like you're really trumping up a charge because it really is a legal expense, and the reputational aspect is not just for him personally, but also for his business and so forth. But again, that gets a little in the weeds, but that's how absurd the ostensibly what is there to make sure that people in their businesses are reporting things properly when there are others involved or whatever, or based upon your corporation being in the state. Like you can really pick at anything on someone's finances to try to find something that you can charge on.
All right, so we have a confirmation here from Paula Reed from CNN. John Miller tells Aaron Burnett that his sources say Trump charges are 34 counts related to falsifying business records. So kind of supports your point, Nick. Yeah, so I'd love some attorneys. We're bringing some attorneys on stage to kind of give us more clarity. Hold on, Fidgetal's there. Fidgetal, if you can give us some clarity, do come up and just tell us more about this, Fidji. Otherwise, we do have Nicholas. Yeah, Ed, I know. I was about to give you the mic because I did interrupt you earlier. So Ed, I'll give you the mic, then we'll go to Nicholas. Go ahead, Ed.
Yeah. So somebody said that the FEC said that this wasn't something that could be charged. Did that actually happen? Because I don't remember that. Because Cohen was actually charged. He pleaded guilty to FEC violations, which were in relation to what he did with Trump. So can somebody clarify
My
that?
understanding is the FEC investigated it. Look, if they wanted to get this years ago when he was president into an impeachment, they would have tried and got it, but they didn't. I think the FEC investigated these payments and determined that there was nothing there.
Yeah, but wasn't he named as individual one in the charging documents against Michael Cohen, which would essentially put him on a higher level than Cohen, since Cohen did it for him, according to the charging
Don't forget
document?
the fact, though, Ed, that Cohen was charged primarily with related to taxi licenses, and that he already had a serious charge against him there. The FEC did put out a very clear statement, said no, this is not a FEC violation. But so
Right,
you
because
Cohen
they compared it to John Edwards.
because he was
This was not even close to John Edwards, and they lost in the Supreme Court on that. So they said,
I don't. You're saying the FEC put out a statement saying it wasn't FEC violations. Michael Cohen pleaded guilty to FEC violations.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is he was under duress because he had other serious violations, and this is
I don't
hold
think
on.
a judge would allow
let
that
me
in
finish
court.
what I'm saying, Ed. And this is a normal prosecutorial process, whether you like it or not, whether you think it's appropriate or not. Why would you not try to horn in other things with someone's admission? It's almost a forced admission when it was already not a violation.
Maybe Fidgetal can answer this better. If the FEC clearly said that it wasn't FEC violations, could he plead guilty to FEC violations? Could Cohen plead guilty to FEC violations if the FEC specifically said that they weren't?
no. Yes, he did. He got pressured to reduce his sentence greatly in order to lie to make it up as if it were a campaign violation. It wasn't.
So, Fidgetal, you said no?
No, I don't believe so. I think the scope is defined, predetermined, which is actually, I think, one of the biggest questions here is.
Where is that? Is there an article that shows the FEC clearly said that these weren't FEC violations? Because I haven't seen that. I'd like, if somebody has the source of that.
Robert
I'd love
Costello issued a statement that included the FEC thing. It was on Tucker, just shredded Michael Cohen.
But did we actually see a letter from the FEC saying this? Or is it just Costello's word?
I think the FEC put, good question. I'm not sure. I heard it indirectly from Costello, but that Cohen was just flat out making it up. And, he's claiming he was suicidal and he had definitely the motive. He didn't want to go to jail for that long. And he was really coerced into just pulling something out of his rear end to say, oh yeah, well maybe that really was an in-kind contribution that violated FEC. FEC didn't find that. If it were an illegal in-kind contribution, don't you think the impeachment panels, 1, 2, all the other hoax would have found it?
I mean, that's not what he was impeached for. So I mean,
because it wasn't there. And I know you're all.
I don't know.
You and Joe are all super sad now that it's not some magical other jaywalking clause or cause here. This seems that CNN is right. It's documents, and it's the way you classify the expenditures. This is a nothing burger, and it's being blown up purposely to try to block him off the ballot in various states.
Yeah, it's a pretty dumb argument.
Go ahead, Vigil.
There's no way. Listen, is it political motivation? Without a doubt. Is it solely political motivation? Absolutely not. Would they have brought this if it was politically motivated in a way that didn't have a lot of meat on the bones? No, they're not stupid. So this is not just a nothing burger. Will it stick? Different question. Will it be beneficial or detrimental to his campaign or the Democratic campaign? Yet to be seen. I would give more credence towards Trump because he's literally just a megaphone and he's a marketing genius. But to think
okay, let's see all the other
really just really.
Well, Fidgetal, like to that point though, I mean, wouldn't this help Bragg's campaign himself there because of the ideological bent that's actually in that area? Like, isn't this kind of a political move in a positive way for himself?
Not if it causes an absolute shit show for the entire Democratic Party. Like that's small mind thinking.
That's fair. That's fair. I was just, wanted to push back a little bit. TJ, go ahead and get in here.
Yeah, so the problem with the notion that you can't plead guilty after the FEC found no violation is it just doesn't seem, it's just not true, because one, the FEC doesn't handle the criminal side of things, the Department of Justice does, based on my understanding of how that works. Second, even whenever there are cases that are not likely to succeed, that's when prosecutors engage in predatory plea bargaining. It happens all the time, and courts have done absolutely nothing to stop it. It's bad when it's done to anyone else. It's bad when it's being done with Michael Cohen. It's bad when it's being done no matter who it is. Now, I don't necessarily. Well, sure, I'm fine with
exactly. I mean, the FEC, the FEC dropped their charges against me. I still got convicted for the same crime. So it doesn't work that way. The FEC dropped the case that I was convicted of. The FEC filed a complaint. Then they dropped it, and they found no wrongdoing, and I still got convicted of it.
Let me read it. And I think that's absolutely ridiculous in my view.
Let me read out what Donald Trump Jr. just said. Hold on. Our corrupt elites aren't threatened by violent criminals on the streets because all of them have private security. They don't care if normal people are being terrorized, but they are threatened by Trump. So again, seeing it being politicized. Eric Trump. This is third world, and there's both tweets, both on Twitter. This is third world prosecution misconduct, prosecutorial misconduct. It is the opportunistic targeting of a political opponent in a campaign year. Lev, you were saying something?
Because in my case, the FEC filed a complaint. The FEC then later dropped it, found no wrongdoing, and the DOJ still conceded to prosecute me.
Another case of, in my view, prosecutorial misconduct. On the other hand, it's blowing the doors open, and it's showing people exactly how broken our criminal justice system is. And at least there's that silver lining. Now, and also for people looking for this, I have an article from the Washington Post dated May 6, 2021. I'll post it in here. But the FEC did drop their investigation against Donald Trump on it, saying there was no violation, which frankly, they're kind of the experts on the matter. So the way the FEC is built up, it's a 5-person board. There's always 2 Republicans, there's always 2 Democrats, and there's always 1 nonpartisan member. The 2 Democrats said that it should continue. The 2 Republicans said it should be dropped, and the tiebreaker was the nonpartisan member who voted that this is not a violation. I'm posting it right now in a reply for the Washington Post one. And I'm trying to remember, how do I put up? There we go.
Wouldn't that be solid evidence for the defense if you can just say the FEC said it wasn't a violation?
Well, it's
I'm not a lawyer, and
they had to morph it to business records.
Right, but
Guys,
so in my opinion,
the FEC knows where every penny goes. Every penny. So I mean, to track this, it's a very obvious way. They have every penny, and if it's fraud in there, they would find it.
And even when the FEC did drop it, the Southern District was still investigating, and then they said that they weren't going to prosecute President Trump on this.
That's great. Hey, John, I know that you're an attorney there in New York as well. I kind of wanted to get your feedback and your feel on this, John. Glad you made it back. Sorry about the glitch.
No, I'm sorry. I think there's a misunderstanding. I said I thought I got dropped for an attorney. I am not an attorney. I'm a former healthcare worker and a post-congressional candidate. I'm not an attorney. I just wanted to jump in and discuss how the polarization has gone so far on each side that people are just denying the straight-up evidence. And we're watching people, different Twitter accounts, possible operatives, they're telling people to just ignore the evidence, and they keep guiding people to a further polarized state. That's the whole entire point, is there's so many people pitting us against each other. At the end of this, we're watching a DA in New York push something right now that in most cases it would be ignored. They've gone after people for vaccine passports. arrested people in restaurants. They've done all of this, but you can commit a crime, attack somebody with a hammer on the streets of New York City, and then you're brought right back to the street the following day. The system in New York City makes zero sense.
Well, and let's be honest, the FEC did the previous district attorney for New York investigated, and they all said this isn't worth prosecuting at all. So the question is, did Bragg come into some new evidence, which it doesn't sound like it. Nothing's been revealed that anything new has come out, and that's what makes it politically motivated.
And further, we don't even have to look to the past practices. We just have to look to the fact that Alvin Bragg, throughout his campaign, said he was going to, quote, get Trump. He made that a central part of his platform.
Well, and this is something that I've been talking about through this whole thing. It's been really frustrating to me, is because, again, I believe in due process, and I believe, equal equality under the law. And if someone does commit a crime and can be demonstrated, and a jury of peers can agree should be convicted, absolutely. But when you run on an entire platform, and it's not just Bragg, Letitia James, everybody, I'm going to get Trump, vote me in, I'm going to. This is what we're doing is business expenses. This is why I have questions. I to be fair and to bring, just to kind of be moderate about this, because I do have questions. If there's something that is there that I don't know about, I'm willing to answer that question. I've been asked this a million times. If there's something there and there's there, then I think it should be addressed. So it just doesn't appear at this point. It does appear completely politically motivated, and we have the words of these actual people that are involved in this, and so it is concerning to me. And I think that's where we.
Let me touch on two things. First, I got the video from CNN. I want to just applaud my team for getting it. Thank you, guys. About the 34 counts of falsifying business records. I haven't listened to it. I'll just play it now, 16 seconds. In the meantime, Joa Santos, who's a regular, he said, Robert, he says the following to you. You keep calling it mislabeled expenses when it clearly says misclassified business documents. We don't know what they are. So I don't think we should label it as mislabeled expenses yet. And then he mentions Trump CFO was charged by Bragg for lying for tax purposes and for loan purposes. So there's a couple of comments here from Joa to you, Robert. But before, I'm not sure if you want to respond or other panelists want to jump in, but let me play the clip first. And I'll put it for the audience. I'll put it in the thread as well for anyone that wants to watch it. But let me play the audio now.
And I am told by my sources that this is 34 counts of falsification of business records, which is probably a lot of charges involving each document, each thing that was submitted as a separate count in a couple of matters.
Okay, so that was by, I can't remember who that was. That was John Miller. Sorry, go ahead. I think.
So can I
Robert,
comment on
you
it?
want to jump in?
So,
yeah, of course.
Sure. I mean, if at its face, suppose a bank or somebody would falsify business records. If that's what the allegations are, does that mean they're making up fake invoices, or are they classifying NDA as legal expenses? I think this came out of the Stormy Daniels thing from 18 years ago and maybe 10 years ago on an NDA. This is so old, but yeah, I mean, you can quibble with whether you call it expenses or records or whatever, but this is just a farce. It's a hoax.
We're trying to get Michael Cohen to join us. He did say I think he's not going to be possible because it's a last minute request, and usually he needs to be booked in advance. So I'll see if he can jump in for a few minutes. It'll be great to get his thoughts. Otherwise, any attorneys in the audience or anyone that wants to come up, I've got to tell you, make sure you request. I brought up Joa as well, Robert, so he can respond to you. And before going to TJ, just to tell the audience, if you want if anyone wants to come up, make sure you DM me, number one. Number two, the newsletter is pinned. I've just pinned it above and it's retweeted on my account. If you want summaries of what we talked about, and we notify you next time there's an urgent space. And lastly, everything's being discussed, and all the evidence and comments and quotes that we're mentioning, it's all added in a thread that, let me pin on my profile. It's already pinned on my profile. I'll pin it above as well. If you want to go through it all there, and that's what we're discussing. Everything's being discussed is added to that thread. But TJ, jump in.
Yeah, so I just want to point this all back to, something that Congress has set up its own select subcommittee on, which is the weaponization of the government. This is what I was talking about in terms of my discussion back before the 2020 presidential election with Mises Institute President Jeff Deist. The purpose of the Biden administration at this point, the purpose of this prosecution, it's not justice. It's not equal application law. It's punishment. This is all a large swath of, I mean, we're talking about Jacob Chansley. He got 41 months in prison for being escorted throughout the Capitol. Now, I'm not going to dispute I dispute the findings in terms of, but my God, from my understanding from people who know him, is that he is a Navy veteran who's one of the most gentle, happiest guys that they know who, yeah, a little bit on the slow side, but you know what? 41 months over that, whenever you have individuals with child porn convictions getting less than that, it's absurd and it's egregious. Taking it back to specifically to this prosecution, you're talking about 34 felonies. That is the type of charge that would put Trump in prison for his life if they. Further, talking about what I was talking about with predatory plea bargaining. Our conviction rate at the federal level, and I don't know what New York's is, but at the federal level is 97%. And the reason for that isn't because people take it to trial. It's because prosecutors engage in plea bargaining in such a way people feel that their life is over if they don't accept a plea bargain. It leads to false confessions. It leads to false convictions all the time. And it's one of those things where it's like, there's not going to be a plea bargain in this one. It would shock every fiber of my being if Donald Trump accepted a plea bargain in anything regarding this. But once again, this is just emblematic of how broken our criminal justice system is for 34 felonies over, and it's coming down from a prosecutor who said my campaign goal is to get Trump.
But TJ, do we know that all 34 counts are felonies?
I don't know for certain, but if they're talking about alterations of business records, and it's been an investigation that's been going on for so long, and I'm not a lawyer, obviously we don't have a thing. With the statute of limitations being what it is for the misdemeanors, I could only imagine these being felonies. And frankly, these could be every single record of so-called expenses with bad attitudes. Just an example, the Supreme Court just handled a federal case where a man was prosecuted under the Armed Career Criminals Act for breaking into a storage unit and stealing stuff out of separate storage units. They tried to make it that each unit was one separate offense, one separate timeline. So each unit in one piece of property equaled a separate felony. So that, in my opinion, that's just how prosecutors act in this way, just based off of my personal observations.
Keep in mind,
well, not for nothing.
Keep in mind, this is
DA Brett. Instead, he got in his car and drove off. But you did something historic. You should answer to the press and the people about what's going on and what these charges are about. The fact that he got in his Suburban and drove out of there is a little insane.
Just keep in mind, yeah, that's a good point. But again, these are allegations of crimes that were not done in due process, constitutional protections of the accused. Now we get into a phase if the indictments lead to a trial. Now, then we have both sides ability to depose people, answer the charges. There should be, hopefully there'll be due process in that case. But this grand jury probably didn't have both sides of the story. They didn't have the expertise to evaluate whether these were, how to account for these things. If they go to court and they survive all the challenges and statute of limitations, we'll see what happens.
So my understanding is that we are going to find out the charges in the next few days. Digital, I'm not sure if you're still on, but if you are, I have a question.
He's not on, my friend.
It says speaker on mine. Okay.
He dropped out.
I have a question, if you guys don't mind me jumping in. I'm just curious, anyone here can answer. How do you ensure a fair trial for someone as famous as Trump is? I'm just curious how they're going to go about, making sure that this is even going to be a fair situation for him with all of with everything that's happened in the past, currently the media lies, the Russia hoax stuff, all of this, how do they ensure a fair trial?
Would you have an attorney, Chris? You're an attorney, and Joe, good to have you. How can we ensure it's a fair trial? Because that's a concern that's been echoed by a lot of panelists over the last few days.
Yeah, a couple of things, and let me just set, for the record. I mean, obviously, President Trump's indicated that he is going to appear. And he will appear in the next couple of days. He will, almost for certain, plead not guilty, and then. There'll be a discovery process that will begin. I know one of the speakers mentioned depositions. This is a criminal case. There's no depositions in a criminal case. Absent some pretty compelling circumstances, there won't be depositions here. But there will be witness disclosure. There'll be document disclosure. There'll be evidence disclosure. And, the lawyers that are representing President Trump will look into that. One of the things that, I think I'd be looking at pretty hard would be a motion for a change of venue. Typically, and I will say this: I've represented several January 6 defendants, and there has been a concerted effort to try and move those cases out of D.C. None of those motions have succeeded to date. And usually, what you hear from a judge is, "Well, we're going to do voir dire first, and if I can't sit a fair jury, then we won't try it." And then you get into the business where the jury gets in the box, and everybody promises that they're going to tell the truth. And, everybody promises they can be fair and impartial. And, this is let's be frank, this is an unfavorable jurisdiction. And, you ask, how can he get a fair trial? There is a part of me that doubts that he can. This is an unfavorable.
Yeah, so, Chris, I want to ask you real quick here, because, this is one of the most asked questions in the reply section here. People want to know, will we actually be seeing Trump in New York City, or can they get a change of venue before he's actually arraigned? I mean, what's the process? No,
he'll be arraigned in Manhattan, they call it the Supreme Court in New York. It's the trial level court, though. It's not like other states where the Supreme Court's the highest court. In New York, the trial court is the Supreme Court. He'll be arraigned. A change of venue motion will be something that follows over time. And frankly, if I'm representing President Trump, I'm going to go in there. I'm going to go and spend some time and some money to do some polling. The federal public defender, did a very extensive poll for the January 6 defendants that a lot of defense counsel that have been representing those have tried to use to support a change of venue. And, I'm going to go and he will be arraigned in Manhattan.
And it still couldn't get moved out of DC. Yep. We wanted to move it to Northern Virginia.
And what you get every single time you file one of these, and what the response will be here is, I'm not by the trial judge, and we don't even know who that is right now, because it's being arraigned, and you won't typically get a judge roll till after the arraignment. Heck, we don't even know what the charges are because the indictment's sealed. One of the speakers incidentally mentioned, well, why didn't Alvin Bragg go and talk to the media? Well, you don't typically, as a prosecutor, do that until you've got an unsealed indictment, and right now it's sealed. So it would be.
How did CNN get it? How did CNN get this stuff?
It doesn't mean there's not leaks, but if he goes out and he starts talking about a sealed indictment, he could get himself into some trouble.
So to be clear, Robert, CNN didn't say that they've got the actual indictment. They just said they've been told it's 34 counts. Are you saying that they said they've actually seen it?
I don't know. How'd they get that information?
Obviously, somebody leaked it, but I went looking on the internet.
Doesn't mean they saw the actual indictment. Chris, I've got a question for you. In terms of
wasn't CNN pushing the Russia hoax as well? I'm just curious. Where did they get that information?
Yeah, so Chris, I've got a specific question for you. Obviously, when you want to prosecute on a criminal trial, you need beyond reasonable doubt. When it's a civil, you need balance of probabilities. Now, we've been told in the space that when it's a grand jury indictment, the threshold is very low. So, I mean, how low is it?
There's a saying that out there that a prosecutor can indict a ham sandwich, and that that's kind of a wink and a nod. So the way that the grand jury process typically works is the prosecutor presents his side of the case in the light most favorable to him, there's never any exculpatory evidence or unfavorable evidence to the prosecution that's put in front of that grand jury. And it's probable cause. It's not even more likely than not. It's just, there's some evidence that suggests that maybe, the law was violated. And again, it's not been tested. It's not been subject to cross-examination. It's not been subject to, fundamental, the adversarial process and due process that you get in the criminal trial. So, you cannot.
I mean, when you say probable cause, that's extremely low, isn't it?
It is almost the lowest threshold under the law. The very lowest is reasonable suspicion. Just, there's some hunch that the cop can articulate facts on, but probable cause is very low. And again, it's not more likely than not that it's very low. And remember, it's one-sided. That grand jury did not hear any defense witnesses. And certainly if I'm President Trump's lawyers, I am never going to put him under oath in that grand jury proceeding, even if they afford me an opportunity to give the prosecution a free crack at him to potentially incriminate himself. You just don't do it. As a lawyer, you don't allow your clients to get exposed to that. And, as anybody that's representing the January 6th defendant will tell you, half the problem in those cases are because people talk to the FBI or talk to law enforcement. So you don't ever allow somebody facing a criminal probe to do that. So, but I mean, it's this is just sort of their accusations, and there's probably minimal evidence to support it.
Right. Okay. So based on that, 1 second, Chris. So there was a report last week that Cohen's ex-lawyer took the stand. So if they're only using, and he was there to essentially refute Cohen, if I'm right. So if he work with the argument that only the prosecutor's evidence and the prosecutor's witnesses attended the indictment?
Because my guess is, and I'm sure he has the right to call in witnesses. They don't have to take the lead of the prosecutor. They have the right to demand witness production if they want to. Said none of it was Cohen. This entire case rises and falls with Cohen. I want to talk to the lawyer, and query whether or what that lawyer talked about, because anything that's outside the face of that letter, anything that lawyer got from his client, Michael Cohen, is going to be subject to an attorney-client privilege that I'm guessing, unless Cohen has waived the privilege, that lawyer's not talking about and cannot talk about, subject to losing his license.
Hey, Joe, so you think this grand jury is adjourned and the people can talk now? The jurors can talk?
My question is to Chris or Joe? And before you jump in, Chris or Joe, welcome back to South. Joe's for you, and welcome back to stage, Joe. Pleasure to have you as well. But Joe, I would love to get your thoughts on this. Also, Joe, I want you to comment on the following. So only brought this fake, corrupt, and disgraceful charge against me because I stand with the American people, and they know that I cannot get a fair trial in New York. So agree or not, it's being politicized relatively quickly to Trump's advantage. Would love to get your thoughts. Joe just dropped out, so would love to get the thoughts of anyone else while I ping Joe back up.
I want to ask Bitlaw you. Oh, sorry. Yeah, they can answer your question.
No, go ahead. No, ask Bitlaw the question. I'll bring Joe back up.
Yeah, Bitlaw. So it was on the same line. So I mean, specifically, Kristen, I don't know if you answered the question, but why was Cohen's lawyer, who basically was rebutting Cohen's testimony there if we only have the prosecutor's evidence? The second question was, when it came to the actual members of the grand jury in the case, how were they selected? And obviously, if I remember right, they had to be unanimous vote. So if you can just explain that to us, that'd be brilliant.
Well, I mean, it varies from jurisdiction to jurisdiction with respect to the grand jury and how many votes you actually need to, affirm the indictment. From what I gather, in my jurisdiction in particular, you do not need unanimity in order to actually get the indictment through. So like that other attorney was saying earlier, the bar, the burden of proof, if you will, and the actual bar to actually get an indictment is a lot less than actually to secure conviction when you actually bring the case to trial. Even in my jurisdiction.
Sorry, well, I was going to ask that. Yeah, in your jurisdiction, what do you need? Just the majority, or what is it?
No. Like, let's say you have, 20. You would need 16 to vote in favor in order to actually push that through. Whereas, with a criminal trial and to secure the conviction on the trial, you would need unanimity between the 12 pack, the 12 jurors. And we even changed that in our jurisdiction. You used to actually just only need 10, but then there was this case Ramos versus the United States that actually changed the law so that you needed unanimity in all 50 states. I think it was just our state, Louisiana, and one other state like Washington or something like that, where you didn't actually need unanimity in a criminal trial to actually secure the conviction.
That's huge, because basically you're saying the threshold is very low, and then on top of that, you just need, about 60-70% of the jury to basically indict, and then you can indict the president of the United States.
Yeah, let me give you, I guess, an anecdote with respect to indictments, especially in my jurisdiction, something that I lived and experienced down here. We had a DA, this guy ran for the role of district attorney to the tune of something like $500,000. He ran on a, I think it's called criminal justice reform, a progressive prosecution campaign, low bail, low prosecutions, not prosecuting people for, less violent offenses, even some violent offenses, he would let them go on, right? When this guy came into office, actually, while he was actually running for the position, he was indicted in federal court by the feds for tax evasion, right? So they actually brought the indictment against him. And like that other attorney was saying earlier, that the feds usually don't bring a case unless they're sure they can actually get that conviction. They have something like a 97% conviction rate. So this case, he actually gets elected while this indictment is pending. And then he gets in and they actually bring the case to trial. And it's one of those things, because the bar to actually get the indictment through is so low, when they brought the case to trial, it just fell apart. The feds actually lost this case and, the DA beat it. But, here we come full circle. Crime has been criminal justice reform initiatives bite him in the butt.
And so to add to that, I've been investigating and the case as well, but it's the similar issue. If you're a scenario where you can basically take someone to trial on such low threshold, everybody knows that when it comes to trial, there's always trial risk. Things will go wrong. You could be the most innocent person in the world, and so does that give one another cause for concern?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Trial is so unpredictable. If it comes down, it's the whole unanimity of the jury. And I know we were talking earlier about whether or not he could get a fair shake in New York, and probably no matter fair shake in New York, and probably no or try to assess these jurors. I don't know if you can ever get to a point where you would have a truly impartial jury.
To indict Trump. Do you really think a DA would try that?
Yeah, absolutely. Because as we've seen before. But we've seen, especially recently, that that's not always the case, especially when you Republican, independent, libertarian, what have you. And so there's always going to be some sort of political animus towards any prosecutorial decision that they make. And then that brings up the other important issue that we haven't really touched upon, which is prosecutorial discretion. The DA in most, if not all, jurisdictions within the United States at the state level has prosecutorial discretion to bring a case, to bring a charge against the defendant, and then they have the discretion with respect to what to charge that defendant with. And so given how the laws are laid out in New York, there could be some sort of wiggle room where this DA was able to finagle
Let me put it to you in a different way. What will happen to him if these are charges or indictments that are loosely held together? What happens to his career? Because the way I look at it, he would go the way of Marsha Clark in the OJ trial, like never practice law, be outcast, pretty much. If a DA tried to pull that, it's a president. It's not like a normal citizen. They're going to be held to a higher standard.
So let me add this, because I think you cannot remove in a case like this the politics of it. This is a man who ran, and it's an elected office, and he's responsible to the very blue voters in that district, and he ran on a platform of indicting, promises made, promises kept. And you've asked what happens to him. Fundamentally, that's a political question in the jurisdiction. And, I think it's an interesting question, particularly when you look at what just happened in Chicago with Lori Lightfoot, a career prosecutor, become mayor, who had rampant crime, and the voters of Chicago, and this is a huge blue city, have had enough of defund the police and skyrocketing crime and threw her out of office. And so I guess, I'm back to kind of where I began with this. If you're going to shoot at the king, if you're going to shoot it at the former president of the United States, you better convict him, because if you don't, I think this guy, especially with the skyrocketing crime, especially with what just happened in Chicago, I think he's done.
Bitlaw. So in the is this grand jury finished with their work? When they do the indictment, are they done? And can the jurors talk? Can the witnesses talk? And I want to contrast that with what happened in Georgia with the special purpose grand jury that shut down. The judge said, and I don't know if this is enforceable, but they said, guys, don't talk about it. But yet they send the jury four women, Emily Coors, an avowed witch. She's out there on a speaking tour of every major media station. So are we going to hear from any of these grand jurors?
It depends from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. And, based on what I've gathered so far, given that this indictment's still sealed, I'm pretty sure that there's some sort of internal gag order that's been imposed until, the facts are otherwise changed, unless it's unsealed. And then, I guess depending on, I'm not licensed in New York in particular, but I mean, there could be jurisdictional rules with respect to certain privacy aspects as it pertains to grand juries.
Why did Fulton County parade the jury forewoman around on the media?
So Joe, and the argument you made in terms of making the comparison with the OJ, I'd say it's totally different comparison, and I'll explain why. Because here you have a scenario where it will benefit his career because it was specifically and it looks like a political motivation. Do you think the Democratic Party is not going to?
I think the Democratic Party is divided on this. A lot of Democrats think it will strengthen his base. Right now, some of his base is looking at DeSantis. Some of his base, although a smaller percentage, might be looking at Vivek, right? His base is not completely uniform. He still has this core audience, but there's a wider part of his base that's still looking at other places. This, I think, will strengthen him because this will cement him as the person going against the deep state.
I agree with that, but the argument I'm making is that when you have a scenario where you've basically been part of a political hit job and you've basically been pressured into it, because remember, this is the same person who didn't want to do it in the first place, then you are doing it because you think that the prospects are going to be great for making said move. So it's totally different to the OJ case, is my argument.
Yes, it is different, but you have a lot of Democrats who oppose this, and you've heard it today.
Even if 30% of Democrats oppose, that's fine. But when this person has decided to make this move, after deciding not to make the move in the first place, they've done it based on some political motivation and they see some kind of benefit in doing so. So I think it's just a totally different case. But he's weighed up the scenario, looked at the benefits of making that move, and they made it.
Suleiman, if me and you were rooting for the same soccer team, right? and I did something that made you look like you have egg on your face, how much are you going to like me? I don't think you're going to like me very much.
I
So
won't like you very much, but then if you said to me, like, obviously I wouldn't take it, but some people will said to you, if you just said to some people, guess what, I'm going to throw egg on your face, but I'm going to give you, £1 million as an example, they'll be like, you know what, actually, yeah, throw an egg on my face, I don't mind $1 million. So again, they need to look at the extra factors.
That's the British humor.
So let me. So Chuck Schumer tweeted the following about 15 minutes ago. Donald Trump is subject to the same laws as every American. He will be to avail himself of the legal system and a jury, not politics, to determine his fate according to the facts and the law. So that was by Chuck Schumer just a few minutes ago. So we're seeing two different narratives, but Ira, I'd love to get your thoughts on this. I really appreciate you coming on. What do you think so far? Like, is there truth? I know as you do represent Kim.com, and I know Kim.com has pretty strong opinions on this. But could we see charges that make this potentially not politically motivated? And what I want to say is politically motivated and politically influenced are two different things. There could be enough evidence for an indictment, but then there still has political influence on top of it, or there might not even be enough evidence, and the entire indictment is sparked by politics. Where do you stand on this, Ira?
Well, I have a lot of questions, and I did go back and take a look at the confidentiality agreement. Obviously, none of us were in the grand jury room. We don't have access to the evidence. I have not seen the indictment. But I have a lot of questions, and so I need to have those questions answered. But right now, I'm apolitical. I'm located in the Silicon Valley area. I'm probably, socially, liberal, economically conservative, like other people in Silicon Valley. But I'm looking at this right now. I look at the confidentiality agreement, and I say to myself, the confidentiality agreement requires what? That the agreement itself remain confidential. So now you have a lawyer, Cohen, working on this, and he's trying to figure out what to do. Presumably, Trump is under the advice of counsel with him. I'm thinking that his legal team is saying, well, how do we do this legally? How do we retain his privacy? How do we honor the confidentiality agreement so that we don't inadvertently disclose something even in our own business records? And if those folks are mistaken on it, that's fine. But that's not likely the mens rea you need in order to prove out a felony against the client of the lawyers who literally are the intermediaries on this. So I have questions. Yes, go ahead.
I mean, isn't that a problem what we're seeing in the West anyway? That essentially we've seen it throughout the last 5 years or maybe even 10 years where confidentiality agreements, NDAs, are essentially not worth the paper they're written on. Isn't that like a larger cause of concern?
Maybe, but I've seen a lot of cases, mostly on the federal level with the wire fraud statute, where prosecutors are trying to convert contractual issues, civil issues, into criminal ones. And right here, if there's like an interpretation where you have legal expenses, because presumably, and again, I don't know all the details. I'm sure I could change my mind on this, but where Michael Cohen is funding this, which is a legal expense, and he's trying to maintain the confidentiality, and he forwards all this and he does all this, maybe even on his own. And now he gets reimbursed for a legal expense. If it's one rational interpretation of what you put into the business record, it should be game over. People shouldn't be data mining business records to try to find crimes. I can promise you this. I've handled some of the largest cases probably in U.S. history, the largest criminal copyright case, and a large number of class actions. We have millions of pages of business records that we've analyzed over the years. Anecdotally, if I had to put a number on it, I would say probably a quarter of all business entries could be arguably inaccurate. They vary from being too general, legal expenses, to being lies. And if you were to be allowed to data mine Quicken entries and business records and entries into accounting systems to find misdemeanors and arguably here felonies, then everybody's going to get prosecuted. Prosecutorial discretion goes out the window. You could just find someone you don't like and make 30 to thousands of counts. So for me, I'm having big problems with this. I have a lot of questions, and it starts with, did the lawyers take care to make sure that they were not committing a crime, or did they throw Trump under the bus? And I just want to see a lot more before I could come to the conclusion that this is not politically motivated.
Yeah, no, 100%. And I would like to see that more as well. Ira, I think you're making a valid point there. And Matt, you and I have been talking in the background. You said you had a statement out of Trump's camp?
Yeah, Kalen Dorr, who was Trump's 2020 chief marketing officer, he'll more than likely fulfill that role in 2024 alongside Jason Miller. Just put out a statement that says, remember, when you feel alone, they win. Let this be a rallying cry against the radical left. Anyone who doesn't see this for what it is willfully ignorant. I think that there's been a lot of people that have been here have said the same thing. This is going to be an interesting scenario to see how this plays out, gentlemen and ladies, because I think it's going to be a situation where it's going to rally his base. It's going to rally those, especially with DeSantis saying he won't allow extradition. I think it's going to be interesting to see what happens and see what type of unification happens here on the right. With that being said, I'm not a lawyer, but I've got some pretty good ones that represent me, thank God, and they're needed. Trump has some of the best as well. You got guys like Ira, who has the same qualms that my attorneys do, as well as Alan Dershowitz and others. So I think it's going to be interesting to see what really happens here. But at the end of the day, I'll say this much: if Trump doesn't have record fundraising this weekend, I would be stunned if they're not making an announcement Monday or Tuesday about record fundraising. I'll yield back.
Okay, yeah, so I want to jump in here real quick with some news. It looks like the New York Times is reporting that Trump is expected to turn himself in on Tuesday, and they are citing his defense attorney. So from what we know right now, it looks like Trump will probably be in New York City on the ground, turning himself in to go get potentially, as we heard earlier, fingerprinted and photographed, and most likely released the same day.
I love how he said earlier he's gonna bring, and I would do the same. He's gonna bring his own photographers to get those nice shots for the political campaign, which I think is
this
smart.
This will be the easiest not guilty plea in history. And by the way, the poor people of New York suffering through Alvin Bragg. Look at the subway crime. Look at even Signature Bank. Signature Bank just had a $400 million Chinese crypto fraud that helped take it down. Is Alvin Bragg working on that? There's some real things that are going on in New York that are much more important than business record jaywalking.
It's all a bit crazy, isn't it? Mario asked me to pop in. Quite weirdly, I just did a TV thing in the UK commenting on the Trump indictment with Seb. So they interviewed Seb first and about what was going on, and he did his usual impressive, brilliant stuff. But then we got on more to the irony of how this compares and how this is being seen in the UK and most probably in Europe and wider. When you think about it, the crazy situation that Boris Johnson became the first British Prime Minister, effectively, to come under a charge. A lot of to's and fro's about whether or not it was a criminal charge, because effectively the coronavirus laws that were brought in, that Boris Johnson broke, his own laws, even more ironically, were laws that were not laws in the correct sense of being put into the legislature, because it was in a bizarre time period. But having said that, Partygate, as it was known, it was broken. There's also obviously accusations, because it's come all back up again with more information coming in, that Rishi Sunak, our current Prime Minister, is part of this broken thing. But what was interesting and what I was discussing is effectively, in the UK, as we look at it, there was a lot of money that went astray during the coronavirus period. So in the way that a political party and a politician themselves, you break it down into states, but each politician has to account for every payment that's made. Now, whilst this might be a payment to somebody who's a female, who is of a certain different type of career and wouldn't be the normal sort of thing that a politician or a political party would be paying to, the question arose as to whether or not in the UK, we've had a lot of nepotism. We had a lot the coronavirus money going to people who were brothers or sisters or had PPE companies, all the rest of it. Why is it that this has become particularly personal to Trump and it's not something that is being seen as an accountant type transaction, a business transaction, a transfer of money? That is the interesting thing. I'd really like somebody to try and make it a bit clearer for me, because that's different to what's happened in the UK.
Let me ask Ira a question, because maybe it talks about what you were just speaking about, but I don't know. I think it went a little left. But Ira, I'm looking not only at this whole Stormy Daniels thing, I'm looking at what happened to Alan Weisselberg and what he was being charged with, and the fact that Bragg was involved in that. And he did plead guilty to a $1.7 million compensation off the books. What would happen to a boss of an organization who pays an employee $1.7 million off the books? Is it a fine? Is it a misdemeanor? Is it a real charge? Because I think in the Weisselberg case that we're going to wind up seeing here, it's participant with Bragg.
All right, I don't know too going on right now with this current indictment, which we're about to see, and opined on that, but I don't want to. I don't know for you, because I mean this is a fact pattern, which is you have a lawyer who presumably has giving the advice of counsel, who's designed to do things that are compliant with the law, taking it upon himself to do something, and now somehow what the communications were between Michael Cohen and Trump and the evolution of that. And so I don't know if this maps well to the Alan Weisselberg situation. So that's my unproductive answer.
May I take that? The allegations in Weisselberg were that there were tuition reimbursement or a corporate apartment, or some things like airline miles that weren't reported on taxes.
It wasn't a corporate apartment. He lived there more than majority of the year.
No, I know but the corporation was paying for the apartment, and that should have been treated as income to him. That was the allegation. Same thing with I think it was tuition reimbursement, something like that. So yeah. I believe that's a very common practice, probably very rarely enforced on income. I think there are probably tens of thousands of other businesses in New York City that do the exact same thing. I think this is very selective prosecution.
I don't know if we've talked about this, but Trump just posted on Truth Social. Did you guys discuss it? So he just posted.
Bro, he doesn't stop posting.
Yeah, he's
which one?
posted many times.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Yeah. It's a good post. I like it. It goes, they only brought this fake, corrupt, and disgraceful charge against me because I stand with the American people. And then
I read that one. And my question, and my question was like, also we cannot say this was not will not benefit him politically. I'd love to get All Source, and let's see who's on the panel. Got Heather's on the panel as well. Heather, All Source. Is there any way this doesn't help him politically?
I mean, I think this is obviously going to help him, but I don't think he needed the help to begin with. One of the things in a space that I was in before this, somebody brought up that an indictment is basically the equivalent of what we saw with the special grand jury in Georgia and the January 6th committee. It's a one-sided presentation of evidence, right? So Trump's defense attorneys were not allowed to present to this grand jury. It was very narrow-scoped, one-sided. So an indictment, you could basically indict anyone of anything because you can create a narrow scope that creates a certain outcome, but it doesn't necessarily mean that in the end he's going to be convicted. One of the things that was pointed out was that the establishment, which has been backing his opponent, Ron DeSantis, who actually put out a statement not too long ago saying that he was not going to be involved in the extradition process of Donald Trump being removed from Florida. right? He actually came out and said that now, but he didn't say it earlier when these charges were first being floated in the media. So one of the things that was brought up in a previous space is the fact that this district attorney that's going after Donald Trump is Soros funded, and Soros came out publicly saying that he believed DeSantis was going to beat Donald Trump. So one of the theories is this political theater being waged right now against Donald Trump to make DeSantis look good. So I just want to throw that into the conversation because Soros did come out saying DeSantis was better than Trump and it was going to beat Trump. And he's also backing the very attorney that's going after Trump in this decision. And DeSantis was quiet on two things. He was quiet on the FBI raid on Mar-a-Lago, despite making a campaign ad during his run for governor, calling himself a pit bull Trump defender. He did not defend Trump when Trump's home was raided by the FBI. And then two, when this first all started surfacing in the media, DeSantis's team actually said they weren't going to be a part of it. So there's a lot of unanswered questions of what's really going on here. But as we've seen with President Trump for the last 4+ years, there's a lot of political theater to garnish an emotional response from the people reading the headlines.
So on this point, actually, I want also to think it's a good time for you to jump in. I'll read out what Ben Collins said. And it's funny timing. He said it just as you were speaking, I think 5 minutes ago. So 5 minutes before he started speaking, Heather. Slayman, why the thumbs down, bro? I'm talking. No, I'm joking.
Ben Collins is like a joke, but anyway, continue.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway, let me read out what he said, because that's a point that was made by others, and I think all sorts will make it. Ben Collins via Twitter. Just a reminder, as the right coalesces around blaming George Soros for this grand jury indictment. And he uses an example of Cesar Sayok, who sent pipe bombs to Soros and Trump's political enemies, had a Twitter page filled with screeds ranting against Soros, even claiming he paid off a Parkland victim. So it just goes back to the narrative, and I'm just curious about this Soros narrative, because it's come up based on a few stories over the last few couple of months in different stories that we've covered. Because we've got on one side going a bit too extreme on like, hey, this is purely justice system doing its thing, and there's nothing political about it, and then Trump should be held responsible like any citizen. That's one extreme. And on the other extreme, this is all fabricated, Soros or no Soros, the whole concept is fabricated just to kind of help DeSantis, help Biden, get Trump in jail. Also, where do you stand on both these spectrums?
So I'm like the George Soros, like I mean, it's just we've been hearing George Soros' name since 2011. I mean, like, it kind of gets a little bit old that everything that happens around the world, especially left-leaning politics, is because of George Soros. Like, I mean, I think we're not going to move on. It's going to come up and come up and come up. It reeks of anti-Semitism. It's like, you want to criticize him because of his involvement in finance and in political activity, fine. But this idea that he controls, or that it manages to sway one way or another our political domestic politics, just reeks of anti-Semitism, and I think we just kind of need to move on. But to Heather's point, right?
So before going to Heather's point, Vice President Mike Pence will be joining Wolf Blitzer, CNN's Wolf Blitzer, in a one-on-one conversation in 22 minutes.
Yeah.
So we'll be summarizing this for everyone. Go ahead, Simon.
Also, that's just I hate that argument. It's a ridiculous argument, and obviously, I'm not saying you're ridiculous, but I always see this where people basically try and defend Soros, and you're basically not allowed to say anything.
No, you can criticize him. You can criticize his. No, I'm okay with.
You're not allowed to talk about his political influence, and as soon as
but there's a difference between. We can.
How is that?
Yeah, I think. Yeah, let me find it. No, let me. Yeah, I'll let you put it in a way, also, but I kind of agree with you and Slayman there. I think criticizing George Soros doesn't make it anti-Semitic, but at the same time, using George Soros to blame everything on him or a handful of wealthy people in the world is just I just don't think he's that as influential as many of us make it out to be. But I could be wrong.
Yeah, you can make that argument. That's fair enough.
Yeah, I know. The anti-Semitist.
It's just a way of protecting people to use that argument.
No. So, let me put it this way: I'm all for blaming rich people and influencing and corrupting our political systems. I'm all for that. The issue I have is this idea that it's controlled by him.
It's like me saying you're disagreeing with me. That's Islamophobia. That's just silly.
No. But
not
it's
a good
it's the framing of the issue, which then I want to get to the next point. Is this is somehow as a conspiracy by George Soros to undermine Trump with like that issue? I have an issue with.
Yeah, but again, that argument is.
Yeah, he got it. All right, let's move. I think we'll move away from
I'm
anti-Semitic comments. We'll move on.
I'm going to move on to the Ron DeSantis thing because I think Mario.
Also, let me say one point also, because money plays a huge part, but I hate the argument that it's a George Soros thing. But if you look at who wins elections, it's whoever raised the most money. Money plays a part. He has a lot of it. He's influential. But there's just as many people on the Republican side who are just as influential. So it's a dumb argument, but they do have a lot of power. It isn't like they're not powerless.
Yeah. No, yes. I don't think this is a George Soros conspiracy. Let me just end it at that. But
yeah, and also it's not like George Soros said, I'm going to give money to Alvin Bragg. He gave it to a super PAC or a PAC, and that PAC ended up giving money to different people running for different offices.
Right.
So it wasn't like
yeah. So, but I think, Mario, to your point about the politics. So I think there's two ways you can analyze this politically, right? There's one that is the Republican primary, and then there's the national elections. Right? Those are two separate political conversations that are tied together, but they're really two separate issues. I think if you analyze this from a Republican primary point of view, I would agree that this benefits Trump, especially vis-a-vis Ron DeSantis, which is clearly the strongest contender against Trump. And if you look at the tweet that Ron DeSantis made, saying that, he would not cooperate with his extradition, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. If you go through the comments, there is a lot of conservatives, pro-Trump conservatives, that are basically one of the consensus is, and I think Heather kind of alluded to this, it's too late. Right? And Heather, if I'm wrong, please correct me. I don't want to put words in your mouth. But it's almost implying it's too late. Right? And so from a Republican primary point of view, I do believe this benefits Trump, which he was already gaining in the polls before this. Right? There was a huge concentration of attacks and there's kind of this divide between Ron DeSantis and then Trump supporters within the Republican primary. But if you're going to analyze this from the notion of a national political election, the 2024 election, the presidential election, what I believe is going to happen, though, is that because Donald Trump and Joe Biden, we already ran through this election in 2020, right? They're known political figures, assuming it's both, assuming it's Biden, Trump, which looks like it's the most likely for 2024. Everybody knows them. There's one ran for president, both of them were in office, right? I think where this is going to hurt Trump, it reinforces, at least from the political opponents for Trump, so Biden and the Democrats can continue on this messaging of corruption, right? Because if you look at what the reporting is coming out, which is different than what we were talking about an hour, 2 hours ago, is that this goes into his business dealings. That the 30 indictments, a lot of that is tied specifically to his business dealing. Now once the indictment comes out, we can argue, is this bullshit, if it's real, whatever. But that narrative of basically corrupt practices, and then you can frame it at, here's a billionaire who thinks that he can cheat the system, but because he's president, he can be above the law, right? I'm not saying I agree or not with that comment, but that's how you frame it. So Republican primary, I believe this hugely benefits Donald Trump within the conservative movement. But in the national election in 2024, I think it can undermine it because you can get to this point, and it all depends of obviously if there's a conviction or not, and then that would frame it further down the road.
And you're right also, this is another example of DeSantis literally keep on changing his opinion once again within the space of a week and changing things and his direction in a short period of time. We saw it in the Ukraine-Russia war, and now you saw it in terms of his response to what was happening with Trump, where he didn't respond, or he gave a terrible response, and then now he's come out realizing that I need to make a response, and it's just.
I think he had to go through some poll testing and some consultants.
I think go ahead.
Yeah, it took a while.
He had to send it up to his team and study it and consult. It goes to consult high-priced consultants and poll test it. And he realized he screwed up in the last announcement when they were talking about an indictment.
All right, so just got more updates before Ed jumps in. Two sources familiar with the matter tell Rolling Stone that Trump's legal team has not seen the sealed indictment, and does not know what the charges are. Number two, 5 minutes ago, Manhattan grand jury heard from another witness before indictment vote. So there's another witness that spoke before the indictment vote as well. So there could be more charges. I kind of want to go to Bitlaw as well, and then I want to get Lev's thoughts on this. But
Mario,
Bitlaw, the
did
question.
you see the CNN news that he's going to appear in court on Tuesday?
Yeah, why? Yeah, but how does that relate?
Yeah, that Trump's going to appear in court on Tuesday.
Yeah. We read that earlier. Okay. I thought you're trying to give us breaking news, Ed. You're way behind, bro. You're really bad at this. But hold on. You were saying something before I wanted to jump to Bitlaw. Nope. All right, cool.
Oh yeah.
And the polling, by the way, also the polling supports your narrative. Throughout the in the last couple of weeks, as the main narrative has been the indictment over the last 7 to 10 days. Trump seems to be gaining in the polls. I was looking that up as you were speaking, which kind of supports our point. But is that short term? And what is the risk of, because we know there's other investigations into Trump, as they pile up, would that help him, or is it going to get too many investigations, too many indictments where it no longer helps his cause? And that one's a good question for bro.
Mario, if I just quickly, let's just look at American election cycles. I mean, we have if we, it's just like at this point, we're going to be talking about like it's week to week, depending on what the breaking news, and then polls will shift. The Republican primary, let's be real. I think we've already seen the writing on the wall. I think this, regardless of any indictments that come out against Trump, I think the more indictments, the more it solidifies the Republican base for Trump. I think that he has managed since his time in office, and you hear it here, right, of everybody who talks about Trump, that the political motivation of these impeachments, investigations, indictment, et cetera, it's a witch hunt, deep state, et cetera. That ideology, that belief, has permeated through the Republican Party, right? The thought was, could DeSantis be the MAGA without Trump? And I think what we're seeing post 2020, even post January 6th, post everything else, is that you cannot have MAGA without Trump. And that DeSantis, I think if you're DeSantis, you have to be very, very, very concerned and worried about a Republican primary against him for governor if he doesn't run for office. Because I think the Republican, the Florida election is a little bit weird how you can't do both. But I think if you're DeSantis, you have to be worried about a Trump-endorsed primary candidate against him.
Can I respond to that? Because I actually don't believe that you can't have MAGA without Trump. I think you could have MAGA without Trump. You could have MAGA with Carrie Lake. You could have MAGA with Marjorie Taylor Greene. The reason that you can't have MAGA on a presidential level without Donald Trump is because he's the only presidential candidate that is actually speaking out against the corruption, against the deep state, against the election fraud. DeSantis will not touch election fraud. It's funny because he'll go to the woke stuff. He'll go to Disney. He'll dance around all these other issues that he knows they're at the heart of conservative voters, but he will not touch election fraud. He will not say the 2020 election was stolen, which I personally
could that be just because he doesn't believe it was stolen?
Well, he was sitting down with the Dominion attorney that's suing Rudy Giuliani, so he has to be somewhat familiar with what's going on. And
maybe he's familiar.
Election. If he said the election was a fraud, that would kind of discredit his win over in his governor race.
I want to read out. So while you were speaking as well, Heather, Trump just posted again. Goes to the point we made earlier, Slammy. He doesn't stop posting. And then I've got a question for Bitlaw before going to Lev. But he says the following.
I said it as a positive. We love Trump's posts.
Yeah. Well, of course, it keeps the space. Well, even if you hate Trump, it keeps the space alive. They are entertaining. These corrupt Democrat. Look how politically fucking smart. Listen to this. These corrupt Democrat prosecutors, all from poorly run and very dangerous Democrat-run cities, are not going to choose the Republican nominee or the next president of the United States. So there you go. He's leveraging this very, very well. Bitlaw, my question to you before going to Lev is that...
I'm sorry, Mario, but the good thing about that is he kept the entire mainstream media industrial complex running and kept them basically from bankruptcy, and now he's going to be giving us a lot of content. So
I wouldn't. Yeah, sure. I wouldn't say it kept them away from bankruptcy, but definitely their ratings blew up thanks to Trump.
Like if you look at CNN, they were struggling.
Yeah, no, but there was no, like, they weren't filing for bankruptcy. But yeah, they were definitely struggling, and I was just speaking to a few independent journalists. Whew, because of Donald Trump, how he keeps bashing mainstream media, independent journalists love every time we talk about Trump, or every time there's elections and Trump is, even if he loses the election, independent journalists are going to be having a blast. But let's just get back to the point he's made here, and the question I have for Bitlaw and then Lev. Bitlaw, legally speaking, what would it take for Trump not to be allowed to run for president?
Ooh, I mean, a lot of that, it goes back, it's a jurisdictional specific issue. It varies from state to state, a lot of it with respect to, whatever's laid down in the state constitution, whatever privileges are afforded to the Secretary of State, which I guess kind of harkens back to some of those points that we were talking about earlier with a lot of these Soros-funded politicians. I think it's been said before that a lot of politics is driven at the local level. And, when you get to a point where money's no longer an object, you get to this this frame where you try to shape the world in your image. And I think what a lot of these big political donors have discovered is that your money is most effective when you disperse it at a local level to some of these lower level positions like district attorneys, judges, secretaries of state, so on and so forth. And what we're seeing play out now is a lot of the effect of that. We see, politically funded DA campaigns, politically funded judiciary campaigns that have this political bias once, the chosen candidate actually gets into office. And we're seeing some of the ramifications play out with that now. So I guess to your original point, it depends. It's a state-by-state issue of whether or not you can actually run for office while you're currently facing an indictment, whether that be on the federal or the state level. Like I said earlier, bringing back to that earlier anecdote, the DA in our jurisdiction was a Soros-funded DA to the tune of $500,000. He was running for office while he was under indictment. So there were no laws in our jurisdiction that prevented him from actually running for office. And he won and got in and then ultimately beat the case. My issue and my question, I don't know if I think Ira might have dropped down, and I don't know if there's any attorneys still in this room. What I'd like
we do have Bitlaw, thankfully, and I'll maybe Ira glitched out, so I'll bring him back up. He dropped out earlier as well. Go ahead.
Well, my question is just kind of based on what was presented to that grand jury. From what I'm gathering, it was, some of it was based on testimony of Cohen or whatnot. And it brings up that issue of, whether or not some of the conversations that Cohen had, with Trump, that would fall under the guise of, attorney-client privilege. And then there's also a work product privilege. And whether or not those conversations and that testimony and that evidence would be admissible in a trial, and how they would actually, the prosecution would actually try to get that in. And so before you actually go to trial, there's what's known as motions in limine, where it's these pretrial motions where both sides kind of fight out the admissibility of certain evidence, whether certain evidence could actually be presented to the jury. And so if you have something, and Trump's a smart guy, and he's surrounded by a lot of smart attorneys, whatever he did and whatever he would have said, believe you me, I believe that he would have done it in such a way that he would have tried to avail himself of those types of privileges, whether it be the attorney-client privilege or the work product privilege, which are some pretty highly regarded privileges when it comes to the judiciary and the legal process. And so then that would bring up a whole nother can of worms of whether or not you would actually have the admissibility of that evidence. And so while you're dealing with all these pretrial motions, these motions in limine of whether or not you can actually get this evidence in, you could have appeals based on that, writs of mandamus, writs of appeal, so on and so forth, that make their way all the way up to the Supreme Court of the respective state in New York, where they actually determine whether or not you have this evidence that's admissible. But the thing is, when you're actually bringing the indictment, you don't have those admissibility games. You don't have to, have a motion in limine where it's decided by a judge, okay, hey, this is fair game. This is admissible evidence. You can just present it to the grand jury. So that even kind of harkens back to that point that we were talking about earlier, where it's such a low bar to bring that indictment as opposed to an actual trial.
Lev?
Yeah, yeah. I want to go back and just say one thing about Ron DeSantis, somebody that, like myself, that was very close with him in 2018 during his run for governor and involved in his campaign very much. Ron DeSantis is only out for Ron DeSantis. He never liked Trump, never agreed with Trump's politics, and never agreed with what Trump would say. He used Trump to get to the office. He understood that the only way he could get the governorship of Florida by using Trump, and that's what he did. So anybody thinking there that he's doing anything there to help Trump is way off, because he does not like Trump and has nothing to do with Trump.
Guys, I don't know where you are.
Okay, I'm going to jump in here with some. I'm going to jump in here with some news real quick. It looks like earlier, so we did hear that NYPD was ordering their officers to all be uniformed, no matter what unit, tomorrow, and now they are ordering all officers to actually be on duty tomorrow in anticipation of unrest. So I don't know if they know something that we don't, but that just came out as well. So.
Well, that'll be because they're concerned about protests, aren't they?
Right, but what I would like to know is what kind of protests are they expecting? Protests from who? Over what? I mean, it just because you'd think that there would be there's no mass gathering as of now. And typically when people are angry about a situation like this, they mobilize, very quickly. But we're not seeing it quite yet.
Yeah, Doc, let's ask Doc, Doc.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, we had Sebastian Gorka on here, and we had one other main Trump person, and they basically, that's what it was. It was Mayor Giuliani, and they basically advised people not to protest, and the reason for that was they were concerned that it was like entrapment, and so they said any type of protest you have, do it in red states or do vigils or whatever it may be. So do you think that may be the reason why, or what do you think, Doc?
Yeah, before you answer, Doc, I do want to say Stormy Daniels did tweet an hour ago. Thanks, Heather Mullins, for sending me this through. Thank you to everyone for your support and love. I have so many messages coming in that I can't respond. Also, don't want to spill my champagne. Hashtag Team Stormy. Team Stormy merch. Autograph orders are pouring in too. Yeah, Team Stormy merch are pouring in. Thank you for that as well, but allow a few extra days for shipment. I'm not saying I agree or disagree or believe or don't believe Stormy's claims. I'm just saying, like, you don't want to tweet about your merch in this situation. Doesn't look good at all.
Why are you hitting on him?
Yeah, I swear, like right after the indictment, a couple of hours later, Stormy Daniels, the main witness, is tweeting about her merch. It doesn't help much. I'm sure Trump will catch on to it.
What's her logo?
About
Is it like a horse face? What's her logo?
I don't know. But yeah, sorry, Simon, you asking someone a question?
I mean, you threw me with the Stormy Daniels as great marketing. We've got a lot to learn from her, actually, to be honest. But anyway, Doc, it was a question to you if you want to answer.
Yeah, as far as protest goes, they're dying to have protests there. That's why they made the announcement, right? Is to get everybody egged up. What they want to do is, and I think one of the main reasons they indicted Trump, knowing that it's not going anywhere, and Bill or Bitlaw, I heard what you said and would have a couple of comments as to what you were suggesting was the path forward. But this is just a further attempt to cast conservatives in the light of the J6ers. They want protesters there so they can hide feds and Antifa in MAGA clothing to commit violence, to further perpetuate that narrative. That's my opinion. I don't think anyone's going to go. We went through this go around a couple weeks ago when the first announcement was made, and they then were saying, "Oh my God, we're going to have all these protests." Nobody showed up. The only people that offered any sort of protest was the Young Republican Club in New York, as far as I know, and that was polite and wasn't one that was going to allow them to do what I was just suggested I think they were going to do, which is to hide in the crowd and start beating people and breaking windows and all the stuff that Antifa does. So that's my opinion as far as that goes. As far as the process, the legal process, now I've never practiced in New York. I have done some. I was in court in a court order mediation today, so I've been kind of been able to watch my phone but not participate. I would expect an immediate motion to quash the indictment. There's a specific statute and code in New York on that process. I'd encourage anyone to go, if any questions about it, to go ahead and look at it. I think the evidence
You posted it, didn't you, Doc? Doc, you posted. I remember seeing it.
I haven't posted in the space. I've replied to a couple of people. As soon as the mic is taken away, I'll go ahead and post it so people can take a look at it. But people need to understand the difference between a grand jury indictment and a criminal arrest warrant, because the processes that flow from that are similar, but there are significant differences. One is a judge is not involved in at this point. The grand jury issues the indictment in the same way that a criminal court judge anywhere in the country will sign an arrest warrant based on the testimony of law officers saying that there's probable cause that an arrest is that a crime has been committed. So at that point in a criminal process, there's no opportunity for the criminal to present hypothetically like exculpatory evidence. They're not part of the process there. It's very simple. It allows the arrest of a suspected criminal to be brought into court, arraigned, read his rights, and the process goes on from there. In terms of
Doc, before continuing down legal, I want to can I ask you a question and pivot to something else? Is that okay? Because I see it's just breaking news again and relates to the question. So sorry to interrupt. So I'm gonna read out what Andy Biggs said, and I've got a question for you relating to the last sentence in the statement. Never in my life have I seen America's institutions as weaponized against conservatives as they are today. A leftist district attorney funded and selected by George Soros has elevated a misdemeanor stemming from a minuscule accounting error into a felony due to his opposition to the former president's politics. Instead of focusing on the rampant crime in America's largest city, this rogue district attorney is abusing his power for political gain. He's further reinforcing that America maintains a two-tier justice system towards conservatives. Alvin Bragg committed prosecutorial misconduct by reportedly hiding hundreds of pages of exculpatory evidence from his grand jury. I will use every leverage I have to ensure that every single federal dollar is restricted from this office and to restore impartiality in our courts. And then last statement again, George Soros. George Soros and his handpicked minion will long live in infamy for their corrupt bastardization of our justice system. So, Doc, the constant references to George Soros, we talked about it earlier. We had all sorts push back against this. We had Mullins mention it earlier as well, and a few other panelists. What's your stance on this Soros narrative?
Well, before you answer that, Pence is on CNN as well at the moment. But yeah, go ahead, Doc.
Cool. Yeah, we'll highlight. I'll tell the team to highlight. Listen. Okay, perfect. We're recording or getting it. Cool. Let's use Slayman writing. Yeah. All right. Cool. So we're gonna update everyone on the Pence interview as we're doing the space, just the highlights of it, so we don't bore you with everything.
Go for it, Doc.
Okay, so the questions about Bragg's connection with Soros. Okay, they fit a pattern, right? I mean, I'm here in the Los Angeles area. There's a district attorney of Los Angeles, also funded by Soros, who's gone to cash bail, who won't prosecute criminals. He lets them out. It's really frustrating. The assistant district attorneys in his office, they led a recall effort against them. The recall effort failed, we think, through fraudulent votes and fraudulent processes. But there's no one here to sort of pursue that in California. We're so far gone, it's incredible. But there is the basis to make an ethics complaint against the district attorney based on these allegations that do have some merit, that they should be addressed. But assuming that Soros donated that money to Bragg's legally, I think it's a difficult road to hoe to follow an ethical sort of complaint. And the New York Bar, I don't know where the New York Bar or the Judiciary Committee in California, the bar is distinguished from the Judicial Commission. The Judicial Commission has the power and authority to discipline attorneys. So it's probably a similar situation in New York, where there's a Judicial Commission will hear complaints of fraud and malfeasance and unethical conduct based on the statutes contained in the judicial code there. There'll be a code that details the crimes or allegations that would lead to a sanction either from the judicial authority in New York or possibly a criminal pursuit. So, but I think that's a sideshow. I think that the powers that be, including Trump and his supporters, want this process to go forward. They want to see him as a martyr. They want to see him in handcuffs. And I think that even though DeSantis has said, "I'll protect you," in effect, I think that's all a political calculation. I think they're coordinating through the Bush people this attack. I think the Bush people are in touch with the Clinton people, who, if you drill down on Braggs and whoever, yeah, they're Democrats, but keep in mind that Andrew Cuomo, the former governor of New York, came out and said 4 or 5 days ago, this is a bad prosecution. It should not go forward. And so we got the sitting governor of Florida saying this is a bad prosecution, and we've got the former governor of New York saying the same thing. So I think this is going to go bad if the process goes forward. What I see as the next process to go forward is the arraignment, right? However that happens, I think Trump will come, or they'll do a virtual arraignment. He'll appear in front of an arraignment judge. They'll set a date for a first appearance. And at that appearance, I would expect his attorneys to file a motion to quash the indictment based on all the foregoing. And if that doesn't work, I agree with Bill that there'll be, if the trial judge denies the motion to quash, which means rip up the indictment, basically it all goes away at that point. If the trial judge won't grant that for whatever reason, they can file a writ of mandamus. A writ of mandamus is a request to the court above that trial judge to order him to do whatever the writ was asking him to do, which in this case would be to tear up the indictment. And so, yeah, that can keep going up. That can go, that process and that appeal can keep going up to the New York Supreme Court. And since it involves some fundamental civil rights and abuse of due process, this could get into federal court that way. Keep in mind, federal court has already heard all these matters, right? The federal court in the first trial heard the accusations of Cohen, heard the accusations of Stormy Daniels, heard the accusations and had an opportunity to review the evidence and bring these charges on a federal basis against Trump for violating these FEC and supposedly, try and bootstrap that into a felony. And they all said no, at that point, they couldn't do it. The problem then, if it gets to the federal court, is you start worrying about double jeopardy. And I talked about this a week, 10 days ago in your space, Mario, and Tara and I went over this. I followed up with her and showed her why that would be the case. Why would it be the case where a federal and a state prosecution for the same matters would open up a double jeopardy defense for Trump? The reason is that there's a shadow puppet being used here that's using Braggs, and that's the federal prosecutors that were in the Southern District of New York, who were part of that former prosecution, that federal prosecution against Trump for the same case and controversy, for the same parties. And they're there advising Braggs on this prosecution.
And they couldn't get it done there.
Right. Well, they couldn't get it done because there wasn't enough evidence. Here's what I think this all comes down to. This is they know that they can't get Trump convicted. And so someone said, even if he was convicted and jailed, he could still be president. There's no way other than the constitutional qualifications for running, and that is being a natural born citizen and 35 years old. There's no disqualifications from running. You can run from jail if you want. So this is just going to help Trump, in my opinion. And I think that what they'll end up with is, knowing they brought this prosecution, they're going to say, well, at least if it gets thrown out quickly in the motion to quash or a trial, right? Then all they're going to be able to say, and all they want to be able to say, the impeachments, Trump was impeached, and the narrative will be Trump was indicted. It didn't matter that Trump was never convicted of the 2 impeachments. That's the narrative. Trump was impeached. Only the first president to be impeached 2 times. Blah 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 blah. This is all marketing toward the left and their voters to make them believe there is actually a case for the pedophilic imbecile in the Oval Office to run again and win. And don't believe any of those polls that Biden would beat Trump. That's a joke.
So can I ask you a question, Doc? Can I ask you a question, actually? Because I think where we're centering this conversation a lot is in the Stormy Daniels, right? And the Michael Cohen. But based on what's publicly available right now, and again, we don't know the list because they're sealed still, the indictments. But it does sound like it goes more to his business record, right? And so the question I have, like, why are we talking more about Michael Cohen when probably we should be talking about, Alan Weiselberg, who is the, and currently incarcerated former Trump Organization chief financial officer, right? I just think that we kind of took this narrative with the Stormy Daniels payments. And then I think a lot of people are saying, well, we really don't know. And it looks like there's more. But wouldn't you be concerned that the former Trump's chief financial officer, who's currently in jail in Riker Island, shouldn't Trump be concerned if they're going more for the business aspect rather than the Stormy Daniels? Don't you think there's a little bit more concerning for, former President Trump?
Not in the least. And I'll tell you why. The CFO of Trump's organization is in jail for what the CFO did. Right. And that does Trump's not responsible for that. If he was, then he would have been brought into that prosecution. To me, what that narrative that you're just repeating all sorts, and of course I've
wait, Doc. I don't mean to cut in, but he couldn't have been prosecuted because he was president at the time. The whole Weisselberg thing was happening as he was president.
That's absolute nonsense.
Yeah, that's irrelevant.
Wait, why?
And he, by the way, he wasn't involved in Trump Organization because he turned it over to run as a candidate. So we're talking about
happened before
8 years ago.
President. A lot of this fudging the books happened before he was president.
Sorry, Brian. I love you, and I love your brother. Okay, I tell you what, I get so much hate from my followers when I engage with you. It's pretty funny. It's pretty. Why do you talk to that guy?
Sorry, Doc.
It's okay. I kind of enjoy it, actually. Look. They could have indicted Trump, right? And started the press indicted Trump when they indicted Cohen, Stormy Daniels, and everybody else at that point. They could have indicted him and let the indictment sit. The statute of limitations would have been told, meaning it would not have started until Trump got out of office. Right, so that was the threat. So you cannot stay you can't stay the process just because you're president of an arrest warrant or an indictment and a criminal charge. You just you just cannot be compelled to come into court and defend it because, as the courts have said, it's more important for the president to be executing his duty and all the duties that he has, including to protecting the country, to be hauled into court. But that does not mean that he could not have been indicted. And by the way, that's supported by the notion that of what's called the case and controversy doctrine, right? If you and I, Brian, and your brother, we go into a business arrangement, and you guys screw me over, right? I can't sue you and go through that whole process for the same transaction and not sue you as well, right? Because that's the notion of judicial economy. We want to hear the one claim with all the parties that have similar claims based on the same acts, based on the same criminal conduct, based on the same alleged tort contract. If you breach the contract, I can't sue you and then a year later go sue your brother. What they're going to say is if you didn't bring the brother in at that point when you sued Brian, then you can't go after Ed. Right,
but that has nothing to do with criminals, though, Doc.
Heard over and over and over. Let me finish. They don't want to hear the same case going. Oh, I'm almost ready to land this. They don't want to hear the same case over and over again. The one exception to that is where it's called the separate sovereign doctrine. That means the state can prosecute for the same crimes that were already prosecuted on a federal basis. So, and that was considered. And the feds decided we're not going after Trump based on any state charges. They could have brought him then. They should have brought him then. And that's why double jeopardy applies at this point. There's other doctrines that would apply as well.
But Weisenberg was charged by the New York State Attorney General's office, not in federal court. And he pleaded guilty in August of 2022, less than, what is that, like 8 months ago. Like, this isn't like a long time between indictment when what? So the New York Attorney General was the one who indicted Weisenberg. It wasn't the federal courts. And then
I don't know who you're talking about. And I don't. So you're assuming that's related, and I think that's a bad assumption because the witnesses that we know were called Kellyanne Conway, Michael Cohen, Michael Cohen's former attorney, I forget his name. Those are the three witnesses that I know.
Robert Costello.
Robert Costello, thank you. Those all relate to the Stormy Daniels transaction. All of
right, but I think, but there's more, because today it was reported by, and I think it was CNN who reported it, that there was a during right before the Manhattan DA requested, Biggs requested an indictment. There was a witness to the grand jury. We don't know who it is. We don't know.
It's rank speculation at this point, and you're free to speculate that. But I think the evidence as to what this is really about is overwhelmingly the issue that's already been adjudicated when they went after Stormy and Cohen.
Let me just make an argument.
There's over 30 counts.
Let me
How
just
can it
speak
be
for just a
just
second.
Stormy Daniels?
I want to just get in my word that I was going to say before. So my argument is that Trump likely would not have been indicted even if they found him to have committed crimes back when he was president. Because in 1973, the whole Richard Nixon thing, there was a memo that the DOJ released, and it said the spectacle of an indicted president still trying to serve as chief executive boggles the imagination. Then again in 2000,
there was a memo. Oh my God, a memo!
Memo? The memo was reaffirmed.
Does that have legal effect anywhere?
Let me finish here. Let me finish. The memo was once again reaffirmed, and it basically said that you cannot prosecute or indict a sitting president. Now, that's not to say that the Constitution wouldn't allow.
That's a lie. That's one person's opinion. It doesn't.
These are two memos at the DOJ, but usually the DOJ follows past memos. So if they planned on indicting him, they likely would have said, "We're not going to do it. He's a sitting president." So it's very possible. It's
by the way.
Let me finish. I let you
it's
talk.
It's impeachment. He did it twice.
Just let me finish here and then speak. So it's very possible. It's in fact very likely that if the DOJ found that President Trump committed crimes or any other the states, New York, Manhattan, found that there were crimes, they likely would have waited until after he was out of office, just because they wouldn't want to have to deal with these memos and the confusion that they could bring about. So to say that Alan Weisselberg's testimony or the information he gave or the crimes he conducted don't relate to Trump, I think it's just irresponsible. And I think that you see there's 34 counts. At least that's the way that it's being reported. Trump is indicted on 34 counts, it appears. That's obviously more than just fudging the books on Stormy Daniels or even Karen McDougal.
If there were any crime, it would have come out in an impeachment, which is an indictment. Impeachment one failed, impeachment two failed. They were all hoaxes.
They didn't have Trump's books. The House of Representatives didn't have his private company books.
They did not have Weisselberg.
Just wait until Trump releases his taxes. Then we know we're going to get him. Holy Christ, guys. How many times are we going to jump on that same lure?
He wasn't part of Trump war.
Tax returns don't.
Let me just give you an update. I'm just waiting for the right time to kind of butt in because it's a really good discussion. But Mike Pence is just doing an interview on CNN. There's two highlights so far worth noting. The first one is Mike Pence. I've just added them to the thread for anyone that wants to watch the videos, and I'll play the videos as well so you can all hear it. So the first one is Mike Pence saying the following: "I think the unprecedented indictment of a former president of the U.S. on a campaign finance issue is an outrage." So we're seeing here opponents of Trump coming together on this point. Let me play the clip for you now.
Unprecedented development. Well, I think the unprecedented indictment of a former president of the United States on a campaign finance issue is an outrage. And it appears to millions of Americans to be nothing more than a political prosecution that's driven by a prosecutor who literally ran for office on the pledge to indict the former president.
But it wasn't just, Mr. Vice President, excuse me for interrupting, it wasn't just the prosecutor, the district attorney in New York who did this. This was a grand jury of some 23 people, and you need a majority, 12, to go ahead and criminally indict. Well, precedent.
So that's the first point. And the second point, I'll just play it quickly now. Pence, you see he dodged a question on what if he thinks Trump should drop out of the race if he is convicted. Let me play that for you now.
Should that
You're possible for us to solve the problem.
You're a law and order politician. If Trump is convicted of these crimes that he's being charged with today, should that disqualify him from being the Republican presidential nominee, or should he drop out? Well, if he's convicted.
if it's a long way to that decision. I promise to answer that question if that approaches. It's a possibility that a judge would even throw this case out before it would even go to trial. So I don't want to talk about hypotheticals and all this. What I want to tell you about is the American people are struggling under the failed policies of the Biden administration.
So I won't keep playing because he's just dodging the question there. Just those two highlights now from the Pence interview. But the main point that I've seen again for the audience is pinned. Let me see if the thread, yes, pinned on my profile is also above, I think. No, it seems, yeah, it's above. So you can see it's all added to a long thread there that we're adding everything we're discussing. But I'll get some thoughts here from the panel. Maybe kick it off for Brian, because I think you'll disagree with a couple of points made, and then we'll go to Doc afterwards, who was relentlessly responding with emojis while we're playing this. So go ahead, Brian, and then Doc.
You know,
And then he says the following. Brian, you're gonna like this one. He says, "No one is above the law, including former presidents." So that was a highlight that was just said by Pence a few seconds ago.
Well, let's arrest Pence then for having top secret documents in his offices. Okay, that's a plain criminal violation right there. I can fight that for you if you want.
The documents aside, I think I disagree with you with some of that, but I think that both Pence and DeSantis are taking the easy route here. They know that whatever they say is not going to impact the trial or anything that happens. So they're going to say whatever is going to kind of appeal to Trump's base, because if Trump cannot run for some reason, whether he's convicted or whatever happens here, it's going to play better for them if they're shown as supporting Trump rather than going against him.
So you don't think so essentially what he's saying is politically it makes more sense for everyone's, by the looks of it so far, all Republicans, from what we've seen, to support Trump and to criticize the indictment. And if that is the better political strategy, does that kind of affirm what we've mentioned before, that this indictment is only going to help Trump politically? Matt, what do you think? And we'll go to Doc.
Yeah, I completely agree with Brian. I mean, it's political suicide for these guys to say they're going against Trump. If Trump, for some reason, doesn't run, there's no way that any of these guys have a shot at winning if they say anything negative about him. And I think it's also it's kind of a bipartisan thing here too. You know, you're going to have the leaders of both sides probably speak out, like Schumer and McCarthy, but most people are going to probably stay neutral on this because of their districts, elections. We're 18 months away from a massive presidential and midterm election. You know, there's a lot of blue congressional members and senators that are in red states. You know, they've got to be careful right now too. So I think it's going to be they're going to walk on eggshells. But Brian's absolutely right. If they have any inclination that they want to run for office again or run for the presidency, it would be career suicide to step up and to say anything negative about President Trump right now, Mario.
Pence just tried to play both sides. He tried to say that no one's above the law, but then he's calling this whole thing like a farce. Like he's trying to play both sides. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Number one, I don't know if this is true. I'm just confirming it now. But if it is, this is epic. So nothing major, just really funny. Let me see if this is true. Did Kramer say, I'm trying to see it now, it doesn't look like it. Elon replied to a post making fun of Kramer, who said he does not think Trump will be indicted. And obviously now Trump is indicted. If someone can confirm if this is true, I know it's not important, but like if it is true, like I just don't get how one person could be wrong on so many things. But Doc, just commenting on Mike Pence's comments so far, I don't think it's worth playing the next clip. The only highlight from the next clip is saying no one is above the law, including former presidents. Like, is it fair for us to criticize the indictment before even seeing the charges?
Yeah, I mean, the whole world has been criticizing the prospects of an indictment. So yeah, I think it's fair game because. But
doesn't it, Doc? What about that? There's 31 counts. Doesn't that mean that there could be more meat
34
on the bone? 34. Okay, thanks, Brian. Doesn't that mean there's more meat on the bone?
No, what that means is, think of the J6ers. Okay, what federal prosecutors do, and a lot of state prosecutors do, is they throw in the kitchen sink every conceivable charge they can think of, right? Because what they want to do is really get you to plead guilty, like Jake Chansley did. They just overcharged him, and all the J6ers they've overcharged, hoping they will get them to agree by jailing them or dragging them through a lawfare process like Trump is going to be dragged through to get him to back off. This is all about trying to get Trump to go uncle.
And that's all of these prosecutions have been from 2016. They knew that he was coming for them, the deep state, the rhinos, the globalists, the Pences, the Ryans, all of them. So as far as going back to your question, just so I can give up the mic here a little bit and take a breath, Pence is doing exactly what DeSantis has done. He's just doing it in a much shorter time frame. He's doing it within the same interview. He's damning Trump, right, by not supporting him, and he's praising and asking people to focus on the law and due process. It's a total fucking bitch move. DeSantis has done the same thing by staying quiet when he should have spoken up. And now, what do I hear? The Florida Senate or the Florida House and Senate are considering the suspending or terminating the resign to run law. I hear that today. I don't know where that process is. I've been in court. And the second thing is he says, I'm not going to allow the service of the indictment and the arrest warrant here in Florida, knowing that Trump is probably already going to go and has agreed to a virtual arraignment, which they apparently was offered at one point and turned down by Trump, therefore leading to the speculation and conclusion that Trump wanted this process to go forward. Thanks.
So Mario,
let me ask Doc a question. I've been waiting. Let me just ask Doc a question, because you keep making it as if 30 counts are about Stormy Daniels and hush money, right?
No, I didn't say that. What I said was that those certainly were the counts that were being considered based on the witnesses they brought in, based on his Cohen's attorney's statements, his interviews on Tucker and elsewhere. That's what I'm basing that on. As far as I knew, there was never, we didn't know.
You have over a dozen people who were convicted in Trump's orbit or worked directly or indirectly for Trump. Some of them pointing the finger, saying these are orders that came down from Trump. Like Lev,
well,
who
of course, they're always going to try.
Wait a second. Let me just finish, Doc. I let you finish. I let you finish, dude. I let you finish. And I respect your opinion.
To me, and you jumped in here, Joe.
I directed a question at you. I'm directing a question at you, right? You have over a dozen people who point the finger at Trump, say, "Look, I got indicted, but I was doing things for Trump." Right? Almost like the hitman is the one that gets convicted, and the wife trying to kill the husband gets away scot-free. That's kind of what it seems like.
They were unrelated things. Like
not all of them. Not all of them.
Which one was related? Which one was related?
Adam Weisselberg is also in New York.
Trump organization CFO getting corporate not reporting income from a corporate apartment or tuition reimbursement.
It's not him just not reporting income. It's also Trump getting around paying all the taxes due for that income. It's not just Alan Weisselberg.
No.
It's
He was
both.
not part of the
Trump
organization.
Trump
if
signed
that were
the check. Trump was on the check.
If that were the case, they would have indicted him or impeached him. That he couldn't find that. All his tax return thing. They never found anything.
The check is signed by Trump.
Joe,
it's in evidence.
Let me respond to your question. You're just making an argument now. You asked your question. I understood it. Even if you didn't complete it, let me respond. Okay. If you're in a large corporation, there are going to be people that is not under your direct supervision that are going to commit crimes. And what are they going to do when they're caught? They're going to point the finger at the big guy. It's incumbent upon them to prove that communication, to prove that instruction. And that whoever that guy is, he couldn't do it. That's why he got convicted and Trump wasn't charged.
Falsifying loan doc.
They went through that.
For the Trump organization.
Trump falsifying loan documents, it would have been reflected in his tax returns.
But I think, Doc, I think, Joe, if I may, I think that's what we're arguing right now is probably what we're going to hear when this goes to court. Like everything we're arguing right now is, well, first of all, we don't even know what he's actually getting into. Yes, there's reporting. We need to see them unsealed, right? Because we're all speculating for the best of our abilities with the information available. But I think this argument, Doc, that you're making, I can clearly see the Trump defense attorneys trying to make, but this is going to be figured out in a court of law. But I do have an issue with this argument that, like, because Trump, and I agree with Joe on this, I think in the end, right, we cannot have a system, and maybe Biggs can be held accountable because remember, they're elected. So the people in New York can punish him or reward him as they see fit. But I do believe there is a legitimate argument argument that Joe made a couple of hours ago in this space, in which, we cannot have the elites, regardless of political party, be above the law. And it's not even political party; it's business.
Well, tell me about Hillary Clinton then. Tell me about Hillary Clinton.
I
being
agree.
above the
Look,
party. Give me a break.
Indict her.
Apply one
Indict her.
standard
I don't
to
give a
everybody.
shit about Hillary.
She's not going to be
Indictment.
indicted.
I don't care. Indict her. I don't care. Like,
Stop
dude,
talking about one standard. This is
Doc, when
But
you
hold
were
on,
here,
hold on.
I
Joe,
said
if I may.
Clinton and Bush should be indicted
So
before I
let me
even
put
made
it
the
this way.
statement.
But this isn't only a political, this is business, right? Because what people are arguing is that there's this two-tier justice system, one for conservative and one for the rest, because the New York attorney right now kind of lowered the standard for indictments and prosecution of lower level crimes. But what I'm actually getting at is, well, and I think, Robert, you made this argument, oh, this has been done in business communities all the time and nobody gets targeted. And it's like, well, why the fuck not? Why aren't they getting indicted? Why aren't they getting prosecuted? Why aren't they? We all know the financial sector is just wild, wild west with no accountability, no prosecution. And if it's in the law and the law says it's illegal, go after them. And if it's Trump, if it's the Lehman Brothers, if it's, well, probably back then in 2008, JP Morgan, Chase, Goldman, I don't give a shit. But just because you're in finance and it's a nonviolent crime, somehow we're not going to go after you or go the full extent of the law, or you go to a minimal security prison because it's not, that's bullshit. That's absolute bullshit.
Yeah,
Go after
valid
everybody.
point. It needs to be properly applied and evenly applied. But in this case, Trump wasn't involved. He got out of it in
We
2015.
don't know that, though. You keep saying that, but we don't know what the charges
let me
are.
tell you, I know that he was not part of Trump organization anymore because he was running as a candidate. That started 8 years ago.
Number one, you don't know that. You don't know if he was making these decisions. How do you know that? You know the conversation
You have to for FEC law. Look, to separate yourself.
He broke the law. He broke the law. So why wouldn't he do it again?
Exactly.
No. FEC. Look, he had to become a candidate, and you have to separate yourself from the organization.
So
And he did in 2015.
You call Alan Weisselberg in a second and just tell him to do something, or meet with him somewhere and tell him to do something?
He cannot. And
why not? Why not? If he's a criminal, why wouldn't he do that?
He's not a criminal.
If he's committing crimes, like
we're
like
innocent until proven guilty in this country. Good God. Where the fuck do you think you are? We're not communist Russia.
Hang on one second, guys. I appreciate it. So, Robert, finish your point. Let's get this cleared up because it is getting derailed because it's not the actual same conversation. I see where you're going, so go ahead.
No, so yeah, you have a great point about even application of the law, and I think that's the issue here. There's uneven and very selective prosecution of these things. Now, Alan Weisselberg pleaded guilty to improper payments that weren't reflected on and I think he had tax implications from that because he benefited from corporate expenses that were not reported as his income. That was his thing. It wasn't Trump's thing. Trump wasn't even involved in the entity for the last 8 years. So, and there's statute of limitations. If any of this were really a Trump thing, don't you think the hundreds of millions and millions of hours that Congress spent on this, the Democrat-led Congress, they would have found all this. They took a few breaks from spending trillions of dollars, but most of the time they're investigating Trump. They
didn't have access to any of this information.
Yes, they did. They got his tax return.
They didn't have his business
You don't see
records.
that on taxes, Robert. What are you talking about? You don't see that on the taxes.
Where do you think you see it?
No, Robert, I'm sorry. If I may, I think this idea that Congress is an effective investigative body is a pure joke. Let's be absolutely real. Congress is not an effective investigative body. I know what the framers wanted, but let's be real. It is not. It is solely the executive branch, either at the state or federal level. Come on. I mean, we all know Congress is a joke in its investigative capabilities.
All sorts, please. Let's all understand and acknowledge that the Justice Department is corrupt. The FBI is corrupt, and if they, working together with Congress, under the direction of Congress, with a gleeful cooperation with Nancy Pelosi and the Democrats, if they could have indicted Trump on federal charges, they absolutely fucking would have done it. Okay?
Everybody's corrupt except the guy indicted on 34 charges, right?
But I mean, it goes back to what Joe was saying. Like, let's go back. Like, there's a fun. I think the issue is, and I think this is something now. I think this is a legitimate argument that Trump can make, right? And I think in this aspect, I think this is the counter. Trump can easily say, "Oh, this happened years ago, statute of limitation, et cetera, to throw out this case, right?" But I think what everybody's ignoring is what Joe and Brian are getting at to is like there is precedent in the United States that you cannot indict a sitting president, and I think one of the interesting aspects.
Not true.
Not true.
Not
You
true. I
can't
told you
indict him
how
in
it's
criminal court.
precedent.
He can be indicted, and the statute of limitations.
It's never been charged. It's never ever been. It's never ever been.
Doesn't mean it's not possible.
Okay, so you're right, Doc. You're right. You're 100% right.
Impeachment is an indictment. Impeachment is the indictment. They did it twice.
Yeah, exactly. But come on, like you get impeached, you get indicted, and then they kick you out of office, and then you're done. It's not the same. Come on,
They couldn't find anything. They couldn't find anything. They've been trying to do it for years. They can't find anything.
But Robert, the Senate, who indicts after an impeachment in the House, the Senate indicts. Damn, be the facts.
No, the House indicts, and the Senate has.
Well, so you're right. I'm sorry, I mixed them up. You're right. But what I'm saying is, they're not beholden to the fact of law when they do the impeachment process and indict. The House and Senate.
That's true, but you have to articles of impeachment have to include crime. You know, what's the phrase?
High crimes and misdemeanors.
Thank you very much. High crimes and misdemeanors actually mean that there has to be a criminal allegation, and
look,
there wasn't.
Impeachment. We all
and
know.
That's why they failed in the Senate.
They tried to impeach Bill Clinton.
Any crimes?
They tried to impeach Bill Clinton. Impeachment is politics, and it's okay.
It's based on criminal
come
behavior.
on, Doc.
It's based on traitorous behavior. What criminal? He made a phone call to the Ukraine. Are you fucking kidding me?
Doc, it is a political tool. It's political. Like everybody
has to be based on a high crime, not a low crime, not.
And who's going to determine that?
Not an FEC violation, a high crime. Okay.
Do you think the Supreme Court? Your argument is that Congress, a political body, like let's be real, and that's okay because we're a democracy. It's okay to have politics. A political, who's going to determine? The Supreme Court is not going to weigh in on that because that's the power of Congress. Congress can impeach and indict whoever the hell they want because there's no penalty in the court of law in the sense that you don't get sent to prison. So what Trump had, what the issue is in this conversation that we're going to have is going to be run into court because I do believe, Doc, you're right, and Robert, that you're right, that Trump is going to say, well, why didn't you go after me earlier? What I think Biggs and the New York is going to argue against, the Manhattan District Attorney is going to argue against, is saying we respect the precedent, unwritten, unofficial, like nothing in law, but we respected the precedent by just like everything else in our country that you cannot indict a sitting president. Robert Mueller said
that's
that
not
in the
legal
report.
precedent. That's tradition. Tradition has been trashed by the Marxists sitting in the Oval Office. And
what's
his
tradition?
Prosecutor is the one that is violating.
Are you kidding me? The best
never happened before.
The best thing Trump did for America is he riled things up and broke tradition. So to say it the opposite way is
not
completely
legal
absurd.
Tradition. He didn't. Tradition about wearing a cowboy hat when you go to honky tonk in Texas. That's a tradition. You don't wear a baseball hat. We're talking about the law here. Precedent depends on cases that were decided final judgments. Okay, precedent is not the tradition and the honor among politicians to act according to the ethics that they all pledge to when they take the constitutional oath. You're conflating things to make an argument, and it doesn't make any sense to me.
Real quick, let me kick this to Matt, and then I want to get to Heather as well. We've got some new speakers back up and kind of want to rotate this. Go ahead, Matt.
No, I'm just listening in and enjoying the ping pong match here with everyone. It's
there is. I'll jump, Matt. I'll just gonna tell you, Matt, and I'll let you finish. Eric Trump is speaking on Fox, so just thought I'd let everyone know. We'll be sharing the highlights here. Nothing else interesting relating to this indictment from Pence in the CNN interview. Now he's talking about DeSantis' comments about Ukraine, which is not relevant. But yeah, go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, no, I've got it on too. I've got it muted. I see him on there, Mario. I just, to me, it's a longstanding, it's been the DOJ policy for decades. If this was espionage, if this was, something huge, but it's like people are doing, there's so many folks doing cartwheels over paperwork errors, clerical errors. That's what this is. Does anyone really think that Trump was doing the documents himself, that he was balancing the books himself. That's the part that I good luck making that stick in a court of law. I'm not an attorney. Doc is. My attorneys are damn good. They've been involved with Seth Rich, the Las Vegas shooting, Fast and Furious. Been with me every step of the way. Ty Clevenger and Ian Quainton, two of the best conservative attorneys in the country. And I'll just say this much. I think they've got a heck of a case to try to prove. It's going to be very difficult. How are you going to prove that Donald Trump was in there making these errors himself? Does anyone really think he was in there making clerical errors on these documents?
Well, you're saying errors, though. They're not going to charge him for making errors. They're going to charge him for purposely fudging the books. And
please, you're assuming.
Well, that's what they're going to charge him for. They're not going to charge him for making an error. You're saying that they're errors. They're not errors. There's 34 counts here.
But how do you pin it on him directly, Brian, is what I'm saying. He's not doing this himself.
I think that's a fair assessment. I think it depends on what the evidence is going to show. And I do think that's going to be tough unless they have somebody like Weisselberg or other witnesses that can attest to the fact that he knew about this or that he directed them.
And then you've got to worry about hearsay. If they're, I'm sorry. I mean, I've been in enough depositions the last 7 years, unfortunately, since I got into politics. Somebody saying, "Oh, he made a phone call and told me this," doesn't hold up in court. Doc or any attorney worth his weight in gold is going to tell you that hearsay is not going to hold up. And I might in New York, because of how biased this is going to be, no one's really talking about the lack of a fair trial for someone like Trump. We saw what happened in Washington, D.C. You've got a District of Columbia that 96% of those people voted for Joe Biden, 96% voted for Hillary Clinton, in 2016. New York is not far off from that. So I think there's a chance it gets squashed altogether. I think that'll be the first thing that they file, is to try to get it tossed out. That's talking with what my attorneys would recommend. I think they'll try to squash it immediately. And then you've got to see where this goes at this point in time, and do they really want to make this big of a spectacle? But I just think that this is one of those situations where it's not just the insanity of it all. It's not like it's a huge gotcha moment here. It's a clerical error. Although look what they did to Dinesh D'Souza. He made a campaign contribution, paid it back, didn't realize, paid it back, did what he was supposed to do. And still the Obama DOJ put him in jail for 10 months, 18 months, how long he spent. But the moral of the story is, the hardest part is, and I love having Brian and some of the we have different political views, but it's great to have this kind of dialogue on a spaces like this, because, most conservatives, just the blue collar folks, the flyover states, they truly feel that this is a two-tier justice system. Now, the folks on the left don't feel that way. The folks on the right do feel that way, but we've got to have dialogue and conversations like this to mend this country. And I'm enjoying this entire conversation, just hearing everybody go back and forth. And I think, honestly, if we have more of these, we're going to find out we're not as far apart as we think we are as a people. And I think, it's going to play itself out, but cooler heads prevail. And I'm going to say this before I hand it back, Mario. I know you got some clips to play. I just want to say this to anyone that might be listening. I know there's tens of thousands that have been in here at the same time over and over for the last few hours. If you're thinking about protesting and you're a conservative, don't. If you're thinking about going to New York, don't. If you're thinking about going to any city capitol building, don't. If you're thinking about doing anything stupid, don't. You have a right to protest, but right now is not the time. This is not some insane verdict. This is not some insane court case. Keep your asses at home. Don't do anything stupid. Let cooler heads prevail. Let the legal system play itself out. Donald Trump's a big boy. He's a billionaire. He's got plenty of money, high-powered lawyers. He's going to be just fine. But do not go out and protest and give them, because when you go out, then the other side's going to go out, and then we've just got a muck in the streets, and we don't need that as a people right now. And that's just my personal take, and I'll yield back.
Let me play a quick clip from, I think that was well said. I want to play a quick clip from the first clip we have from Eric Trump, who just finished a segment, it's a very short segment on Fox. This is his initial reaction to his father's indictment. Let me play it now.
Are doing here? Well, there's a lot there. First, your initial reaction and your reaction to your father's statement on this, Eric.
Well, it's spot on, but my father's only crime was winning the 2016 election, Sean. That's all it was. And it's funny, the professor wrote a great book, but I live that book every single day. From the time my father started doing.
Okay, I need to get the rest of the clip. That's all we have. I didn't realize it's that short. But Brian, Trump's only crime is winning the 2016 election. I'm sure you agree with this before we go to Heather.
Until I see the evidence, until he's actually convicted, you can't counter that. And I think that one thing that I don't like is that the right is constantly jumping on this indictment and saying, "Oh, it's political, or it's a witch hunt, or it's these Democrats are going after him." But we don't know what these 34 counts are or what the evidence is. So I think you say that, it just shows the bias of these people making these claims, because
Brian,
neither side can say that.
Brian, let me ask you a question. What is your judgment about Bragg's connections to Soros, his promises, his campaign promises of pursuing Trump, even though at that point, reasonably speaking, he had no idea what evidence or what charge he could ever have brought against Trump? This was, they targeted the man and then they found the crime, right? That's what happened with Bragg's. So what's your assessment of Bragg's ethical stance, given what he's done, given what he said, and certainly given that he's been supported monetarily and significant, more than $1 million, what I understand, by Soros? How do you deal with that?
So yeah, I think there's a fair question. So number one,
and by the way, Eric Trump does mention George Soros. I just got the clip now. I'm going to put it in the thread for everyone. Mentions George Soros again.
Yes. So I spent extensive time researching the whole Soros ties to Bragg and all that. And it's what happened was George Soros donated money to a PAC. I forget the name of the PAC. He donated, I think it was $1 million, and then later a couple more $1 million to this PAC. It wasn't earmarked for anything. He just donated the money to this PAC. This PAC was a civil rights PAC. That PAC then, months later, donated $500,000 of their entire pool to Alvin Bragg for his election. So to make the claim that George Soros is pulling all these strings, we don't have evidence of that. He donated to a PAC.
Come on,
Everybody
Brian,
donates to
Brian, I got to jump.
He used the
Please.
cutout.
We have $40 million. We have $40 million that George Soros, and you think George Soros doesn't direct where his money goes? I mean, that's the most absurd thing I've ever heard. Oh,
we
it
don't
went
have
into the
evidence.
PAC. Hold on, Brian. It went into the PAC, and it just kind of floated in there, and then the PAC decided where to. That's bull crap, and you know it is. You know that George Soros has intention, as any other donor on the right or the left, has intention on what they want to happen with the money they spend, or else they're not going to spend the money. So
do you know how much money that PAC brought in total over that?
Oh gosh, Brian, please.
No,
Brian.
so what I'm saying is George Soros' funds to that PAC was such a tiny percentage of the money that they brought in.
Oh goodness.
It's just irresponsible to say it. So if I donate to a PAC, you can blame me for whoever that PAC funds.
Brian,
no, I'm just asking you.
Wait a second. You can't have it two.
Hold on a second.
You cannot have it two ways. You can't have it two ways.
Joa,
you can't say the Trump organization protects Trump and people in that organization make decisions. It might not be actually Trump. It could be someone else. But now, when it comes to a super PAC, all of a sudden, come on, it's George Soros.
Yeah, because they're entirely. They're They're entirely.
Bullshit. You're playing the two sides of the coin.
Oh no, I'm not. They are Joa. They are entirely different types of organizations. The Trump organization is running a multifaceted business that does a lot of different things. A PAC has only one purpose in mind: getting people elected. And you think that George Soros doesn't have something specific he wants to do? On my end of it,
the CEO doesn't have something specific he wants to do?
Listen.
The CEO doesn't have something specific he wants to do?
Yeah, you're
Joa,
listen. Less powerful than a donor to a PAC.
Guys. I have been working in politics for 30 years. I've seen on the other side of it, the Koch brothers stuff. And they definitely, I've watched this play out when they were doing stuff for years. They know specifically what they want their money to do. Those guys are peers to George
I agree
Soros.
with you. I agree with that,
George
Jim.
Soros knows exactly what he wants to accomplish with his money.
I agree with that as well. What I don't agree with is when the argument is used for a corporation where there's a CEO who makes a lot of decisions, for him, it doesn't apply.
No, Joa,
that I think is ridiculous.
Joa, you're very smart, and you know very well.
I work with Fortune 50 companies my entire life. I know exactly
a real estate company like the Trump organization runs has a million different things happening.
He doesn't have a real estate company. He has a brand that he licenses. Very different.
Oh, come on.
He has a very large real estate company. He has a very large real estate company. It's got holdings all over the world. Golf courses,
hotels, resorts, corral.
Here's let's do comparison, Doc. Let's do comparison. So you're saying it's a very large company, so he might not keep track of everything or know every decision.
Is the CEO of Ford Corporation responsible for any criminal acts?
Let me finish, Doc.
Is the CEO of Ford Corporation responsible for the acts that he is unaware of his employees? Is he?
Are the CEOs that got America stuck on Oxycontins, should they be held responsible? The CEOs who are making decisions, where there are documents that he made decisions and their signatures are theirs, should they be held accountable? Should Trump be held accountable for where his signature is?
If it was their signature and the person who was charged, let me go with your hypothetical, okay? Let me go with your hypothetical. Let me answer the question. The person charged can always point to the CEO or the board of directors or his immediate supervisor as being responsible for his conduct. But what must be proven by evidence in a court is that there was that communication, that there was that direction. Right, and that's never happened with Trump.
Doc, actually,
that's where you're wrong. That has happened with Trump.
News on that, Joe.
And it was in the Alan Weisselberg case.
So So I think this is important because it ties into that, and I think again it runs into the issue we don't have all the information. So Robert Costa tweeted, right, and I'm just going to read verbatim so everybody understands, and then we can go back and forth. And again, we need all the indictments out in the evidence. But it says, sources familiar with the investigation tell CBS Tonight that Bragg has some document that has been uncovered during the probe, but are not yet known to the public or have been reported. Both financial records and communications between key figures. And they will use this as well as testimony. Again, it goes back to, we don't have all the facts. When we had this space, when it first broke that Trump was going to get arrested on a Tuesday, and what was that, 2 weeks ago? Feels like forever. We were talking about this purely as a Stormy Daniels, and it looks like this is not only related to that, it is much more deep.
Exactly.
The investigation uncovered evidence that is damning, and I'm just reporting what it is. We just don't know.
All source. I got to tell you something. I have dealt with Robert Costa many, many times. I'm sorry, dude. Robert Costa is not reliable on stuff like this. He's getting the same sort of, and as is happening, by the way, even over at CNN, we don't even know that what they're reporting is accurate. And listen, this thing is still playing out. Do not give me Robert Costa. I've dealt with the guy so many times. He wrote anyway, I'm not even going to go into it. Here's the point. You got to recognize something here. You cannot escape the fact that this is a political effort to shut down a presidential campaign on the scale that we saw also in 2020. Now, I'm not trying to say that it was stolen. That's not the point I'm trying to make. What I am making the point of is that we already have precedent, because they all admitted it in 2020, that there was a highly organized, focused, determined effort to keep Time Magazine reported it, long article, to keep Donald Trump from getting elected in 2020. There is no less fervor, less desire to do the same thing.
Jim, I'm going to read out a clip that kind of supports what he's saying. Eric Trump in his interview on Fox. I'll play the clip now. It's 28 seconds. But before that, just a question I've always wanted to ask, never got the chance. If there was an effort, and I'm not saying there is, I'm saying if there was an effort in 2020, and they are as powerful, which keep talking about the establishment, they are as powerful as we keep saying they are. And there was an effort in 2016 as well. Jim, there was an effort in 2016 as well, so Trump does not become president, correct?
Yeah, but not quite as organized. And I will answer your question.
Yeah, the question is, like, if they are as powerful as we make it out to be, then how was he president in 2016? And it was pretty close to 2020. I'll let you answer. You answer, though. Just let me play the clip quickly as well, Jim, because it kind of supports your point in a way. And so I'd like you to answer my question, but also comment on the clip by Eric Trump, and then we'll continue. We'll go to Millie, Brian, and Heather, and other speakers, all source. And let me play the clip now.
Again, these people campaigned on video. Saying that they were going to do this as soon as they got elected. Alvin Bragg brags about when he was in the Attorney General's office that he went after my father 100 times. He's so proud of that. That was their calling card. This was their mission. This is what they promised their donors. This is what they promised Soros that they would do. It's why they received the big checks. And it's exactly why the American people have lost total faith in the system, Sean.
There you go.
Yeah, well, let me just say this. First of all, I don't think they're all powerful. I really don't believe that. Like there is what I hate the term deep state because it doesn't quite really say what's going on. There is a consistent belief on the left and the Democrat political left, and by that I'm not talking about Democrat voters, I'm talking about the politicians, to take out those they do not want to be in power. They have a design and a strategy, if they can pull it off, to bypass and thwart our typical institutions if necessary to get to the ends that they have. We used to have a country where, for the most part, and there's always, trust me, there are always illegal or potentially illegal efforts to do this or that thing, 1960, Kennedy and Nixon, all that kind of stuff. I get that. But we roughly had an idea in this country for most of our history that we were going to work within the system to try to win. Now, in the last 20, 30 years, you're seeing, and particularly in the last 10, 15 years, you're seeing an effort to bypass the normal system. So no, they're not all powerful, but they do have influence and they do attempt to take people out. They did it in 2020 in an organized way. The Trump campaign didn't see it in its full scope, because I don't even think I understood it fully. Yeah, I understood some of it until the Time magazine thing came out. So this is what's happening. This is how politics works in this country right now, but it is on steroids by indicting a president during his rightful former president and during his rightful ability to undertake a presidential campaign on an issue, by the way, that it really there is prosecutorial discretion available here if they want it. And they could do that because even Mike Pence admitted that this is an outrage. There is no need to thwart our electoral process to try to get at a person that you have a beef for.
Jim, you know what's funny? I feel like me and you switch roles. I actually believe in the deep state. I think there's people in power who have been holding those positions for way too long, who control way too many things that a president can't make all the decisions they want to make. And it feels like we're almost on opposite sides on, I'm more right and you're more left. Like, I think it's crazy for you to say the left are against this. I think everyone who comes into power is against the fact that there's so many people that should be only serving 8-year terms that aren't elected officials that somehow stay there for decades. And that should not happen because those people wield way too much power. I think that's what the deep state is. It isn't some evil organization. It's people trying to stay in power.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you on that. And by the way, Joe, I have the deepest respect for you, and I know that we're going to disagree on.
Yeah, same here. I'm surprised how much we disagree today. But
but let me make this point just to answer your question. I'm not saying that Democrats exclusively have this desire. What we call, and again, I got to come up with a better term than deep state because I really kind of hate it. But there are maybe a few people that are really like that, and some of them have very real power. But it just doesn't quite gather what's going on here. There are people in Republican circles as well who by the way, we are in the place where you have the government spying on Americans because of George W. Bush. So I just think it's one of the most absurd things that ever happened, the Patriot Act and other issues. But anyway, it's not just Democrats exclusively, but I think I emphasize it right now because I see in other areas far more on the Democrat side than the Republican side, a desire to thwart the Constitution, particularly on civil rights issues. And Republicans kind of go along with it every once in a while, but Democrats are really purposeful about this. That's why Matt Taibbi and Schellenberger got so waylaid, or the attempts for Democrats to waylay them when those are their fellow people right there. It's crazy. So anyway, this is a problem because there are people who have enough influence to move these levers, and they think and will claim that they're going after justice. But Alvin Bragg's history in this role that he has is not about justice. He lets criminals go free.
I just want to.
Let me finish my point.
Okay.
They say it's justice, but the real thing that they're trying to do is move elections. And I would be fine if this were being done in a manner that was really about justice, but the electoral process is at stake, and that's what they're trying to influence.
Okay, so just a couple things. So once again, we don't know what the charges are.
Hey, Brian, can I ask you a question relative to your answer here? And actually, this is a question for the room. If Mario or Nick wants to,
actually, Doc, let me just touch on this and then ask me a question because it was
one question for the room because they can be counting as we talk.
Okay.
Who thinks that Trump would have been indicted if he had not been running currently for president?
All right. So I'll get to that in a second. So first, I want to touch on Bragg. So there's this false narrative that Bragg said, "I'm going to indict Trump on the campaign trail." He didn't say that. What he did say is that he plans to personally focus on the already open investigation into President Trump. He said this is obviously a consequential case, one that merits the attention of the DA personally. So that's all he said. He didn't say, "I'm going after Trump" or "I'm going to indict Trump." He just said, "It's such a big case, I'm going to personally see it." Now, going back to your question, and then I think Rebecca Jones is in here, and she did a really interesting tweet a few minutes ago about Ron DeSantis that I think she'd probably like to talk about. But Doc, I think that they would still go after him. I think that they'd still go after him to hold him accountable for his crimes.
Well, I knew you would say that, but I'm interested what the room thinks, actually. Thanks.
Before we get there, hang on one second. Let me bring it back to Millie. And I actually do want to pursue what Rebecca's talking about. I actually brought this up earlier, and I am interested in this as well, Doc. I just went and looked at your tweet, Rebecca. So, Millie, real quick, and then I want to get to that topic, actually. So your hand went up. What was the difference between 2016 and 2020 election? Is that what you were going to be referring to, Millie?
No, I was just going to talk about the unequal protection in the judicial system. But just to first answer what Doc was saying, I do think that they would have went after Trump either which way, even if he had not ran, because do you remember when they said the intelligence community has 6 ways from Sunday at getting back at you when you take them on? So I think that they had it out for him for many reasons. But what I will say is this. I think that the reason why, and maybe this might help some of the people on the left side of the aisle understand why many people that are conservative are so upset about this entire situation, is because it doesn't appear that this is just, oh, we're going to be sticklers for the law. We're going to make sure everyone's following every legal thing by the book and Trump is not above the law. We don't think that that's truly what's going on here, because if it were the case, then the law would be being applied equally to both sides of the political aisle, and it's not. When you've seen the Hunter Biden laptop, for example, with the insane stuff inside of that, okay? I can't even describe to you just how disgusting some of the stuff is in there. But I'm sure Nick might even be able to comment on it. And what I'll say is that the first thing that goes to your mind is, how has Biden not been criminally charged? How has Hunter Biden not been criminally charged? How are these people still walking around, and how do people not know about this? Also, Hillary Clinton and Benghazi, she sure walked out of that situation perfectly unscathed. So the problem is that there seems to be like a double standard here. There seems to be a situation where many politicians just seem to have blanket immunity to engage in criminal activity, and they never seem to have the book thrown at them. But whoever they are trying to go against, meaning somebody like Trump who's kicking back at them or kicking back at the establishment, those people get the book thrown at them over any little tiny thing that they could try to drudge up. The justice system goes on entire long investigations into them, only then come up empty-handed. So I think the problem here is you have this pattern of just unfairness overall in the justice system.
And it is a common sentiment, right? I'm sure Brian could sit here and give me a couple instances where that wouldn't be the case, and I could probably give you 25, and we could go back and forth on that. But I just, for anybody that would approach this conversation honestly, would you honestly believe that that what Millie said is inaccurate. And I just, for the life of me, it's really hard for me to make that assessment. Like I said, I try to remain skeptical of both things and try to wade through any political biases that I may have or any kind of political conjecture that's going out in the public and how the media and hyperbole kind of take things the wrong way and just drill down to what's going on. And so all I can say, I haven't seen charging documents. I also have seen plenty of evidence and talk and leak and everything else of what this is related to, even CNN's own reporting saying it's business documents, 34 counts. Like, it's really, really, really tough for me to believe that this magical document that Alvin Bragg has just found, or these magical documents that Alvin Bragg just found, are going to be anything other than different and related to what we've been discussing. Suleiman, I saw you try to get in here, but
yeah. I mean, I just want to agree with Millie. I mean, everyone knows I rate Joe a lot, but I just thought his argument wasn't great on this, and I'll explain why. Because his argument is that it's good that he's getting indicted, and everyone from the elite should be should be facing charges if they broke the law. The issue with that argument is that he's making an assumption that this is now going to be happening to the elite, and this is not happening in a vacuum to an individual who is specifically being targeted, and that's what's happening now. If from this we later see that, you know, Hillary Clinton gets charged, Hunter Biden gets charged, is Joe Biden going to be investigated, and is he the guy who's gotten the 10%? If that's the case, okay, but we know based on history that that's not happened. We know based on plans in the future, nobody's planning to investigate Joe Biden. No one's planning to investigate if the big guy got 10%. No one's planning to investigate all these things. And so when you know that these things aren't happening, that's when you think, you know what, this is a targeted attack and it's a political attack. And it's to make sure that the people in power are ensuring that the one candidate who is anti-establishment, and he is, because no one else is, Ron DeSantis isn't, and nobody else is, they want to take him out. They'll be happy for DeSantis to become the president, but they're not happy with this guy who is anti-establishment, who is on the face of it calling them out. So that's the issue that I have.
But that's not true. That's not true, Suleiman. John Edwards was indicted. Hunter Biden's under investigation currently with various indictments in Delaware. It's simply not true. That's only happened to one side.
I'm not saying it's one
like
side.
They're repeating talking points from TV.
No, that's not my argument, Joe. So I'm not saying it's one side. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's Republican, Democrat. That is not my argument. I'm saying this is specific to Trump. So when you're saying Hunter Biden, he's not a politician, and he's not relevant. If you said they're investigating Joe Biden, because
Millie brought him up, that's why I brought him up.
But if you say they're investigating Joe Biden, then I said, Joe, well, you know what? You're right. Is he the guy? We've got multiple reports saying from credible journalists who I respect greatly, like Glenn Greenwald and so on and so forth, 10% to the big guy. Why is that guy not being investigated? Why don't we find out if that's the case? It's not.
He should. He 100%
that's my point.
should.
I agree with you. I know you. I know you're a fair person.
So the 10% for the big guy.
So Joe, I know you're a fair person. You're like, yeah, both should be indicted, and I agree with you. I always know that you're always trying to get on the right side of all of these. But my argument to you, Joe,
can we talk about the 10% for the big guy?
Brian, don't defend Hunter.
They're not looking at the bank statements where unknown Biden. They're not looking at Biden where there should be the significant issues with Biden. There definitely is. We've seen there's just too much information out there to say there's not.
But Suleiman, at this
Wait,
time,
aren't we talking about Trump's indictment?
At this time in Trump's
we're talking
presidency,
about Trump's indictment, but
he
the
wasn't
reason
being
why we're making the
investigated either.
is because we're saying this is a targeted, specific political attack, and then the argument is it? And give us examples.
Okay, I think if there's anyone who can speak on targeted political attacks, it's probably me. So coming from a place of experience on that, I don't know if any of you guys saw DeSantis's outrageous and offensive comments about the weaponization of the legal system to advance a political agenda and how it turns the rule of law on its head. There's probably no one more guilty of that than Ron DeSantis, and no one celebrating right now more that Trump is being effectively taken out of the way than Ron DeSantis.
Please elaborate, Rebecca. You said something.
Yeah, could you expand on that, Rebecca, a little bit?
So the only statement that DeSantis issued notably did not even include Trump's name, but the first sentence in it is the weaponization of the legal system to advance a political agenda turns the rule of law on its head. Of course, that is some kind of projection from the governor who had my home raided at gunpoint, had me held hostage in my own home at gunpoint with my children for 3 hours while police waited on a warrant, charged me with a bogus misuse of computer systems crime that was invalidated by a Supreme Court decision 6 months later, and then only dismissed the case after I agreed to pay a $20,000 bribe to the police. So talking about the political
Sorry, Rebecca.
agenda being used.
Sorry, I'm only interrupting to ask questions. So I just missed the last bit. You said that about the £20,000 that it was a false allegation. So what was that? If you could just clarify that bit.
So in the United States and in Florida, you can be charged with the investigative fees that it costs during a investigation, even if the case is being dismissed. And it was the only clause that I disagreed with that the state went and dropped. So once I pay them the full $20,000, the case is dismissed completely, like it on paper, at least, never happened. It's extortion, but
Yeah,
it's cheaper than going to trial.
And I totally understand that.
Suleiman, real quick.
Before you jump in, Doug, let me read out. Just sorry, I'm just waiting for the right time to read out Pelosi's statement. So Nancy Pelosi says the following: the grand jury has acted upon the facts and the law. No one is above the law, and everyone has the right to a trial to prove innocence. Hopefully, the former president will peacefully respect the system, which grants him that right. So, Doc, I'll let you jump in. I know, Aslam, you want to go back to Rebecca. Go ahead, Doc.
I just want to focus really fast on what happened with Matt Taibbi as he was testifying before Congress as an invited guest, right? The IRS tax agents were knocking on his door. If you don't understand that the political selective prosecution is going on here, I hope for each of you that the mob at some point doesn't come for you. All right, because that is exactly what's happening.
Well, Rebecca,
even the IRS knocking on your door isn't quite what my family went through. Or what
I
my
wasn't
children
comparing it.
experienced.
I didn't mean to compare it to you. Just an example of just how out of hand it's gotten at this point, where they're going after reporters just to talking to, as an invited guest before Congress. It is out of hand.
It's also very interesting that a few hours before DeSantis issued this statement, he had the legislature's ethics committee and the Florida Senate propose a bill to nullify or repeal Florida's resign to run law, which was passed many years ago, so that somebody who was serving in an official office in the state of Florida could not run for another or higher office or federal office without resigning. So basically, DeSantis would have had to have officially resigned from his office in order to run for president. Now, he's been in violation of this law for months. He's been traveling. He's been doing campaign events. He even has a trip planned to Israel where he's going to sign Florida-specific legislation at. He's been fundraising. He can't explicitly do it for a presidential campaign, but de facto, he can't run for governor because of term limits. So what the hell else could he be fundraising for? And today is the day. This has been speculated for months. And when it didn't happen when the legislature started in session last month, people just assumed it would happen in June after all of his priority bills, would come through. The fact that he did it today was for no other purpose than to bury that news so that no one will ever see it, because everyone is only talking about Trump.
Well, Rebecca,
go ahead, Aaron. Sorry, whoever was jumping in.
Yeah, no, I was going to ask you on that same vein, Rebecca, what you were talking about. You're saying that he's been campaigning for months and doing book tours and all these things. What do you make of the Trump campaign or the Trump PAC, the ethics complaint that they made against Ron DeSantis? Did you get a chance to look at that?
I did, and I think that is, the Trump camp doesn't have a great record of success with its civil suits, so there's not a whole lot of hope there. But I thought it was a very interesting spin on what is it tantamount to fraud. They're essentially claiming that Ron DeSantis was fundraising for his campaign for governor with Trump supporters, knowing that he was going to use those funds to run against Trump. Did I summarize that essentially as to what it all boils down to?
Oh, 100%. I was just curious on your feedback. It's a weird line for you to address, considering, obviously your complaints against DeSantis, but then obviously you would probably not be aligned with Trump either. So I just found it, I think your feedback would have been very, very interesting on it. That's all.
Yeah. I like I said, how many of Trump's civil campaigns have ever amounted to anything? I mean, what is he like 800 to nil for his election conspiracy lawsuits? So I don't think it's going to win, but I think it's a very creative use of essentially an election fraud scheme to take money from Trump supporters without telling them that he's planning on using it to run against Trump. I mean, I'm not a Trump supporter. I'm a lifelong Democrat. I ran against Matt Gaetz, who is probably, the person who's stuck most up Trump's butt in the country. And I worked in the early days of COVID. Sorry. I don't know how else to phrase it. Believe me, there were worse ways that just passed through my
Anally
mind.
inserted would be proper.
Okay.
Anally
Yeah,
inserted.
there you go.
Okay,
there
you go.
were worse ways. I opted for the PG version. But, I was there for the early months of COVID and was perfectly well aware of the missteps during that time at the federal level. Had my very public, on live TV criticisms of the president and at that time, and the failures that led to a lot of lives being lost. So I'm not Team Trump. It's weird though, but I've been talking to Laura
Are you talking
Loomer.
about Fauci right now? I'm sorry.
I'm talking about
now?
No, I'm talking about the guy who's actually in charge, Trump.
Oh, okay, yeah, sure.
Although
Mike Pence was in charge of the committee, right?
Yes, that too. And I did have a lot of criticisms about how Fauci did certain things that weren't so popular with Democrats. And I obviously came out against Andrew Cuomo when all the data shenanigans involving nursing home misclassification of deaths was revealed, which didn't make me very popular with Democrats. But I was first and foremost a scientist and an advocate for truth. So I didn't really ever care who it got me in trouble with, as long as it was honest.
So Rebecca, why do you think DeSantis targeted you?
It's that has been the question for almost 3 years now, and it's not just me though. He did this to Dan Ulfelder, who sued to close the beaches during the early months of COVID. He tried to have his law license stripped for what they claimed was filing frivolous lawsuits by trying to protect Floridians before anybody even knew who I was. The teacher who filmed the empty libraries, I believe it was in Duval County, and shared it online. They actually made a propaganda video attacking this teacher, calling it a hoax and lies, and it was very much true. And this was, maybe Dan Ulfelder was a little more politically connected than me, but for me and this teacher and all of these other people they've targeted, we were just normal people kind of thrown into this craziness because he's a narcissist. And anytime you make the king bleed, he lashes out. I think it also had a lot to do with the fact that I was a 30-year-old female who had no political connections, no money, no connections of any kind to speak of. I grew up poor in South Mississippi. I didn't belong on equal footing in any kind of public dispute with someone like DeSantis, who sees himself as destined for this, and that makes them angry.
Sorry, I was laughing at some text. And that's Mara's fault.
Can I say what the text is or not? Okay. All right, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Mario, what was Pelosi's comment?
Pelosi's comments is, I'll read out Pelosi's comment again. I added to the thread. For anyone listening, there's a thread that's pinned above that includes everything we've discussed since the beginning of the show. But let me read out Pelosi's comment. Nothing major. It's a comment that a few have made.
It's the peaceful word. I wanted to see what she's trying to insinuate there.
Yeah. So the grand jury has acted upon the facts and the law. No one is above the law, and everyone has the right to a trial to prove innocence. Hopefully, the former president will peacefully respect the system, which grants him that right.
Since she doesn't know the facts and the law, then I don't know how she can say that it's on the facts and the law.
Yeah, and that was kind of my argument when Chuck Schumer released his statement, which Chuck Schumer's statement is very similar. I don't know if you want to read it or not, Mario, but it was essentially.
Remember, by the way, Trash.
No, read it. I was going to read it. Yeah.
Remember, Schumer was the one when Trump started to bring up all the deep state narrative that said, well, they'll come after you 10 ways to Sunday. I mean, Schumer's been broadcasting the attack on Trump from the very beginning.
But let's not digress. You want to read out quickly the statement, Trash, and we go to Slayman's question for Rebecca?
Yeah, just give me 1 second.
And then I see Millie's hand up. We'll go to Millie afterwards, but go ahead.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and grab it. So just go ahead and get to the next hands, and then I'll grab it.
Yeah, Slayman, go ahead.
Yeah, Rebecca. I mean, you don't need to answer any of these questions, but because you brought some up, I did quickly check the background and everything you were saying. So, I mean, according to the reports, it said that you got charged for illegally accessing state computers. So, what was the story there?
Yeah, that was the misuse of computer systems that they charged me with, and 2 years to the day after the raid agreed to dismiss.
So this article says that, I mean, I get what you're saying with dismiss, but here it sounds like it was more of a plea agreement. So it said 20,000, like you just mentioned, 20,000 to cover the investigation costs, 150 hours community service, and to see a counselor on a monthly basis. And then based on that charges will be dropped. Yeah, it does say that actually, yeah. So,
yeah, a plea agreement's when you plead guilty. I did not. They're dismissing the entire case.
Okay, so I guess your argument.
And it does say that, but it's like on the second page, of course, and nobody ever goes to the second page.
No, you said it, and I actually saw it as soon as you said it. So I guess your argument is, and I do understand this argument actually, but that basically because when powerful people go after people who are less powerful, due to the financial cost it takes to basically fight your case, sometimes you've just got to bend the knee. Is that basically your argument?
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't happy about it. A dismissal is a dismissal, and there's no better outcome than that. I had already spent an ungodly amount of money on a legal defense for something that we weren't even at trial yet for. I mean, we're talking like $75,000 when they had no intention, apparently, on even going to trial. And, as I mentioned, I don't come for money. I can't just reach into the void and grab another $75,000 for a trial that eventually would exonerate me anyway.
So was your argument?
This was the cheapest and fastest way to get it dismissed.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense to me.
The end result's the same, and I save money.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. I mean, so it says that basically your whole thing was at that time that you wanted to demonstrate that the COVID deaths were much higher than what DeSantis was claiming.
No, it actually had nothing to do with COVID deaths, not directly. And we didn't even get allowed to file my whistleblower complaint until last September because they spent more than 2 years reviewing the complaint in what is supposed to be a 90-day turnaround. But we filed it on March 13th of this year. And the lawsuit is very lengthy, and you can easily look it up. There was a great Palm Beach Post article about it very recently, and kind of spells out what exactly those charges are. And it was more about the reopening and instructing me to present data and information that did not reflect our internal data to the public so that they would think it was safe to reopen the state in places and during times when our own data said it was not, based on the metrics we publicly said we were using.
So Trash, I've been told that you want to read the Schumer's statement.
Yeah, Suleiman, thank you. I've got it actually pulled up here. And so it's, Mr. Trump is subject to the same laws as every American. He will be held, he will be able to avail himself in the legal system and a jury, not politics, to determine his fate according to the facts and the law. There should be no outside political influence, intimidation, or interference in the case. I encourage both Mr. Trump's critics and supporters to let the process proceed peacefully and according to the law. So, it kind of stuck out to me. I mean, obviously Nancy and Chuck are very lockstep on a lot of their things that they say. I mean, Jim had actually brought up the point of when the deep state comes, Jim, if you want to recant that line, because it is kind of interesting when you read this context.
Millie, do you want to jump in? Jim doesn't seem to be on his mic.
Sure.
Jump in, Millie.
Are you talking about the quote that Chuck Schumer said, Trash, where he said the intelligence community has 6 ways from Sunday getting back at you?
Yeah.
Yes. So that definitely is interesting. Well, I wanted to kind of actually say to Rebecca, just from one mother and journalist to another, I'm really sorry to hear that happened to you. I know we're on different political sides of the aisle, but this is a serious situation where many journalists out there have been politically targeted, and the judicial system has been weaponized against us. I went through a similar situation where, I was arrested. They charged me And then they dropped every single charge. But see what it does, and what Rebecca was pretty much explaining is it costs you so much money. It takes up so much of your time. Instead of your mind in your work being focused on, doing your journalism, your focus is then shifted away into trying to have to fight legal battles to defend yourself and to come up with the money. And it is unfair how much money you have to spend for legal defenses. And I think this is exactly what we're talking about right now and here in this room, the weaponization of the judicial system. And I think that what you brought up in your story only further proves the point that we're trying to make in talking about how we think that what's going on here is Trump is actually being targeted politically by a weaponized judicial system. And that's not right. And I think everyone on either side of the political aisles should kind of join forces here and say, hey, we need to clean up the judicial system. We need to make sure that it's not being weaponized against us for political purposes or just to target journalists.
But Millie,
I would
doesn't this
agree
happen on
with
both
those,
sides?
I would
'Cause
agree with
you're
those
making
last
an
points,
argument.
Emily. Oh, sorry.
Sorry to interrupt. I'll give
Joa,
it.
ladies
Rebecca.
first. Joa,
Yes,
ladies
yes, sorry,
first.
sorry.
Joa, what are you doing, man? Go ahead, Rebecca. Excuse me for
No,
Joa's.
I would just say I agree. Yes, the judicial system is riddled with corruption, with judges who completely lack empathy, with people who are political types. That is absolutely true. I, however, will not concede that or agree with that this is a political witch hunt against Trump. I think there are political, obviously, elements to it. It's almost an unavoidable consequence of going after somebody who was, president of the United States. But I have to say, as one of the little guys who's seen people's entire lives destroyed, including journalists, because they were wrongly arrested or because, they got on the bad side of a corrupt local police department or whatever the case be, and then got the hammer. It's actually really refreshing to see someone so rich and powerful have to answer for something that he did. It gives me hope that DeSantis might be held responsible someday.
Joa?
What I was just saying is, I actually respect Millie a lot and a lot of points she brings here, although we disagree often. But a lot of times he tries to make it as the left is the devil. And Rebecca's story is showing the opposite, but then you agree with her. So can you agree, like this happens on both sides? Both sides weaponize the justice system. Both sides do the same exact thing. They're both guilty. It's not one side. It's not the left weaponizes everything and is against the Republicans. Republicans do exactly the same thing.
Joa, don't you think it's time and reasonable for us to talk about more than two sides?
I was talking to Millie. I wasn't talking to you, Doc.
No, but let Millie address it. There are more than two sides here. There's left and right. That's a primary educational level assessment of what's going on here. It's much more complicated than that. I think we should all agree to that.
So then why do you keep making about the left and that there's some like tyrannical people that are, you just made the argument today and now you called it childish, basically.
Joa, you never hear me accusing just the left
specify what
or
we're
right.
talking about here, Doc. I think that we need to specify because, look, when we're talking about how it does seem unfair or like it is a political attack against Trump, when we don't see the Biden family being criminally charged or even investigated for the contents of the Hunter Biden laptop, for example, it becomes clear that there's something wrong with the judicial system. Look, I've looked through the laptop and I will tell you, it is just absolutely abhorrent what's in there. We're talking pictures of little 10-year-old girls in very inappropriate things like pictures of their butts and things. Okay? Disgusting. It would make you sick to your stomach. Okay?
Not true.
Yes, it is true.
No,
the Hunter Biden.
The chain of Robert. It is true. The problem is there's not a chain
what you just said about
chain
the
of
age
custody.
is not true.
No,
yeah,
it
the
is
age is
true.
wrong, but the
What's in
chain
the
of
Hunter
custody
Biden
can't be
laptop.
proven.
Okay, so the real question is, there's tons of videos, photos, emails, texts, all this information that is undeniably Hunter Biden's, okay?
No, it is.
So
It is
why is there
deniably.
not even an
That's the problem.
That's the issue.
And you're
That's
going to
not- it's
defend
not-
it. You're going to.
not the
That's the
hookers and blow.
craziest part. The
It's not the
craziest part
hookers
here
and
is
blow.
you would
It's the
defend that
400
there shouldn't
hidden
even
federal
be an
crimes.
investigation. This is absurd. If, in fact, the Bidens were pedophiles and doing criminal activity, would you want to know? If you found a laptop that had evidence that suggested that, would you not think that there should be at least an investigation? And that's what I think people are upset about. They're upset about the double standards. They're upset about that. And the fact that there seems to be a group of people, a select group, which we can say associated with the deep state or the shadow government, and it's on both sides of the political aisle. It's not just the Bidens, the Obamas, it's also the Bushes and some of the rhinos as well. So we're talking about a group of people that seem to be above the law in America. We're not talking left or right, because there's people on the right or Republican side as well that are engaged in criminal, corrupt activities, and they seem to be immune.
The equivalency of alleged on the Biden family laptop. And, Marco Polo USA has got a great report on that. It's out before House Oversight Committee. They're subpoenaing that. And the weaponization.
To respond to the guy, I'm not going to bring up his name, but it really kind of rubbed me the wrong way, because he said Congress is weaponized against a local state DA. The thing that they want, it's a pretty broad brush that they can paint where they can actually do this. And so I never got to make that 100% have the power to request this information from the DA. Now, granted, what can come out of that? Well, we know the committee doesn't necessarily have, judicial powers. They can simply make recommendations. However, it's worth investigating. And I think that any reasonable person, left or right, would actually want something like that investigated.
So that's a good point. But how far does it go? If they subpoena information and get Alvin Bragg before a committee on national TV or even behind closed doors, what does that do to the impending trial, if there's going to be one? I think that you gotta look at it from that point. It can actually push the trial in the direction of Trump rather than the prosecution, by having information come about before it is actually made public, or creating a narrative around a trial to make it impossible to get an impartial jury.
I mean, so I'm not going to do the whataboutism here. I really want to, but I'm not going to. I'll just address specifically with what you're saying, because boy, do I want to bring up Minneapolis. But so I will just say this. I will say that specifically, I don't think it's necessarily just going to drive it towards Trump. I think it can have an opposite effect. So this is one of the arguments that I was making specifically about this. If you're an attorney and you're a good attorney, you never ask questions you don't already know the answers to, right? And so I would imagine that most of the people within this committee that are actually setting up this inquiry into Bragg probably already have something that they know the answers to and want to get it on record, Brian, right? So yes, if the results of the findings would drive it towards Trump, well, that as long as the proof is there, the receipts are there, then we actually have to talk about the receipts, what's really going on here. Now, if nothing's there and it's a big nothing burger, then politically it would be very damaging for them in the committee, and it would have an argument against, and it would upend the entire committee's everything that they've gathered during these hearings. And so it would actually bring in question the legitimacy of that committee. So
but at the same time, it would also possibly, and I'm not saying the Republicans would do it only. I think both sides would probably try and create their own narrative around things and possibly endanger witnesses if that's information that they get out of Bragg is who said what. I just think it gets dangerous when you start interfering with a pending court case.
Yeah, and I don't think they should be litigating the details of the case in the committee. So I'm with you on that. I don't think that would be within their purview, because that's not really the point. So what I'm saying is there's got to be something there. So to your point that you always make, which I've actually agreed with publicly, we don't know until we see the unsealed indictment. I would say in this case, we probably don't know what they have as well. And if they have receipts, then something that's not directly litigating a case, just to open it up, I would say that wouldn't we want to see that as well, right?
Who's they?
no,
I'm
I
sorry,
think
I
that's
missed the
fair.
they. What was your reference to the they?
The House committee, so like Jim Jordan's House committee, that's requesting.
I mean, but Trash. But I think, but what people forget, like, I mean, oh, it's damning. Like, Congress is a political body, and it's totally okay. Like, I don't understand why people freak out. Congress, that is elected by the people every 2 years, is a political institution. Of course, it's going to be run by politics. That's why they have broad powers, and nobody's going to like. You cannot go after Congress for being political or launching a political investigation, because it's a political body. Like this idea that Congress is somehow a non-political entity, which everything they do is ingrained in politics, and to use that as a criticism when it's been used in history, across American history, for political purposes. Yes, do they have legal rights? Do they have investigative powers, et cetera, and other great things that go down? But we ignore that Congress is this political body and somehow find it outrageous. That's its history, and it's okay. Like it's democracy. It's how we operate. It's how it works. You can go throughout American history and single out multiple committees throughout history that shows that it's for purely political purposes, to damage your opponent or to push a political narrative. And there's nothing wrong with that. Like, this is separate, though. Like, this indictment against Trump, when we all were talking about it 2 weeks ago, or when we had the last space, and it was all about Stormy Daniels, and what is coming out and is becoming clear as day right now is that from all the evidence currently available, we have to wait until the indictments are unsealed, is that it is not. It is tied to his business practice, which, let's be real, I mean, it was a factor of conversation when he was in office. Like, is there things that when Trump was prior to his presidency that he would be at risk? And the fact that he became president, I would agree with a lot of people, there was a lot more focus on him because of that, but it doesn't negate the fact that there could be. I think the indictments today by a grand jury shows that there was a significant criminal liability that Trump had after the fact that he ran for office, right? But the fact of the law states that a grand jury indicted him on 30 plus charges. I think, Brian, you said 34.
There's the narrative.
Charges.
That's what it'll be. He was indicted. Thank you.
Right. And then it will go to trial, and then there will be a separate jury that will determine if he's innocent or guilty. And so, like, and then after, like, during this trial and afterwards, we can discuss the political ramification, but we cannot equate Congress with an investigation that goes to the court of law. Those are two.
So
Exactly.
all source, I got a question for you.
Innocent until proven in a court of law.
All source. I'm just curious. So let's kind of game this out a little bit. We just went through a 4 years while he was president of massive investigations on issues far more serious than this one, and they came up short. At best, you could get the political process. And by the way, I do agree with you that, and anyone should understand that Congress is a political body. So, and I used to tell my staff all the time. I said, listen, we do political stuff here. We do not do campaign stuff, but we do political stuff because everything's political. It's absolutely a political body. So, but let's think about this really closely. Many far more serious accusations against Donald Trump over 4 years in his presidency. And then we suddenly come up to, and I don't think there's anybody here that can say with a straight face that how you wrote something down in your business, which is a private business, is really, I mean, might have some tax implications or whatever, but come on, let's just understand something. This is not a big deal from a legal perspective. And it's happening at this time after a massive all-out effort to take a guy out. I mean, does that not even
So Jim, my counter to that is two things, right? So one, the issues we ran into is that when a lot of these investigations were happening, is he was a sitting president. We beat this dead horse, and I know Doc is going to disagree, but a lot of the investigation, specifically Robert Mueller, because that was the key investigation, was the notion that he's a sitting president. We cannot indict a sitting president, right? That is what the tradition.
No. Hold on. I got to interrupt you there. That had nothing to do. That investigation didn't go to the side because we can't indict a sitting president. No, not at all. They would have absolutely made a criminal referral. And by the way,
the Robert
no. Hold on. All source.
Report. He literally said in his report.
No. That's what he said. That's not what was going on. Listen, all source. By the way, you can indict a sitting president. They can be indicted.
That's not DOJ's policy. We all know this, Jim. We all
policy
know
is
this.
different from the law. You have to distinguish policy, which is set by political appointees, from the law.
No, but
the
policy is what. But the policy
there
law.
wasn't a situation where they indicted an ex-president, and they've done that now.
Right, because he's this private citizen. Like that's a separate conversation.
But by the way, he's a candidate.
He's a candidate, but candidate doesn't give you any under the eyes of DOJ being a political candidate unless and by the way, the DOJ also has policies close to an election, right? It's kind of arbitrary when how close we're talking about that they will not announce any investigation until an election, right? That again, these are policies that are based either on because of their decisions as an executive branch, like part of the executive branch, how they want to affect and make sure that the interpretation of the American people and how they act. So they have policies, and then policies based on the interpretation of law. But regardless, it doesn't matter. Like the 4 years were the 4 years he was president. Okay, well there we go. Right. So then,
but by the way, all source, you said that the Mueller report said, yeah, we don't indict sitting president. But the reality is this: the whole investigation from the very beginning was about was there a crime of him colluding with the Russians, amongst other things. And they were very, very serious allegations. That was the whole purpose of the investigation. So that may be Mueller's out at the end, but he also put very exonerating statements into that. And there were some where they said we don't. But this is the point that you can go through that and use Mueller to. The reality is this: we're indicting a guy who owns a business privately, incorporated in the state of New York, and they're arguing over whether his accounting was right. And yes, it might have tax implications, but I can guarantee you that if he wasn't running for president of the United States and there were real tax implications, they would say, here's the deal. We're going to go after your taxes. They're not going to send him to prison. They're going to settle this. And if it's anything other than a tax situation on these entries that are supposedly so wrong, then it's absolutely
So, Jim, my counter to that is we just don't know. We just don't know.
No. We're speculating here. Yeah, you're right. We don't know. We're speculating. But here's what we do know. Here's what we do know. CNN says that there are 34 counts related to business records. So let's game out. What's business records? Well, it's what you put into your accounting, and what are the implications of that? If it's very real fraud, I mean, how do you commit fraud by accounting your private books?
You're not
the only other thing is taxes.
It can go beyond taxes.
The CEO arguments are. Let me just put this way, Joe. I'm just gonna this idea, this notion that he's the CEO, he doesn't know. As a guy who's a veteran who served in the military, this argument that because you're a CEO, there's just no way you can. Dude, no, you're the CEO. At the end, you get paid the billions and millions of dollars.
I'm not making that argument. All source.
No, you're overall in charge. You're overall in charge.
But I'm not making that argument. Let's just go ahead and grant he's CEO and he's responsible for it. Back to the question. Tell me what in the world it would be, other than taxes. Joe says he has something other than taxes that would really be relevant for this kind of...
But what is the counter argument?
He was accused. He was accused of falsifying loan documents.
But this is the two. But this is the point.
But that's not what they're talking about. Loan documents.
Why is it? Because
how do you know that? We don't know that they're not.
We got CNN reporting. They always get every Democrat thing that happens. CNN gets it first, so it's probably fairly reliable.
Jim,
and it says
but your argument is. But Jim, your argument is because it's taxes. Oh, well, we can't. It's not a big deal. How is that
not what I said at all? All source. What I said was They don't have to indict on criminal charges.
Why
there's
not?
Something like that. If it's
Why not?
taxes, if it's taxes, all they got to have to, and I guarantee
Is it
they
against
do it
the
all
law?
the time.
Is it against New
All
York
sorts.
law?
Let me finish. If it's taxes, all they have to do, and I guarantee you they do it all the time without indicting people. They say, listen, we want your taxes, and we're also going to add this much on top of it because you owe us. That could easily have been. And when you're talking about a presidential candidate, they could have done that, and then we wouldn't be in this mess right now.
Well, if it's fraud, I think that's what he's saying.
Not paying your taxes and committing tax fraud, but this could also be related to defrauding an organization or individual in another way. It could be related to campaign finance regulations, which
campaign finance is not a reason to do this, Brian, but not make it political.
Hey, Dim, it's also very possible that it's related to loans or insurance, and those are major.
I got it, Brian, I got it. But by the way, throw out the campaign finance thing. Like, I've dealt with FEC things, both people I know and things we've had to deal with. The reality is this: FEC stuff gets resolved with the FEC. They may fine you. It's done. They don't do criminal charges. Very few criminal charges you can do with the FEC. That's not even an issue here. Okay, it's not an issue. Also, excuse me, the only other issues are taxes, or if it is loan documents. But let me tell you this: it's not going to be loan documents. It's not going to be anything like that. It's going to only be related to stuff similar, maybe not exclusively, but similar to saying I paid Stormy Daniels to sign an NDA, and it's a legal thing. Like, by the way, if that one comes up, that is like the stupidest thing ever. It is a legal expense. Now, you can fudge it, but this is the thing. It's nothing that comes out is going to be serious enough that they had to charge him with anything. Everything, if it's very real, could have been dealt with in some other way.
Jim, hey, can I add something about?
But Jim, so first, we don't know. Again, we don't know. Number one, we don't know. And a lot of the
you don't
reporting
either, so then you can back off.
Yeah, right. But the reporting saying is business fraud. Now, whatever that means is whatever this means. But my point is, people are blasting this indictment on 34 counts, which is what right now is being reported. And we'll see if that's true, because it's a two-tier justice system, etc. But the argument I constantly hear people from here, it's like, it's basically is if you're rich or you own a business and you're successful and you're rich, you have a separate legal procedure against you compared to the rest of America.
Is that the argument I'm making?
And because he's a political appointee, because he's a political candidate, we can't. Well, we can't. And so if I were people to like, what about dude, like Clinton?
I'm not making that argument either. I'm not even making either of those arguments.
You're implying it.
I'm not even implying it.
Right.
What I am saying, let me be very explicit to you. What I am saying is this: the charges as we understand them right now, and I don't tell me we can't speculate. Okay, whatever. If it changes, we'll have a different discussion then. Right now, what we understand and know right now is the type of stuff that does not require a grand jury to come out. It would be very simple to be dealt with by the prosecutor going to them and say, listen, I've talked to a grand jury and I'm either going to indict you or we can just fix this right now. You have a fine.
That is so much. I'm sorry. I'll use a dirty word. That's such bullshit. Do you think poor people get to have the prosecutor call them in and say, hey, look, we could charge you for this crime.
Rebecca, poor
but if you want to
people are
settle
not
this
running for
financially,
president of the United States and are not putting our entire
anybody
electoral
who's facing,
system at risk.
So everybody
yes,
who wants to evade criminal prosecution should just run for office?
For poor people, but this prosecutor's not doing that for poor people. He is totally blowing them off. They're not going through being prosecuted right now.
This is a two-tier justice system. That is like the definition of the argument.
No. Rebecca, hold on a second. That's not happening with Alvin Bragg. What you're describing is not happening with Alvin Bragg. Just the opposite.
He's being treated like everybody else.
No. I'm saying he is not prosecuting the things that you're saying, and that's not the two-tier problem we have.
I didn't even mention charges, so how could they be prosecuting something that I didn't say?
Doing that they wouldn't do that to poor people, and I'm saying yes, he is doing it with poor people. He is. He's doing it right now. He's not charging anything.
Then it's everybody gets treated the same.
All right.
No, they should get
Hang on.
treated the same, but they're not. But the point is that I do guarantee you that Alvin Bragg's not charging people for this same thing right now in other businesses. He just happens to be with a person he hates severely and is running for president of the United States, and that's why this is a problem. That's why even Mike
don't
Pence,
think that maybe
by the way,
Trump
that's why
ran-
even Mike Pence could call this outrageous.
So real quick,
You don't think that maybe Trump ran for president to try to protect himself from prosecution?
He has a legal right to run for president. And by
Of
the
course
way,
he does, but that doesn't speak to his motivation.
I want to reiterate for you, Mike Pence, who is as pissed off at Donald Trump as anyone in this country right now because he felt like that he was left out to hang, is saying that this is an outrageous thing too. And by the way, I happen to know Mike Pence. I went to church with Mike and Karen many years ago. Mike is decent that way. He's being very decent because I know he's pissed off at Donald Trump. It's the obviousness of the outrage of this particular thing is so clear and evident because we have now, if this had happened and we didn't have this history of witch hunts against Donald Trump for 7 years, then maybe we'd be having a different discussion right now. But in
Maybe
that
if Trump stopped
context, this is
committing
far
crimes,
different.
it wouldn't happen.
Okay, but guys,
But Jim, by your point,
hang on. Can you guys hear me? Okay, can you just show me a hand, things like that, please?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So real quick, what we are arguing right now is we're talking about a fundamental problem of how justice is being carried out in this country. What I mean by this, let me skip the weaponization for a second. We know specifically people like Letitia James, Alvin Bragg himself ran on, I'm going to arrest Trump. I'm going to get Trump. He didn't say I found a crime and I'm going to arrest them. They campaigned to get elected to do this, that. Number one. Okay, fine. You don't like him, fine. It's political. That's what they ran on. That's fine. But then they're bringing up these charges that a lot of them aren't even sticking. They're not even getting there. So, and Donald Trump has not been convicted of any crimes. So to say that he's a criminal, well, I mean, nothing. He's not convicted of any crimes here. Number two, I want to speak to the ethos that's happening. What seems to be in a lot of people, including that vein of what I just described. Bree Dale just actually messaged me a little while ago, and she said, read the Pelosi statement again. And I'm going to read it again and see what sticks out to you guys. No one is above the law, and everyone has the right to a trial to prove innocence. Hopefully, the former presidents will peacefully respect the system which grants him that right. So he's granted to innocent until proven guilty. What they're saying here, what they're saying to me anywhere here in Georgia and other places, everybody ran on getting Trump arrested, is we're saying you're guilty, you better prove your innocence. That is not how this country works. That is not how justice works in this country. And so I would propose the argument, we can't call him a criminal because he hasn't been convicted of any crimes. And then what we're saying is, no, we're saying you're guilty. We found something because we were looking into you because we ran on doing that. And now you have to prove that you're innocent otherwise. That is a perversion of our justice system, is it not?
And Trash, just to add to that, I'm just going to read out.
Didn't Trump run on locking up Hillary?
Joe,
Isn't that a perversion?
1 second, Joe. I'm just going to read a report from NBC, and it says the judge who oversaw the Trump organization's tax fraud trial will also preside over Trump's arraignment, a court admin said. So essentially, they're saying the same judge who oversaw the Trump fraud trial is also going to be the same judge for the Trump's arraignment. So, I mean, that seems problematic. But yeah, Joe.
No, that's actually interesting because I think that's the same. You had Cyrus Vance, which was the prior Manhattan DA, Democrat. He decided, Bloomberg reported in December of 2022 that he dropped the charges against Trump in the Trump Organization case. They were looking for anything they could possibly find. They couldn't find it. So Cy Vance dropped all the charges, saying they had no proof of Trump knowledge. And now they're just trying to resuscitate the same bogus hoax again with Alvin Bragg with the successor. So he's Cyrus Vance. He's an interesting character in this. What is it that did he do something wrong? Was his investigation not thorough and millions of dollars to find nothing there? Why is Alvin Bragg so special?
Joe,
well,
sorry, Trash. Go on.
No, Solomon, perfect.
Yeah, Joe, you were gonna come back on Trash. Sorry.
No, I was just saying, like Trump also said, lock her up, and that is part of his campaign that people cheered for. Like, it's not like other people haven't tried to run on the same thing. So saying that a DA is gonna get you, and then he found the crime. You know, Trump tried to do this. He used the same talking line Trump used. And yeah, I know Doc that was up earlier was saying, I'm using childish arguments because I keep bringing in the left and the right. The reality is what I'm pointing out is a lot of hypocrisy on both
can I ask you a
sides.
question on that? So, I mean, the way I see the difference, but anyway, you can clarify, is after he ran on that, did he actually use his power to lock her up?
I have no idea if he tried to or not. It doesn't seem like it.
I would say that's what would make it the same. So if he actually used his power to lock her up, then I would say, yeah, it is the same. But if he didn't, running on something, so she ran on it, yeah, fine. But then she's used that power to lock him up.
But I think running on it period is wrong. You shouldn't let a DA run on the fact of someone who's innocent.
I agree. I agree, Ron.
Someone who's innocent should not be allowed to run on it. But that also goes for a president.
But
regardless if they do it or not.
He didn't run. He did say that for sure, but his whole thing wasn't lock her up. Obviously, that became part of his
yeah, I don't deny that. I don't deny that. I'm just saying.
I agree with you. So, but I guess your argument is it's worse for a DA that you're basically going to use your power to convict someone. And on top of that,
but Suleiman, you're ignoring the grand jury. There's a reason why the U.S. has jury systems. It's because the founding fathers acknowledged that utilizing the judicial branch to prosecute political enemies is one of the surest ways that you can end a democracy, right? So the DA could have run on it. By the way, let's not forget that prosecutors resigned under Biggs because he was not entitled to indict Trump. Two of his prosecutors that were under Biggs prior to this indictment last year resigned, saying Donald Trump clearly committed fraud and he committed multiple felonies and he should be prosecuted. And that was the quote, multiple felonies. And they resigned because they didn't agree with Biggs pursuing
under Bragg. Under Bragg.
I mean, Bragg, yeah, and yeah. And then by the way, but again, even if you run on it, you then have, which I agree is not right, but at the end of the day, that's how elections across America happens, depending on the subject you're talking about. Like that happens all the time. But that's why we have a grand jury or a jury system to ensure that it's not weaponized, because you have to convince a grand jury that whoever you're charging, people of normal American citizens, then are the ones who indict that person, right? And so you can argue against the district attorney, but he managed to convince American citizens in the grand jury, a certain amount of people, I'm not familiar how many in New York, right, for a grand jury in New York, but the Manhattan DA managed to get convictions against Donald Trump. And again, like, I think the jury kind of sat back and acknowledged the severity of what they were doing, right? I think they acknowledged that, you're indicting a former president who's also running for office. This has never happened before at this magnitude. So I think the grand jury probably took that into account, and they felt compelled enough.
We got rid of an FBI agent that was investigating Trump.
So quick one, just to come back on that. First of all, I don't think there's many DAs who basically run on indicting the president of the United States. And something that we talked about in this space is the problem with the grand jury is, so first of all, you have a DA who basically runs on indicting the president of the United States, and then they do it. And the second thing is which is your argument, that it went in front of a grand jury. We've established in this space that the grand jury is, first of all, in order to indict someone, is a very low bar. And the second point in regards to that is you only need a majority. And they said on the report it was only 12 people. So it means in a jury of 23 people, you only needed 12 people. And just by meeting this very low threshold, so already the bar's low, then you only need to meet 50%, which is again low. And then you finally get someone in trial. And everybody knows, ask anyone who's in the legal profession, as soon as you're in trial, there's trial risk. So I don't think it's acceptable to do that. I think there's just so many flaws, so many problems. And it actually basically highlights the entire problem with what's happened and how it was a political attack. Sorry, Joe, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
In New York, for a grand jury against Trump, who is not liked by New Yorkers, and has nothing to do with the fact he ran for president. I mean, it probably got worse because of that. But when I lived there, people didn't like Trump to begin with, and this is in the mid '90s, right? So he didn't really have a chance with a grand jury. But I don't believe someone should be able to run on it. We got rid of an FBI agent that was doing the investigation on Trump because we found that there were biases versus Trump. How could we possibly allow this to to happen where you can run on getting someone locked up who's innocent. I just think he shouldn't be able to even try the case, to be honest. Although I think he should go to trial. There's a lot of things that are really wrong with it.
Are we sure that AI didn't write the lawsuit or the charges, that for that matter? I'm totally kidding.
Yeah, speaking of, so let me actually recap on that. So we actually started this space today talking about AI, and we had a fascinating conversation. And by the way, guys, don't miss this next space, because we were just getting warmed up, and then the news broke on Trump, where he was getting indicted. So it's pretty wild, and so we've kind of made it through our way. We've had a lot of discussions, and I think that the general consensus is that everyone on the right would be committing political suicide if they didn't, go out and go against, the indictment against Trump. And so it's heavily politicized, this, which is already politicized to begin with. We make that argument, but it's heavily politicized. We've kind of made our way through this argument. And I know we were kind of waiting on comments, Suleiman, with Michael Cohen. And apparently he's on CNN now making comments. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I'm just about to play it. I just need about another 5 more seconds while it loads up. But yeah, okay, we're ready. Yeah, I can play it. So this is Cohen on CNN.
Tell us this, because you've lived through this. So you have been indicted and arraigned. What will it look like next week, which is the timing we hear is happening? What will it be like?
You went to prison.
You went to prison.
Twice.
But what will it be like next week for former President Trump?
He's right now trying to play the tough guy. Oh, I'm going to, make a spectacle out of this. First of all, the grifter in chief is going to try to do exactly what he's been doing, and that's to fundraise off of it. I think he made over $2 million. Who these dummies are that are giving their hard-earned dollars for a guy who gets indicted? I'm not sure. I didn't see anybody throwing that kind of money when I ended up getting indicted. It makes no sense to me at all. However, we do have to acknowledge that he is a former president, and there is a certain amount, despite whether you think he should or should not receive that benefit. He is a former president of the United States, and there's a certain way that we should handle this. First of all, there's a whole slew of issues. Yeah, he still has Secret Service protection. Putting handcuffs on somebody who's in the custody and care of Secret Service is not simple.
So it's going to be different than your experience.
Let's just say much different.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be handcuffed, according to Sword.
Yeah, that was it. Trash. So, I mean, Robert, did you not donate to his indictment?
Did I do what?
I said, did you not consider donating to his fund so that he could fight his indictment? That's what he's complaining about.
I didn't. I think that it doesn't even merit it. It's such a baseless charge that, again, like the prior DA dismissed it. They found nothing on it. This is, I don't know, how many investigations are we now? Like 90, 100? I mean, it's just, they can't, the tax returns, they've fought years to try to get tax returns. They find anything from that? No. It's the same stuff. It's the same broken record. I think, again, this is going to be the easiest not guilty plea in history.
Yeah, and I do find it interesting, though, that I believe that Suleiman, so that was on CNN, right? And
yeah, that's right.
And yeah, and then like he's been pretty inflammatory against Trump on his tweets and things like that. The inconsistency there is interesting. But again, I think to Robert's point, like even then, like I'm not here to litigate Michael Cohen one way or another. I think I personally, in my opinion, and just clear, in my opinion, if there is actual charges that stem from this indictment, and it is more than just business filings, I think that needs to be addressed. Because again, how am I going to bang on about not a two-tier justice system and so on and so forth if there's actually charges there? But then again, becomes the logistics, right? To Michael Cohen's point, I mean, he's not going to be in handcuffs. I mean, what are you going to do? Build a separate wing in the jail so you can house all the Secret Service agents and Trump in the same deal? So again, that's what's really bothered me about this was like it would have to be something very, very serious for this to completely upend how we do the judicial systems. Specifically in Manhattan. But if there's charges there, there's Do you got any follow up on this? How you feel about Michael Cohen's comments?
I just came back in, so I'm listening for a minute to gain context. What do you say? Sorry to kill the
no,
show.
No, you're good. Came out of Trump's lawyers was they had not even seen it yet. So how are all these, politicians and news sources coming out and saying, well, there's 34 charges in there, and there's additional documents that Alvin Bragg had above and beyond the witness statements that he's had before that had never been introduced. Like, they're getting a lot of information, yet no one has actually seen what's in there. And so we're just trying to kind of get through the noise to find the signal here.
And
But,
just
go ahead,
confirm.
Trevor, step in.
So just confirm the scope of this can't include anything other than the Stormy Daniels stuff. Like, this can't be like connected to the fraud he did, financial fraud he did with taxes and his inheritance. Is that correct?
I'm not saying it can't, but they're saying it's business expenses related.
Those would be business expenses related.
That's what they're saying. So they're saying 34 charges related to business expenses. That's what was been reported anyway.
Right. So I'm just interested to see the scope. Sorry, guys. Go ahead.
Agree.
I think the timing of it is more of an issue. Like, what exactly are we being distracted from right now? I think it's more of a timing issue. We have a lot of shit going on right now, war related things, and I feel like this is a distraction personally.
But what's different about the war now than it was, let's say, 3 months ago or 5 months ago?
Well, I know that China said that yesterday that they were preparing their people for war. So, I mean, there's that.
And then we did see where a journalist was actually arrested for espionage in Russia as well. That just happened. And then the White House or the embassy put out a statement that, any Americans need to get out of Russia and don't go to Russia, get out now kind of thing. Now, granted, we saw that before, but that is a good point. Go ahead, Solomon.
No, but China, they make them comments like every other month, don't they, that they're ready to go to war, they're ready to basically fight for Taiwan. It's like a common thing with China. If you just Google it, you'll see they say like at least 3, 4 times, 5 times a year. So I'm trying to say, like, I can't see, and the only thing that you could say specific is right now is the fact that he's already declared that he's going to run, and so that could be a reason for it, maybe.
Yeah, but he's been saying that since 2020. I mean, we knew the minute that after the 2020 election he was going to run again.
Yeah, of course. So again, I don't know if then that defeats the whole argument about this being a specific time.
There's also a statement that just came out from Matt Gaetz. If you guys want me to read that real quick, he said, it was a tweet actually. He said, I spoke with President Donald Trump moments ago. He is resolute and focused. He is also concerned about what this politically motivated indictment will do to America's brand around the world. We will wake up in a very different America tomorrow because we can no longer have moral authority against the dictators and despots who find it easier to jail their political rivals than to compete against them in free and fair elections. And it looks like that quote actually came from a hit that he did on Fox News. So
Can I comment on that since I ran against Matt Gaetz?
I was already coming to you, so go ahead, Rebecca.
Yeah, I ran against Matt Gaetz for Congress, and he had apparently zero issues with the very politically motivated persecution of me by Ron DeSantis, with whom his relationship obviously has been distancing because DeSantis didn't even endorse him in the last election. But those are big words coming from the poster child of getting away with shit because you're rich and your daddy's powerful. So that to me, I mean, all 8 foreheads had to be stressing to be able to write that tweet because that's just too rich coming from him. And again, I don't know anything about the details of what the indictments are. None of us do. It's under seal. So I can't speak as to whether or not they're bullshit against Trump. As I said earlier, there's obviously a political element to it because he's a politician, and there always is. Difference is I wasn't. I was politically targeted as a normal citizen not running for office. And Matt Gaetz had zero problem with it, actually fundraised off of that when I ran against him. The hypocritical bullshit coming out of Florida right now is just, it would be insufferable if I wasn't so used to it.
May I draw a comparison here to another special counsel? This time it was a Trump special counsel, John Durham, who worked for years on the Michael Sussman case. And Michael Sussman was alleged to have, been involved in a secret, colluding with the FBI on the Russia hoax. So Durham was after him. But the jury, when it got out of the special counsel, it went to a regular jury. And the thing I remember about that in DC is everybody thought on the right said, oh, we're gonna, they're gonna get Sussman. But you know what happened? The jury just didn't give a damn. They said, these are just politicians. They're quibbling over nonsense. They've got more important things in their lives to do. They acquitted Sussman. So Durham was, I'm just flipping the roles around. Now you got DA Bragg bringing in what appears to me to be quibbling over business records, a political case. When you get a real jury, not just a grand jury that is only getting one side of the story, but you get to a real jury, you got real people in there. They got lives that, they can't even, they got to worry about making it on the subway without getting assaulted. That's the big deal in their life. They don't really care about whether you call NDA legal expenses or not. This whole thing is just, it's going to play out over time, and maybe it'll go the way Sussman did,
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a fair point to say. Go ahead, Millie.
Do you guys remember when Hillary Clinton was being investigated, and when Comey came out and said, it pretty much acknowledged that she had these emails on private servers, and that this was mishandling of classified documents, meaning she could have been charged for multiple instances of having classified documents on an unsecured server. But then he just said, well, it's just kind of hard to try to prove intent, and we didn't think she did it on purpose. And, the ending result was no reasonable prosecutor would prosecute this. And so I think that this really kind of shows that there's this double standard. And I can't stop saying it. I know I might sound a little bit repetitive, but it's just glaring out there. And I don't understand how some people aren't seeing that. Like, a prosecutor could have technically probably looked at what we're seeing here with these business expenses or whatever that Trump reported, and they could say, well, we don't think he had the intent. Or the other thing is how do we know someone like Trump, who's a billionaire, who probably has people doing all this busy work for him, that these weren't just clerical errors that he had nothing to do with, right? So I think that it's just, it seems odd to me that there's this double standard.
Yeah, and I do get that as well. I also actually have. Go ahead.
Real quick, but by the way, the political analysis is that's what a lot of people are going to think. That's going to animate a lot of people in this whole process. That will be a factor in the election moving forward if Donald Trump stays in the race, which I obviously predict he will. But that's also a factor in all this, and I think it's important to note that that it just helps bolster the fact of the whole political nature of this particular case. By the way, on information, at least on part of what we know they were looking at, that took place many, many years ago. So it's a crazy. It makes us look bad on the international stage. I have friends around the world. They ask me, and I have to answer it regularly. What's going on there, and they want the United States to be strong. I can guarantee you this does not make us stronger. Notwithstanding Donald Trump specifically, it does not make us strong as a nation, and it makes us look very weak internationally.
Because earlier people had brought up that Trump had ran on lock her up, right? Going after Hillary Clinton. And so I think it was important to provide that context, that it was because previously Comey, right before we knew that she was being investigated in regards to the classified emails, right? But the crazy, shocking part was that they didn't actually go forward with indicting her and charging her when they had the evidence. And Comey came out and said that, yes, we saw that she did do this thing that is illegal, but we just decided that no reasonable prosecutor would prosecute. So he was basically pushing for lock her up, because what we had all seen was that they had Comey admitted that she did in fact engage in that criminal activity, but they just chose not to indict her. That's different than what Bragg's doing. He's before the fact saying, I'm going to run on going after Trump and taking him down criminally, but then waits till way after to then do a witch hunt to drag something up to figure out a way to charge Trump.
Well, and by the way,
But Millie, they didn't go after Ivanka, who got caught doing the same thing either.
So real quick, guys, if I may, I'm actually going to read this statement. It's really interesting. So Ted Lieu just came out with a statement, which is interesting to say the least. So, quote, today is a somber moment for America. Indicting a former president sets a terrible precedent. The only worst precedent is not indicting a former president who committed a crime. Donald Trump, like any American, is entitled to the presumption of innocence in a criminal court. Prosecutors will need to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the former president committed one or more crimes in order to secure a conviction. We should let law enforcement and our judicial system do their job without political interference. So he just dropped that a couple minutes ago. It wasn't very long ago at all. So I did find that interesting as well. I don't know what you guys' takes on that is, but it's
pretty balanced. Pretty balanced, actually. Pretty balanced by him.
And he's been doing that. So that's what I find interesting. And I wonder why the shift in Ted Lieu is. I've seen him doing that. But again, it's kind of doublespeak to me a little bit. You know, it's a dangerous precedent that we're going after a former president. However, it's also a dangerous precedent not to indict a president that's committed a crime. So it is kind of interesting to me. I don't know what your guys' take on that.
It seems like that's what everyone's doing. I mean, that's what Pence did as well. And that's what they're all saying. They're all playing both sides just to not push away the MAGA people in case Donald Trump can't run or
Sure,
backs out or something like that.
Let me do this. Let's to wrap. The guys are telling me like they're getting exhausted, so I think it's time to wrap up the space. And let's do this as we wrap it up. Do you think, Joe, you can kick it off? Do you think Trump will be president? The election?
No, I don't think he'll be president. But
because based on votes or based on potentially getting
based on the fact of how he won, as you know, I predicted his win like 6 months before it happened. I even bet my career on the fact that he would win because he was addressing minors and VAs, and I knew he didn't need as much money as Hillary, which is typically unprecedented. Only one other president before was able to do it with less money than who they ran against, because he was really speaking the hearts of a certain amount of people. When minds start to shut down on their presidency, he lost that. I didn't see him winning the last election because he had less money than Biden to run. Typically, whoever has the most wins. I don't see him being able to raise a lot of funds going forward either.
How much did he raise in 2016 when he won?
I don't remember the exact amount, but the difference is like 15% different, which is pretty normal.
Yeah,
so he raised a fair bit in 2016.
It was about 350 million to her nearly billion. Like she had 700, 800 million.
Oh yeah, against Hillary, it was like night and day.
Hillary, okay, so that goes against your point, Joe. Hillary doubled him, and he still won in 2016.
Yeah, but that year I predicted he would win, even though he was going to spend half the money, because he spoke to the hearts of the miners and the VA. Since the things with the VA and the miners really didn't work out too well, I don't know how many of those people he's going to get this time around. And now he needs to run a more traditional campaign, and I don't see him being able to raise the amount of funds because of all this around it. Plus, you have other candidates who have some potential that I think are going to dissipate some of the funds to other candidates. That's the only reason why I think he's not going to win.
All right, so I'll go to Jim. Jim, your thoughts? Do you think he'll be our next president?
I think that this helps him net. I think they're to go through along the way. I think it
probably helps him most when it comes to the nomination process, because I think you're just going to have a lot of Republicans say, okay, we can't put up with this, and the guy will fight. I mean, you'll have detractors, of course. I'm not saying they won't be there, but I think it helps him there. I do think that Biden is very weak. That didn't play out seemingly last year, but again, that was an off-year congressional election. When people have to walk up to vote, even 60 days out, they got to ask themselves, after 4 years by that time of experience with Joe Biden, do I want this guy to have the helm moving forward? And I think net, I would predict that Trump wins. By the way, I think Joe's analysis, because I was exactly the same way. I had everyone laughing at me 6 months out of 2016 saying, no, the guy's going to win. He's just definitely going to win. And I think we had quite a similar analysis there. I'm not certain that there's as much of a problem. He may not get the minor vote, I don't know, but he will get the suburban woman vote coming back, because the suburban woman vote has a tendency. This has been proven out by research. I'm not being sexist here or anything to say this. The suburban woman vote is a security vote. They are concerned about the well-being of their families, the well-being of friends, and they left Trump in 2020 because the COVID thing was such a problem, but and was really risky, and they saw Trump as a problem there. And without getting into that, but that won't be here this next time. What's going to be lingering for that group is Biden's economic policy, which is still going to tank. So
Jim, to your point, if this trial,
let me just go to Jim, Joe, because I know you guys gave your thoughts. No, I'm not tired. I'm actually full of energy. I'm not the lazy one. We got Slayman. We have All Sauce and Trash. They're the lazy guys here. I'm chill, guys. I'm chill. The sun just came up. Joe, do you think Trump will be the GOP nominee, and do you think he will be our next president, like it or not? Mr. Walsh?
Yes, I think, hey, good to be with you, everybody. I think Trump will be the Republican Party nominee. I do not think he'll be reelected.
Do you think it'll be close if he won't be reelected? Do you think he has a real shot and it'll be close to Biden?
Electorally, I think every election for the foreseeable future will be close.
Fair point. Fair point. Slayman, Trash, do you have any more questions for Joe? I know you guys DM me in the background.
Yeah, no, I do, Joe, and I would actually I see that the Electoral College is going to be close moving forward. I think that's a given at this point, the way everything's kind of structured in the country. And I want to come back to 2016 a little bit, and I want to come to you, Joe, on this, because Joe was mentioning that how Trump was speaking to the hearts of miners in the VA, and that didn't quite work out. But I would make an argument here that it was also not just that Trump had rallied voters, but there was a lot of people that voted against Hillary. And I think we kind of saw people vote against Trump in 2020. But isn't there a factor here of people that would vote against Joe Biden as well, given the state of the economy and kind of the way things are heading and what's seeming to be we're moving towards a war, things of that nature, Joe? You see what I mean? Like, I think it might be closer than I even thought, that Trump might even get over the finish line, depending upon how we finish out the next 1.5 years.
Look, I think there are too many people in this country who oppose Trump, rightly, like myself, who understand how corrupt he is, who understand how chaotic he is, who understand how incompetent he is, who understand how unempathetic he is. I think the opposition to Trump outnumbers the Republicans who support him. It wasn't just 2020. 2020 wasn't just a referendum on Trump. 2018 was a referendum on Trump. Republicans got spanked in 2020 because of Trump. I think the stronger he does in the Republican Party, I think generally the weaker he is in the country at large.
So your thoughts are the messaging towards the Republican Party right now and the populace is just as damaging as Trump himself being, as you're saying, suggesting that a lot of people just don't like him? Is that kind of what you're saying?
Look, there are good populists and bad populists. We live in a populist moment. I voted for Trump in 2016 because I recognized the populist moment we were in. Trump is an evil populist. And I think over the course of the last 4 to 5 to 6 to 7 years, more and more Americans understand that. He's a bad, evil guy. I think Americans still want a populist. I'm not defending the Democratic Party because they don't even fucking recognize the populist moment we're in. Republicans recognize it. They're doing it to advance bad things, but we still live in a populist moment.
I get what you're saying. Okay. Suleiman, I know you.
Joe, I had a few. Joe, I mean, I get what you're saying about Trump, but I mean, I've got a few questions for you. So first of all, this indictment, and I asked this question before to people. When Biden ran in 2020, he ran on this premise that he is going to bring America together. It's fractured and he's going to bring them together. This indictment is almost like the straw that's brought the camel's back. And do you think that it's actually divided America much more than it ever was before?
Well, I agree, Sean. Look, when Biden said that was all BS. Nobody can bring this country together. This is a divided nation. Trump didn't divide the country. He's just the ugly byproduct of a divided country. The only reason Biden got elected is because he wasn't Trump. If Biden runs against Trump in 2024 again, the only reason Biden will win is because he isn't Trump. This country will remain divided. But that's not a reason not to indict Trump. Trump shouldn't be indicted for political reasons, but he should not be indicted for political reasons. He should be indicted based on the facts and the law in every one of these cases. And nobody on this phone call right now can say that this is a bogus political indictment. Nobody can say that because nobody knows what this indictment is yet. Nobody has seen these charges yet. If I look at the charges in a few days and they look bogus to me, I'll say it.
Yeah, of course, and we are just speculating based on the information we have.
Well, but you know what? I don't like to interrupt, but this is an important interruption. We all do this. We're all speculating. Everybody's already gone to their corners. It's like everybody's an expert and everybody knows what the deal is already. Glenn Beck was on Tucker Carlson's show tonight, and he basically decreed this thing as a political prosecution with bogus charges. He doesn't know that. He hasn't even seen the charges. It's really bad and dangerous to speculate. All of us should know, even if you're pro-Trump or anti-Trump, stay here, wait for the charges and see what they are.
So, Joe, just to frame the reasoning why people are coming to this conclusion, you're right. We are speculating to an extent, but on the other hand, we do have information and data that we can make said conclusions on, not conclusions, but we can make assumptions on, or make our our thoughts on is probably the right word. As an example, we know that the prosecutor ran on the very notion that she was going to prosecute, or they were going to prosecute Donald Trump. Now, if someone runs on that, do you not think that is politically motivated when you're basically going against somebody from the other side?
Every prosecutor, especially every prosecutor that's elected, is a little or a lot political. That's a given. There are Democratic prosecutors all over the country, and there are Republican prosecutors all over the country. There are Republicans and Democrats who work in the FBI and the Justice Department. We generally believe that the vast majority of them put their political biases aside and follow the law. And you can call me naive, but I'm generally going to believe that the vast majority of prosecutors will do that. I could change my mind once I see these charges.
So, Joe, the reason why I believe this is different is because, and I'm not from the United States, so I'm just looking at it from like a rational point of view. The reason why I see this is different is you have a Democrat prosecutor who ran on prosecuting Republican ex-president of the United States and the person who's going to run most likely as president of the United States. Now, just from that is politically motivated, because as you said, they run based on politics, and then they've used that politics to basically go after and indict Trump. Now, if she'd indicted Trump and never ran on it, then you could say, slightly different. But here, that really just provides a window into the psyche of what was happening. What do you think?
No, but again, we don't know. And he ran on a lot of things. And I'm not defending Bragg, but then also when he got elected and he became prosecutor, he was terribly resistant to pursue this. 2 of the prosecutors in his department resigned because Bragg wouldn't pursue this case. So either something changed or more evidence came to the fore. We'll find out. But if this is purely, Bragg, a purely political prosecution with no basis in fact and no basis in law, then you know what, my friend? Then Donald Trump has a hell of a better chance at being elected president in 2024. That would be a really stupid political thing for a Democratic prosecutor to do.
And so you have that scenario, and then a number of people who are essentially from the Democratic side of the aisle, their main argument has been, this is the weaker case, but we've got more stronger cases elsewhere. Again, there's almost this acceptance that, based on the information we have, based on the leaks we have, this doesn't seem very strong. Now, I accept that there could be a scenario where there is some bombshell evidence, bombshell information that we're unaware of. But the way we know that the media operates, generally speaking, is they leak the evidence, they leak the information just to get the press on their side, just to get the psyche of the people on their side. And hence why, again, a lot of people are thinking that based on the information we have, there are some issues.
Well, I'd quibble with you, my friend, on this. It's not that we think this isn't a strong case. My beef with it is I just don't know that it's a serious charge. I don't know how strong or weak of a case it is. When I look at everything else that Trump is under investigation for, pressuring Georgia's election officials to overthrow an election, inciting a violent attempt to overthrow our election, hiding classified documents, this is like the least serious charge. And I'll tell you, we all could be speaking with each other in another 3 or 4 months, and Trump could have already been indicted for 2 much more serious crimes.
And again, so you made the same point that this issue is not a major issue, and even when a lot of people talk about it in terms of how it's basically been manufactured in a way to make it into a federal crime, again, adds weight to this whole issue of, there is some problems in the way this has been prosecuted. I think those are the concerns people have. Obviously, you're right. In 2 days' time or in 3 days' time, by Tuesday, or whatever it may be, we will have significant amount of information and we'll be a lot more knowledgeable about it. But I do think that based on the information we have right now, I think there's almost like a consensus that this case, it wasn't the best case to go ahead and try and indict Trump.
I think that's a safe thing to say, even among a lot of Democrats who rightly believe Trump has done committed much more serious crimes. They're gun shy. They were gun shy about bringing this one forward. Stormy Daniels, hush money, falsifying business records. Come on, we're talking about trying to overthrow an election. I think that was that makes sense. But again, I don't mean to fall back on a silly, stupid talking point, but nobody in this country is above the law. And we don't know if Trump broke the law in this case. But I think it's worth waiting to see what he's been charged with.
So a big argument against that is that in terms of being gun shy, it's probably the opposite. This has been a president who's had case after case after case. I mean, they've tried to impeach him twice. They've tried to have the Russia investigation.
No, but I love you, brother, but bullshit. Bullshit.
Did that not happen, Bujo?
No, you mean, again, this is what slays me. Donald Trump never, ever, ever initiated everything. The poor little baby, he got impeached twice because these mean Democrats went after him. Not because of anything Trump did, And now the Justice Department is going after him, not because of anything Trump did. And the Mueller report went after him, not because, I mean, stop. If you're as bad as the Democrats who think Donald Trump wakes up every morning and breaks the law, any mega cult Republicans one is because we've never had a president like Trump who's done all this shit from day one. He deserves a lot of this.
So I mean, when they brought these allegations against him, they've never been able to convict him on him. That's the first thing. And the second point is this.
Well, stop. But that's not fair because impeachment is a political process. You can say the Democrats were political in impeaching him, but the Republicans were political in not convicting him.
That's true for sure. But also as well, you mentioned that no other candidate or no other president or no other person engaged in these type of activities. I mean, we know we've got the situation where Hillary Clinton engaged with these activities. We know we've got significant amount of issue about Joe Biden. Why is he not being investigated? We talked about this before you came on, Joe. 10%. We've got, his connections to China. 10% of the big guy, reported by very reputable journalists, independent journalists. And so why would all of those things brushed under the carpet, and then you have this focused attack on Trump? Like Joe Biden has enough out there, enough information that he should be investigated, and so that's why people feel like this is a targeted attack by the establishment.
Yes. And so we found common ground, and if I were with you right now, I'd hug you. Yes, the Biden family should be investigated. Yes, Hillary was investigated. Investigate everybody. Russia screwed with our elections. Investigate what Russia did, but then go ahead and investigate the investigators. Investigate what the FBI did. I agree with you. Do you know right now that the Biden family is not being investigated? Do you know that?
Well,
no.
Well,
investigate. You're with me, right? Investigate what Trump did. Investigate what Biden might have done, right?
100%. Investigate everyone.
Common ground.
So the problem is that what we're seeing, we've got common ground for sure, and I like that you saw balance, but the issue we have is we're not seeing that. So Hillary was let off in 2016, and she wasn't investigated, and she definitely breached laws that are much worse than what Trump's been indicted with right now. Biden, we know, and like you said, investigate them, but they're not being investigated. So when they're not, what it shows me, and for me, it's not Republican Democrat. That's just,
well, sure it is.
That's a lame argument. For me, it's actually establishment not liking somebody who possibly could be not part of this.
So then say it. Then show your cards. You believe that there is a deep state who protects establishment politicians, and they went after Trump because he's, quote, not an establishment politician. I don't believe that. I don't believe the Justice Department or the FBI would purposely not investigate Hillary and investigate Trump. There you and I disagree. I don't believe that.
And that's fair enough. You don't need to believe it, but the issue we have is that's basically what's dividing, as an example, the people, because what the people are seeing is double standards. If Hillary was investigated and then Trump right now is being investigated, I think people would be a lot more open to this, to what's happening.
But it's right. But again, I'll be. There are way too many stupid people in this country. Right now, Biden and Trump are being. Okay, they both should be investigated. But if the American people aren't smart enough to understand that there are differences between what Trump did with classified documents and what Biden did, it's like Trump supporters believe either they both have to be indicted for the classified docs or neither one of them can. No, bullshit. Every case is decided on its own merits, period.
Well, and to that point, I've heard these arguments, but the president does have broad powers to declassify documents, whereas the vice president does not. And I do think that that is a difference there. And I think that I think that the conflation arguments, to your credit, are nonsense, because each individual one needs to be on its merit. But on that merit alone, I don't think they're conflated. And I do have concerns about the emails that came out in the Biden laptop, whether you agree with them or not. We did see the 22-point plan that Devin Archer had put forth in Afghanistan, and the only way they would have had that information and intel to be able to put that plan together, to be able to prepare Joe Biden's visit prior to being there with Poroshenko, would have been access to those documents. And that's where my main concern with those documents came from, Joe. I don't know but to your point, each one needs to be on their merit. And I think that's fair. I know you weren't in here earlier, and people know my politics, but at the end of the day, I'm also willing to say, because it's a still indictment, that we don't know what's in it. But everything that's been leaked or everything's been talked about, it doesn't add up either. And I think that's what's bothering a lot of Trump supporters. Maybe not the more tribalist ones, but ones that may vote for Trump or support him, however, are willing to be I just kind of wanted to respond to that, because it has bothered me about the documents.
I'd actually like to tack onto that, Trash, because I think you bring up a very salient point. And number one, I think we should everybody in the space should recognize that this is an indictment and not a conviction. And I think a lot of the the media is running off of this as if it is a conviction. This is not Trump is guilty, Trump is not guilty. This is a grand jury who may be run by a prosecutor that may have political motives, right? That I think that's an entirely salient point to look at. But at the end of the day, the grand jury is doing what the grand jury does, and they've decided that this is worth, essentially, an indictment is not a conviction. An indictment is, this is worth looking further into. And I think the larger issue here is that Americans in general are incredibly tribalized, and you have one side saying this is ridiculous, this is nonsense, and you have another side saying, like, oh yeah, convict him now, everything, so on and so forth. But the reality of the situation is that the grand jury has looked at all of the evidence, and they've determined this is worth a trial. And I'm no fan of Trump myself, but let him have his day in court. Let him have his due process. And if it comes out innocent, that's what it is. That's the verdict. If it comes out the other way, so what? So be it. But what we're looking at is a decision based upon further investigation, not a decision based upon determining guilt.
Exactly. And way too many people don't understand that. And if this is just Michael Cohen and a payment to Stormy Daniels, and that's all it is, then this is going to be the biggest backfire politically in the history of this country, and Trump will walk into the White House.
Do you think Bragg would be that stupid?
No, I don't. That would be, well, again, what do I know? Because I haven't seen anything. That's why I think it's a much more comprehensive charging, because Bragg wouldn't be that stupid, because that would be an open pathway to the White House for Trump. 100%. But that's not to say that he still should have indicted him, because I just worry about the seriousness of the charge, not how strong the charge is.
Yeah, I feel like if he becomes the deep state warrior, he wins. If he's seen as like, I can beat the deep state and frame it that way, it's the only way I see he wins the next election. And if he wins this, that could happen.
If I may, I think just one correction though because I hear this a lot, and just for clarification on the declassification, because you're 100% right that the president of the United States has absolute, not broad, absolute authority on declassification of classified documents. But when the president does that, there is a process for that. But second, it is disclosed that it's been declassified. Right. And one of the ways what documents be declassified is because they remove the classification marks. So when the president dictates something that needs to be declassified, it has to go through the process. What
Also,
the argument
also,
is.
can I ask you a question, Carry on? What is the process? Because I've been in a few other conversations where the argument that was being made was, and I haven't looked into this, so please clarify. The argument that was being made is that even him thinking that he wants to, so he doesn't have to actually verbally state that he wants to disclassify it as long as he wants to, so as long as he has the will.
No, yes, it has to be an order. There has to be an order because they're not in the laws of the.
So what is that? If you can explain that to us.
So yeah, if the president can declassify, right? Like, so here's a perfect example. Right? Like, let's go back a year ago. Russia invaded Ukraine. One was by declassifying classified information to show to the world, like, no, Russia is going to invade, right? So the president gave the order, or somebody that had authority, senior level, cabinet level position, right? That had the authority. It's very convoluted. There's terms like Orcon, et cetera. This is very, very convoluted. But basically, a senior level government official or the president gives an order, right? A verbal order. I'm thinking of declassifying means is it? No, that's not how this works. That's not how the law works. Because you have to then, when that process goes, the key way of doing is you remove the classification marking. So everybody understands that this document is now declassified and that it could be released to the public. If the markings on that classified document and there's no order, nobody has acknowledged it, nobody has written down, there's nothing, then that document is classified. This idea that the president, because he just thinks it's declassified, that's not the law. And especially once you left office. Once Trump left office, that's it. That power is gone. And you can't just go back and say, well, I declassified that was president. Well, where's the order? Where's the proof? Where's the process? Where's the evidence? Because then it goes through, once it goes there, the intelligence community then goes through, a series of reviews. Because unless you absolutely declassify everything, which is even in of itself rare, because there's a lot of ways, like there's body, like the intel, not necessarily how you got it, right? You want the message out. And so there's certain things that are removed, right? You're not going to put names out there, public names, et cetera, of especially U.S. intelligence official member, et cetera. So it's a thorough process, and there's a legal way you do it, not just I thought it as is, it's happening. No, that's not the law. That's not how it goes. And I know people are going to argue, but it's not.
And the bigger, broader point is the Justice Department now is investigating Trump on the classified docs, investigating Biden, and investigating Pence. And all three cases will and should be investigated. The shame is, if there are differences in the cases, Trump supporters will never, ever, ever, ever trust whatever decision the Justice Department makes. Because Donald Trump has done a brilliant job from day one in instilling this distrust in everybody who works for our government, in turning the FBI and the Justice Department into enemies. So Trump supporters won't believe anything when it comes down to any of these investigations.
No, but let's be honest here. When it comes to the debate about declassification of documents by thought alone, right? So if we're talking about the idea that, so as Allsource pointed out, the president of the United States does have unilateral authority to declassify documents at his whim, at his or her whim. If we endorse the idea, and this is the debate, right? If we endorse the idea that they can do so via thought, via internal thought, then equally so, there is no claim of criminality against Donald Trump, and there's no claim of criminality against Joe Biden either, because Barack Obama can, tweet or talk about it and just say, like, yeah, I declassified that in my mind. And so I think that's the greater sort of issue we're looking at when it comes to declassification of documents by thought alone, is the idea that any president, current or former, whether or not the person leaking something that was classified previously is either a low-level analyst or the vice president of the United States, the president at the time can say, well, I thought in my mind that was declassified, and so therefore it's fair game. And I think that actually presents sort of a greater risk towards the sanctity and the security of classified documents within the United States, irregardless of who you support, simply because, much like I have personal disagreements with presidential pardons, is this idea that, if you're a friend of the president, they can say, well, I thought it at the time in my head, and so therefore it's fair game. And in my personal opinion, I think we have classification systems for a reason. I think we classify certain documents for a reason. I think we have a national security apparatus for a reason. And I think the idea that the president can, declassify in their head without communicating to any sort of structure, any sort of chain of command, presents a sort of clear and present risk. And sidebar, what I would say with particular towards the DA in Manhattan here, if this is politically motivated, I think that will be proven in a trial. And if that's proven in a trial, that's the end of this guy's career, right? There's no way a DA is going to stake all of the time and effort that they put into getting themselves into that position on one political trial. They're not going to do that for a CNN appearance, right? That's, it's a bit nonsensical to me. Anyways.
Well, man, I want to litigate that a little bit, but I'm going to go to name. I do. The reason I want to litigate it is there's a few reasons, but I'm going to go ahead and go to name because he's had his hand up a while. I'll come back to it, Austin, but I have a few thoughts on that. Go ahead, name.
So I agree with some things that were said, and we obviously, no one has seen the sealed indictment. When it's sealed, no one sees it except the prosecutors in the office. Yeah, there were leaks going out about how many charges or whatnot. So my assumption from the beginning of this that it was definitely not going to be just over the Stormy Daniels situation, because when these prosecutors bring a large case like this that's going to get obviously headlines, they're going to stack they're going to throw the book and just stack and file on as many charges as they feel that they have. First, because it's high profile, and the other obvious reason they do this, you could look at the Sam Bankman-Fried, for instance. He was charged with 13 crimes. Is they tried to come to a negotiation to have him plead out, which this will not happen with Trump. Obviously, he'll fight this. But my opinion is that their purpose is to drag this through the election, and this is going to drag on for a couple of years through the campaign, the primaries, everything, and it's just going to be a dark cloud. And and here's my concern is I'm going to assume, and we'll see what happens, that there's going to be somewhat of a gag order put on him on that he's not allowed to publicly be talking about the case. So that's going to be very interesting if that happens. And I assume, I don't know if there's any lawyers up here, but I assume that that's going to happen since he has, a mic, right? He has an audience. And I also assume he's probably going to come back to Twitter pretty soon as well. But I don't know. I think there's also probably going to be superseding indictments. This is not going to be over with just a payment to Stormy Daniels or whatnot. They're not going to. That was my assumption from the beginning. I haven't, seen anything obviously, but that's just my opinion that they're going to throw the book at him and see what sticks, and just keep it as a dark cloud. It's not so much of maybe getting him in jail. It's more having a dark cloud over his campaign, limiting what he can say, and then we have all the other investigations as well. So I don't know. We'll see what they have. And, my personal opinion, my bias politically is I think it's, bullshit, but I haven't seen it. So we'll see. I think it's politically motivated. That's just my personal opinion. Because we see other people not get charged with crimes that are high profile, but then they literally have been investigating this man for 7 years now. And he'll be tried in the media over this. Yeah, an indictment isn't, guilty. He has his day in court, but the media will try him, publicly, and that's just how it works. We'll be on here with other 10-hour long spaces talking about probably gag orders, more indictments, and whatnot. So this is going to drag on for years, in my opinion.
Does anyone know, like, if the judge orders that the witnesses not be named?
Yeah, I was going to comment on that.
I
too.
don't see Trump being able to not name these people in
No,
public,
Joe,
which is a problem.
In the indictment, they will just refer to them as like witness one, or if there happened to be, let's say, an undercover agent that had some wiretap. I'm just giving hypotheticals. They would name it as agent one or witness one. They will not usually name witnesses from what I've seen in the indictments. In trial, that will come out, but in the indictments, they're going to keep a lot of secrets, probably because the investigation is most likely still ongoing, right?
Yeah, and it is. And so I did see where Bragg said he's got a few more documents that just recently came out. So he reconvened the grand jury, and that's when they decided to indict. I am interested to see where that goes. Robert, you had your hand up. I wanted to get to you.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. And yes, we will see what's in the indictments. However, I don't want to dismiss the tremendous work that many people have put into investigating Donald Trump, President Trump, candidate Trump, through many types of investigations: political, legal, tax, business, you name it. And so far, they've come up with zero. So many hoaxes have been brought up and quickly dispelled, or they try to keep them going for years and years. Russia hoax, even some folks still believe there's a Russian interference in elections now. It's been totally disproven. It took a while, but with this man, a good populist, very empathetic, he will survive this one too. This is another. And by the way, so going back to the Georgia folks, I think somebody made a reference to how this might not be important, but we don't know what's in it. But yet, the Georgia matters haven't even gone to a grand jury or to an indictment yet, and everybody seems to know the facts there. I don't think those are as serious, actually. So I think they're really reaching to even come up with this one in New York. And when we get back to Georgia, they'll find that Fani Willis and her thing was just as much of a hoax with nothing going on. There was no pressuring any election workers. In fact, the election workers actually admitted to fraud, and then the FBI covered it up. There's no fake electors. This whole bogus argument about fake electors. Well, guess what? Hillary Clinton had alternate electors. Is anybody calling her electors fake electors? So that one's done. I think when you go through the New York one and go back to Georgia, you'll find nothing there as well. This will just be another PR thing. I'm hoping that there'll be a quick resolution to this, but it's probably going to go out and drag out in the court for months and months and months here in New York.
Quick question for you, Robert. From which states were Hillary Clinton's fake electors from? What delegations did they represent?
She had alternate electors. We even had Van Jones, and I think it was
No, but from what states? Because in order to have false electors, you need to have them represent a state's sort of electorate, right? That's how the process goes.
They're alternate electors.
Yeah,
they challenged the Congress. You go back to after Donald Trump won, go back to all the Democrats that were in Congress challenging the election, proposing.
Yes, electors need to be from a state. That's how the Electoral College works, right? Yeah,
yes.
There are a certain amount of electors. So what states did Hillary Clinton submit fake, false electors or alternate electors?
The ones that there were about maybe 10 Congress members.
Can you name one state?
I'm just going to draw it.
But Robert, I think what Austin is getting at is you're conflating congressmen that within their legal, there was congressmen who
they challenged it and they proposed their alternate electors.
Right. But that
just
was
one state. That's all I'm asking for.
Wow. I'm just drawing. I can't remember which one, but there were about a dozen members of Congress who challenged the slates.
But they did it independently. Hillary Clinton conceded the day after the election. Like, I think people forget, like, she conceded. She had a concession speech. She said no, and then there were congressmen during the 2016 Congress afterward. They was like, oh, we're going to challenge and blah blah blah. They resoundingly lost. They did not have to go to the recount. They didn't do any of that. There was onesies and twosies or a dozen, and out of the 435, maybe there was a dozen, but they acted independently on their own for political purposes, which is in their right. But that doesn't. But Hillary Clinton conceded the next day after the election. Hey, I lost, and she went to Trump's inauguration. She was there in Trump's inauguration. Like, I don't think you can equate both.
No, but there were a dozen members of Congress who challenged the Trump slate and wanted to put in an alternate Hillary Clinton slate. That was the day of the meeting of the Electoral College.
Right.
The certification thereof.
Robert. Alshauer's right. Look, in 2020, for the first time in American history, a sitting American president lost an election and refused to participate in the peaceful transfer of power. Your guy did that. Your empathetic guy did that because he was too fucking little to put the country before himself. Hillary Clinton conceded the next day. Hillary Clinton participated in the peaceful transfer of power. Donald Trump, for the first time in American history, didn't do that. Robert, tell me that's wrong. Can you please say that?
You're flat wrong. He did participate in the
what do you mean I'm wrong?
Because he didn't go to the inauguration?
He refused to participate in the peaceful transfer of power. He refused to participate in any transition with Joe Biden. He refused to go to the inauguration. He refused to speak to Biden. He refused to concede. Come on, man.
No, that's not what you said. He did not concede, right? But he did. And he didn't go to Hillary Clinton's inauguration.
Robert,
so what?
Was it a good thing that he didn't concede? Was that good for the country?
Yes.
Thank you. Done. We're done. Love you, brother.
Yeah. No, seriously, because the circumstances were that the election was stolen,
Robert,
Joe. And
you don't need to explain it, man. Hey, Bud.
No, I do, actually. The election was stolen. The president believes that. I believe that.
The election was stolen. He did not need to concede. I love it, man. I love your honesty. Beautiful.
He did not need to concede.
Love it.
He won it.
Love it.
He won it.
You set a wonderful precedent. Good.
Thank you. I'll hold my views.
Was it good for the country when Hillary Clinton's supporters worked against him in the administration for 4 years?
Hillary Clinton. What Hillary Clinton do, Ian?
I'm not talking about Hillary. I'm talking about her supporters.
Hey, Ian, compare Trump to Hillary.
Yeah,
everybody
doesn't have any power in office. He doesn't have people.
Everybody's supporters, Ian, get wacky.
He doesn't have any supporttes in office working against Joe Biden. He doesn't have that kind of power. He doesn't have institutional power.
That's right, Ian.
Hey, Ian, who did you vote for in the last presidential
I voted
election?
for my mom. Sorry.
You voted for your no, you didn't. That's a lie. You didn't vote.
No, it doesn't really matter. I get to have an opinion because, like,
that joke's getting a little.
No, Ian, you get to have an opinion. You get to have an opinion.
You know, all you do is talk about foreign countries all the time, Austin. You're in here. You talk about Russia. You talk about Ukraine. Have you lived there? Have you lived in any of these countries? So I can have an opinion on America because it is my choice. Okay.
And I agree, Ian. I agree. You can.
Thank you.
I agree, Ian.
How about me, Joe?
I always think, Ian.
How about me, Joe? Can I have an opinion too?
Everybody can have an opinion.
You know, you want to yell at me for believing the election was stolen? Go ahead and yell.
No, Robert. I congratulated you for being that.
No, it's bullshit. You're not
Everybody can have an opinion. Ian, I'm glad.
Everybody knows that it was a snarky comment, and you're just being a jerk about it.
No, Robert. I asked you a direct question. You gave me a direct answer. I'm glad.
Yeah, the election was stolen. And Donald Trump did not go to Hillary Clinton's inauguration. So what?
You don't. Hey, Robert, seriously, no snark. You don't get snark from me.
I appreciate.
I'm glad you.
Not for real. Like no, I like that you allow. Not allow. Sorry, I'm not being snarky here. I like that you you welcome opinions of all sorts. Right? I mean that is wonderful.
Ian, Ian, I
just want to add something here. You know, one second, Joe. one thing I find really, really annoying is when people make this lame argument against Ian for some reason.
Totally
like,
agree.
you're not from America. Like, that's the most silliest, childish argument I've ever heard in my life. Who cares if he's from America? I would say that even if you're not from America and you don't take an interest in American politics, it's ridiculous and you're ignorant, because American politics impacts the world from so many factors: politically, foreign policy, even psychologically, even the way society is moving. To not take an interest in America,
Amen.
And to make that argument just because he makes a strong argument is actually silly. And I've heard it way too
like social
times,
media is
Amen.
run by America, right? Social media, I mean, the media in general is just dominated by American influence. Culture is controlled by America. So, of course, the whole world weighs in on it. We can't escape it. Even if we wanted to, we couldn't escape it, right? Not that we want to. I mean, America's cool, right? It's also funny that I don't hear people saying the same thing about Canadians who talk about America, or Australians who talk about America, or British people who talk about America. I mean, Piers Morgan, is he an American citizen? No, he's not. But he's always weighing in on American culture, on American laws. He talks about gun control, and agree or disagree. I mean, that's his opinion. He has a right to it, just like I have a right to my opinion. And the guy is not even American. So, I mean, this argument that I can't have an opinion because I'm Malaysian, like, excuse me, what's that supposed to mean?
Well,
Ian,
and
Ian,
to be,
you're right.
Yeah.
You're completely
Thank
right.
you, Joe. Appreciate it.
Yeah, and Joe, to your point, and Ian's point, so you guys, some of you guys know me, some of you don't. It's fine, but I've been on the internet weighing in on everybody else's politics, and I rarely like to talk about my politics, which is in this country, because it just gets, I don't know. It's just not. Sometimes it's just like, all right, keep me out of our retail politics here for a minute. But I weigh in on Canada, what's going on in Canada. I weigh in on what's going on in Australia. I weigh in on what's going on in Russia and China and Albania with their prime ministers, and Hunter Biden and Ukraine. And so I think it's a fair argument to be made by anybody in the world that wants to come to the table, that wants to speak about facts, have a different opinion than me, but also wants to at least debate and have this conversation. Let's not forget that we are the world reserve currency. So what happens here does matter everywhere, and it matters to a great deal. We have military bases in 85 countries around the world. And so I would say that it's actually kind of an important thing to be able to talk about. And so I welcome it. And actually, matter of fact, I welcome people that have absolutely differing opinions with me, which seems to be more often than not, but that's okay. So no, I mean, I get it. Like I understand the arguments of why would anybody, an outsider, weigh in on our American politics. Well, our American politics, and I believe for the better, for right now, weighs in on a lot of other countries. And so I think it's vastly important that we get that perspective. Not to mention, Solomon said something earlier that I thought was very important. He said, listen, I have no stake in your game per se, meaning I'm not left or right in your country. However, from a rational perspective, from an outsider looking in, here's what I see. And I think that's very valuable, because no matter how unbiased or non-political I want to be, I still have my biases. So when I weigh on topics like this, I always say, look, I got my politics, I got my bias. I'm not always right, but I try to be, right? So I appreciate the conversation. Yeah, go ahead, Joe. Sorry.
No, I was going to echo what you just said, and I was going to probably again compliment Ian and Suleiman. Look, we need to hear from the rest of the world, no matter where you are politically, and there are probably plenty of people on this call who differ with me politically. No matter where you are, this is a very divided country right now, and our politics is broken. I welcome input from the rest of the world, because I think input from the rest of the world could help us.
Well said. Well said.
Joe, you should run again.
I don't have a party. Nobody likes me. I can't run.
Start a new one.
Yeah. Big Yang started one, right? It's got what I forget what it's called, but it sounds pretty promising.
And by the way, Robert, if you're still listening, I didn't mean snark. I meant it. You said the election was stolen. You thought it was a good thing that Trump didn't concede. I just wanted you to express your opinion. I disagree with that, but I'm glad you did.
Yeah, and just tons of evidence have come out about how it was stolen, all around the country, and it's taken a while, but I think you'll be surprised, Joe, when it comes out.
Robert, I can guarantee you that if it comes out that it was stolen, I'll be super freaking surprised.
Awesome.
But how long have we've been? How many court cases? How many times has this gone up to a judge and they? So Robert,
haven't did that.
My question for you, Robert, is
I'll answer it.
When
Project 65
okay
is 65 cases, and only maybe 64 of those were only one of those had merit. They considered the evidence, any evidence on its merits. The rest were procedural, mostly standing and latches. They were dismissed on that. There are others continuing. Those are going through it, taking a lot longer. So stay tuned.
So are we talking 1 year? Are we talking?
I mean,
4
it's like the
years?
Russia impeachment thing, right? I mean, with the Democrats saying that Trump is going to get impeached, like the walls are closing in. I mean, it's kind of a similar situation here. I think.
Well, I mean, Trump was impeached twice, but I mean, if you're talking about being convicted, that's a different.
Yeah.
scenario,
It comes to
of course.
conviction, right? The walls never actually closed in on him, and so I mean, I see the same thing here. I don't think, like personally, I don't think anything is ever going to come of these lawsuits, even if he is proven correct. I don't think it's actually going to happen.
But I actually think that's a really good. Actually, Ian, I think you actually bring up a really good point here, and I think we need to differentiate between sort of legal cases, and I think Mario is just typing away in the background.
Mario, mute your microphone.
Now, I think it's important to note, guys, that even though Hillary Clinton did verbally concede, what we did see right after that was the Russia collusion narrative that continued on and Russian interference narrative, to which intelligence agencies then began investigating Trump and his administration. We saw Hillary touring around claiming that there was Russian influence. So even though she did concede, essentially, she did go on a tour on TV interviews, pretty much making these claims. And then there was this investigation that went on. And throughout the entire Trump presidency, we saw witch hunts, which then amounted in no charges against Trump himself. So although, like we've been saying, and you guys have been pointing out, yes, Hillary did concede, but they then went on this witch hunt against Trump, and they went on this Russia collusion narrative, which turned out to be a nothing burger.
Really?
So what
they also claimed the stolen
that
election.
She set off a chain of events, right? Ned Price, when he released a letter when he used to work with our campaign, he set off the chain of events. Well, I guess Hillary did, since she told him to do it. That the email server was hacked by Russia. That turned out not to be true. That turned out to be completely false. And she started it. She started that chain of events that moved, that caused Trump to face all of these inquiries.
And then she did
there were charges levied against Trump via impeachment itself. That's the process of impeachment, right? It's obviously, the process of impeachment itself can be kind of dumbed down to a grand jury, and then the actual jury, with the grand jury being the House and the grand jury, the grand jury being the House, sorry, my bad, and then the jury itself being the Senate itself. But I think actually something that we could all agree on is that that's actually a very poor process, right? Because there's incentive for the party in power to bring charges of impeachment upon the president if they are the opposition party themselves. And that's why, the vote count necessary to actually convict is so high in the Senate. And so I think that's actually a really good example of checks and balances working. But I think we need to differentiate between the impeachment process with what is a normal, either civil or criminal proceeding in the United States.
Right.
By the way, the Democrats did also say that the election was stolen in 2016. And that whole narrative wasn't started by Trump, but I personally believe they're both wrong. They both made it up.
Right. After the 2016 election, it was first Democrats that were pushing the narrative that the election was stolen by Russian interference. And we heard that nonstop. And then Hillary Clinton, it did come out, she paid for the Steele dossier. So, and that all turned out to be bogus. So,
okay, but Amelia, I have a question for you. How many people did Robert Mueller indict and convicted that were part of the Trump campaign. Like, I got it. Like, Trump wasn't. Okay, got it. Understood. Acknowledged. He was president. They weren't going to indict him. He was a sitting president. It was going to be through impeachment, which is never going to happen. But, like, we're all forgetting substantial members, a good amount of to include a former campaign manager, was indicted and convicted because of Robert Mueller's investigation. Like, we can't just ignore everything that went on, all the problems that the communications that were laid out between Trump campaign officials and the Russian government. And Ian, I'm sorry, the investigation and the intelligence community has cleared without a doubt that Hillary Clinton's emails were hacked by Russia and then was leaked through WikiLeaks. That's why they went after Julian Assange, because he was being utilized as a Russian asset. Right? You can agree with it or not, but it's all laid out there. Now, it's just you're framing this narrative that it was all a lie, that nothing happened and it was bogus. And there was convictions. There were people who were indicted. There was a report that laid it all out and serious concerns about it. Now, it was never going to go to a charging of Trump because Robert Mueller, in his report, clearly stated he followed DOJ policy of not indicting a sitting president. And as such, he was not going to even ascertain if he was guilty or innocent of anything. And he even laid out that the only process for this to be done against a sitting president is impeachment, which was never going to happen.
Who was indicted?
I mean, also,
who was indicted based on Russia?
Julian Assange wasn't a Russian.
That was
wasn't a Russian
process
agent.
crimes.
Yeah,
I mean,
you had
no one is
Manafort.
indicted based on Russia. I mean, that was
Right.
never proven. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it was Cohen and Manafort. They were totally unrelated. Who was indicted on Russia?
But there were okay. No, Manafort's dealings with the Russian government. That was during the Mueller investigation. No, Paul Manafort, George Papadopoulos, a lot of them also pleaded guilty. There was a substantial amount of people that during the investigation, during the Russian investigation were shown. The other problem is
two unrelated things. They had nothing to do with Russia.
It was tied, right? No, but then the report laid out.
So Michael Cohen's taxi medallion.
No, not Michael Cohen. I'm not saying
Paul
I never said Michael
Manafort's
Cohen.
Ukrainian.
I never said Michael Cohen.
Never said Paul Manafort's Ukrainian FARA violations. What? What does that have to do with Trump?
I mean, I'm looking it up right now just to jog my memory since you're trying to gaslight me here. But like, Manafort pleaded guilty to 2 charges: conspiracy to defraud the United States and witness tampering. It's got nothing to do with Russia. What are you talking about?
It was process crimes.
It was Ukraine,
the
not Russia.
FBI type of crimes. Nothing.
Yeah, it's Ukraine. Exactly. It's
You're ignoring what I'm getting at is that what my argument is that you're ignoring all the things that came out, and more importantly, that the substantial amount, well-documented evidence. Look at the Mueller report. There was coordination.
Have you read? You just said that Manafort.
No, I read the Mueller report.
Right, because of the what I'm meaning is because of the
government wasn't
investigation.
involved in any of this.
It was the investigation that saw
or
that
members
of the
Hillary Clinton campaign.
It was an investigation that went to dead ends and nothings, and they had to get them up on process crimes. Most of it was making false statements to the FBI.
About what? About what? What was the false statement?
I don't know exactly.
What was the false statement? Yes, you do.
But that's what they
yes,
were
you do. What were the false statements? Right. Yeah, come on. Look, I'm not.
The bottom
you can even
line
go
is
into the whole Flynn thing where they got him because like he wasn't being honest about his company. It had nothing to do with Russia.
This is the same kind of dogwood.
Earlier, also that Manafort was prosecuted over Russia. It had nothing to do with Russia. It was Ukraine.
Okay. If people okay. I'm going to get the exact names of the people that were tied to Ukraine, that were specifically, because if we're going to go, I will go down this rabbit hole of Ukrainian oligarchs tied to the Russian government. Let me get the whole thing. If people don't understand Ukraine at all, and the Ukrainian oligarchs that are beholden to the Russian government, hence why we're seeing what we see now, and how they utilize that extensively to influence Ukraine, and the Russians utilize to extensively influence Ukrainian domestic politics and U.S. domestic politics. So let me look at the exact names. If you look at the names of the Ukrainian oligarchs, they're all tied to Russia. Yes, they live in Ukraine, but they're tied to Russia.
Everyone's tied to Russia. Fucking Zelensky's tied to Russia. What are you talking about?
No, what Alser's talking about was what Manafort was trying to do was trying to put the Russian, let's call Russian leading leaders into Ukraine. I believe that's what Alser is talking about. There is a huge connection to Russia, so I understand why he keeps bringing up Russia although technically it was Ukraine.
They were FARA violations, tax evasion, false statements, as Millie said, processing crimes. How many people are prosecuted?
But you
for
know what
FARA
those false
violations?
statements are.
I mean, I just wanted to come in and say that also, I'm not sure if I misheard you, but did you say Julian Assange was a Russian agent or something?
No, what I'm saying is that is what the U.S. government is accusing him, hence
That's
why
fake,
he's
though.
getting
That's fake, though,
indicted.
isn't it?
Because the accusation is, and from the reporting, is that the WikiLeaks, the Russian government utilized WikiLeaks as a venue. That's why they didn't consider him as a journalist. I'm not going to get into the Julian Assange debate, but that is the accusation from the U.S. government, which was utilized also part of the Mueller report when they laid out the coordination between the hacking of Hillary Clinton's emails, the release of that information, and then the coordination that the Russian government, WikiLeaks, and the Trump campaign utilized during the 2016 election. Now, do I believe that caused Trump to lose? No, I'm not arguing that. But this framing of the entirety that the Russian investigation a hoax and nothing came out of it and everything, when there's ample evidence of and document and the false statements that people were charged about. And if you read the Mueller report, multiple members of the Trump campaign were in coordination and discussing with members of the Russian government. Like that, it's just laid out there. Now, does it go to criminality?
Not true.
Does
Not
it go
true.
to criminality?
That was not true. None of that happened.
What happened?
It's been proven to be
It does not go to
untrue.
criminality. It was not criminal. But the question
there
is,
was none. It
and
was
those are two
zero.
separate conversations.
There was zero of that, and it was proven to be zero. The Russia hoax is a real hoax, by the way. Okay, there's nothing to it. It's one of many hoaxes, and keep going down the rabbit hole. Why don't you go into the taxes? When the tax returns finally came out, that people were clamoring about them for years and years. They finally came out. Guess what? Nothing there either.
Robert, are you saying the hoax that Trump coordinated with Russia, or are you saying that Russia does not interfere in the election at all?
There was no coordination. We can't.
Okay, I agree.
No coordination between Trump campaign and Russia.
Was proven. Okay,
right.
But Russia, but you admit Russia does get involved, just like we do in other countries. With
probably.
Yeah, okay.
I know they indicted like 20 or 30 social media guys that happened to be from Russia. They were just trying to pump up volume to their website. I mean, is that influencing an election? They were reaching deep for that, to even get that. But from a Trump perspective, totally been vindicated by that. No collaboration. It was a total hoax, total waste of time.
But that's exactly what I'm kind of talking about here. Is it cost a lot of people money. They were investigated. It was a way to try to trip up the Trump administration, and that happened right out of the gate. So this idea that the Democrats and Hillary, they just conceded and they let Trump have a fair shake at a presidency. That's not what happened. So Marlamon, everyone in space. I gotta get going here. It's getting late. But these are really important discussions, and I think it's great that we're all able to come together and share discourse respectfully. So good night, guys.
Good night, Mill.
Thank you. Without yelling at each other. It's nice.
I can start yelling, Ian, if you want. We got Prodigal up. We can definitely start yelling.
Oh yeah, hey Prodigal. Yeah, why don't you start yelling? I mean, I think Prodigal will want to push back on some of the stuff Allsource said, right?
Prodigal, what's your thoughts on also saying there's Russian collusion?
Well, what do you mean? Would that in the Mueller probe that's what they found?
Yeah.
There's absolutely no evidence of that. Even Mueller admitted at best he might have obstruction, and even that was bullshit. To hear people say this and look at this politicization, listen, America as you know it is not, it's not the 90s. It's not the post heyday of the fall of the Soviet Union. They are literally seeking to divide this country at a time they're ratcheting up geopolitical tensions with two nuclear powers. And it's insanity when you look at this play out. You could tell that they're craving. All they care is power. So there's only one of two things that is motivating this. One is either these are fanatics and they can't look at basic reality and make decisions that will benefit the nation and its people in this, a precarious time. Or two, these are very, very dirty people. And they've done a lot of bad things, and they want to put away somebody who they're scared might uncover what has been done. And what do we know has been done? We know the agencies, the CIA, the FBI, literally helped hatch a surveillance of a presidential campaign into his sitting presidency based on lies, altered emails, perjured themselves to a FISA court. And to hear these same people now say this, well, if that's the case, then let Arkansas unleash what Marco Polo has and everybody else knows. Yeah, maybe Biden's in office, he can't, get elected. But if we're going to start with this type of banana republic shit, let Biden explain why all his relatives are rat holes for his money laundering foreign influence peddling schemes and why they're all indicted in Arkansas.
Can I mention why?
Can of worms that is just insane. And to hear people talk about this like it's a good thing or rule of law, it's just insanity. And remember these people, because they've been wrong on everything. Whether it was vaccines, whether it was lockdowns, these people have been consistently wrong. Don't listen to them. They're morons. I don't care where they went to school. We all went to great schools. These people have never dealt with the real world. They use jargon and bullshit to confuse you and conflate what's really going on in this country.
Yeah, you're bringing up Arkansas because the wire transfers from China Energy Finance Corp went through Arkansas. And this is the reason that might merit some connection to Alvin Bragg is that you could have a state AG or prosecutor when they dig into that, or the House Oversight digs into that, they could find that there's some criminality there. There are criminal allegations that go through many states. There are 400 alleged state and federal crimes. Arkansas, Prodigal just brought up, that could just be one of them where they're going to have their own thing going.
Also, so you got any comeback to what Prodigal's argument is?
I mean, I'd hop in briefly on all of the Arkansas claims.
Go for it, Austin.
I would just simply ask, has there been any indictments on any of those claims yet?
No, it's just coming out. But
it's just coming out. Okay.
Yeah, the Biden laptop report, 600 plus pages, 400 alleged state and federal crimes. Take a look at it. And House Oversight has subpoenaed the Biden family for records. Biden family is refusing. There are whistleblowers. There are SARS reports, suspicious activity reports coming in from JP Morgan that have been coming from JP Morgan Chase and Cathay Bank. And by the way, the Devin Archer thing in Delaware, some people brought up, oh yeah, Biden's being investigated in Delaware. The Devin Archer thing was done way before the laptop report has come out. And it was just like one little pedestrian crime where maybe he's going to do like 1 year in jail or something like that. And it's just, it might actually be just cover for the real investigation and the real crimes that are going on here. Not just some like little kind of, oh yeah, we did something and don't pay attention to anything else. There's a lot more to come.
That's why I don't understand why they're actually bemoaning Trump still when everything has been proven to be a lie. Everything has been proven to be totally fabricated in a political witch hunt against him by the left. And then you see there's payments to the Biden family from China. There's this collusion going on between the Biden family and Ukraine. But we're not focusing on any of that. We still want to look back at Trump collusion, which has been proved to be a total fraud.
Yeah, actually, I want to follow up a bit on that, what you were talking about, Robert. So actually, I do have experience doing anti-money laundering work for a bank. So if you do have links to those suspicious activity reports,
yep, they're in the go to MarcoPoloUSA.org. It's the whole report is on there. Look at the table of contents.
I'll give them.
Yeah, there's a $3 million payment. You can see the wire transfers. The advice is coming in.
Yeah. No. I mean, in the industry, obviously, massive wires are a huge trigger. And
I think there's 100. I think there's a lot of SARs, by the way.
Yeah. No, 100%. Yeah, we just call them SARs. not to be confused.
Yeah,
with the
yeah,
virus.
banker too. Okay.
Yeah, well, there you go. So as you know, as a banker, then you would well know, post 9/11, the standards and the red flags and the whole entire system, which has kind of shifted, and for the better, in my opinion. So yeah, no, I will definitely look into that, because I think if there's one thing that we all can agree on here is that, the monetary transfers of politicians in power should be monitored more than the average American citizen. I don't think, whether you like Trump, whether you hate Trump, I think that's, and likewise, I think something that we could all agree on is that, politicians in power should be able to trade individual stocks. I'm saying these things right now because I'm about to head off because it is late where I'm at. But at the same time, looking at what's being said so far, when we talk about the Mueller report, when we talk about investigations ongoing, I think what we need to look at is that from both sides tonight, there's been a ton of allegations being thrown around and everything like that. When we look at what we're dealing with today, with Trump in particular, we're looking at an indictment. When we look at sort of Biden financial transfers, we're looking at suspicion. And I think we should monitor both very clearly. Trash in particular in the future, if I had more time, I would do this, but I would love to actually sort of converse with you about what, Alvin Bragg has to gain and what he has to lose with this, with the way that he's going about this. Because at least from my side of things, I think he has, if this is sort of a politically motivated prosecution, then there's sort of serious course for him to be disbarred. And I think that presents a larger downside than it does an upside for attention. That being said, this is a conversation I'd love to have with you, publicly in the near future.
Yeah. So, I mean, I can sum it up for you if you want. You know what?
By all means. Yeah.
All right.
Just do it quickly. I will listen, then I'll drop back down. But before
All right, I'll sum it up.
Mario Suleiman, trash. Always a pleasure.
No, I appreciate you, Austin. Thank you so much. So I'll sum it up real quick. So I think it's a calculus. I think that if he is being backed by Soros, which we have great evidence that he is, that there is a payday at the end of this, and it's politically expedient for him to bring this case forth. I also think that his career as a DA is probably on tenuous grounds, given the fact of rising crime and not a lot of solutions within New York City. And so it would appear to me that maybe the writing is on the wall with him. Therefore, if you have a push from whatever camp this is coming from, some people say this is ultimately a roundabout end around from the DeSantis camp. Some people are saying this is a roundabout end around from Soros. Some are saying that he's fulfilling the duty that he had signed up to do, that he would receive a paycheck later in what he's doing in New York now. But I think that the writing's on the wall with the rising crime. And so regardless, I don't know that he would be reelected. I think this would actually put him in a better position to be reelected by the ideologues that are left in the city that are there now versus going along and being more law and order. And
well,
so
don't forget the funding too, right? If Soros tied to
the
this,
funding, that's what I'm saying. So like the combination and the calculus of the funding, receiving the funding, and then on top of that, probably the lack of electability from within that own constituency. The one saving grace, the Hail Mary, is I'm going to go after Trump after I've lost 2 prosecutors, raised a lot of temperature, a lot of heat amongst the voters within that district. Why aren't you prosecuting? Why aren't you going after Donald Trump? This is ridiculous. You got prosecutors quitting. It's obviously there. The walls are closing in. The writing's on the wall. I think it's a simple calculus. Law doing what he was put there to do to begin with. And then also, so even if he did not receive that money, he may even get reelected on the Hail Mary that he's actually prosecuting and unprosecuted.
I'm going to take that. I'm going to digest it, and then the next time.
Well, if you know prosecutors, U.S. attorneys, and DAs, you know they don't bring cases unless they can win. Here on the face of it, especially this politically sensitive, here on the face of it, beyond a reasonable doubt, he has 2 valid reasons: 1 for his personal family life, and 2 for his business and his trademark and his image. So to say that this isn't, weaponization, a political weaponization of the judiciary, especially from the reports and the campaigns that run and the people who donated there, like there's no excuse to escalate to this point. I mean, it's clear that's what this is. Nothing else.
I think he's just doing it because he's fat.
No, what's clear is that
Ian's saying what we're all thinking over here.
Sort of, yeah. two of you have given sort of food for thought here, and Trash. I look forward to having this conversation again in the future and coming
100%.
up with whatever response I can sort of drum up. But at the moment,
well, don't forget their star witness wrote a letter to the FEC saying, basically denying everything he said here, and his attorney, who he basically waived his privilege for, basically said this guy's completely full of shit. And he turned state's evidence for taxi fraud of the medallion business that had nothing to do with Trump. So when you turn state's evidence and everybody in there wants to get Trump, you're going to say what you need to say to get a better deal. I mean, let's just be honest. This is not a good case. Anybody who says it is a moron. I think Trump will beat it, but what damage is being done to the country in the process?
I look forward to it, Austin. I appreciate you. And Prodigal's 100% right. Again, it's a calculus. So, Austin, let's have this conversation. I'm actually willing to have this debate. I'm actually ready to have this debate because I've been trying to be, a gracious host and move the conversation along. But I'm also that guy. I also want to have this conversation. You know what I mean? So I appreciate you. Thanks a lot.
It's an important conversation to have, and I look forward to having it in the future as well. Appreciate you as well.
100%. Thanks a lot for coming in. All right, guys, let me recap the room. We got Ian Prodigal in the house. We got Name up in the house. Everybody's here. Let me reset it. So holy cow, we have had a space. So we've been talking about, we started, okay, so what's really fascinating to me was I was so excited, right? Because we started a space and I'm like, yes, we're finally talking about AI. Let's get into it. And we had all these insane, incredible panelists up on stage talking about AI. And we were getting into deep philosophical conversations. Suleiman was going unmute every 30 seconds. He's like, let me get in. And I loved it because I was like, yes, this is the conversation I want to have. And then all of a sudden, in the back channel, oh, by the way, Trump's been indicted, and the whole world exploded, right? It was we had this entire loaded panel of guests talking about AI, and we're like, guys, hate to do this, but we're going to go ahead and go to this Trump indictment because this is probably a big deal. And we, Swami, Jenna Ellis, Seb Gorka, we've had an insane panel up here talking about this today, and everyone's been talking about it. And so we've kind of gone back.
Can you ask Chat PT how is this going to play out?
I did, and so all it did was quote essentially what Trump has been accused of, not indicted of, but accused of in the past. So if you run it again, it's kind of crazy. It's well, not really sure how this can play out. However, it was really bizarre, and so I was asking it. It was really funny. So we've kind of gone through this gamut of okay, we've litigated speculation, we've litigated what ifs and what maybes and what aboutisms, but I think generally speaking, both sides agreed that if we are politicizing our Justice Department in this country, that it's not a good thing. But again, I still think there's a lot of politics here involved. So I know we got some new faces on the stage, Suleiman. I didn't know if you wanted to kind of comment on what I said. I've been hogging the airtime here for a bit.
No, you gave a wonderful summary. I mean, that's literally what happened. I don't know what else to add, but we've got a couple of new speakers. So Undead, have you got any comments you want to make?
Yeah, thanks for letting me jump in here tonight. I missed a fair portion. Let me jump in here tonight. I missed a fair portion. I just want to jump in on Russiagate, and I know the news of the day is the indictment, but these conversations inevitably go back to Russiagate whenever you talk about Donald Trump and his alleged ties to Russia. And I just want to caution everybody, because we have everybody from different political persuasions on here. And I think everybody has fallen victim to discounting information and then trumpeting out their own takes based on incomplete information, because there's quite a bit more to the story, and there's more that's going to come out. And one of the things that Russiagate is sort of my pet project, and one of the things that I've been learning from FOIA documents and sources that I've gotten is that for classic example is that some of these same researchers involved with the Alpha Bank allegations, and I don't know what the awareness is in the room of those, but some of those same researchers are involved with the attribution for the DNC hack. And if that doesn't change the calculus and everybody's perception of what the facts are in this whole story, you might want to go back and start looking at some of that before you trot out some of those tired old lines and recycle those. So that's the point I just wanted to make, and just caution everybody, as these spaces and these chats inevitably go back to Rushgate, and that's all I wanted to say.
Do you think the open records request you've looked at, or were those that were not considered in the impeachment?
No, I don't think it. I don't think there's a wide degree of awareness of some of the FOIA documents that I've gotten, some of the open records request documents that I've gotten, or some of the sources that I've talked to. And I suspect there's some prominent left-wing journalists that know what I know, but for whatever reason, this hasn't really picked up out there in the press at all. And I know that information is going to come out. You have David Dagan.
Is there any reason why you can't give any specifics? You just don't want to do that, or?
I've threaded this quite extensively and talked about it quite a bit, but classic example, David Dagan and Manos Antonakakis, two of the researchers from Georgia Tech involved in analyzing the Alpha Bank allegations. Those two researchers actually went on to work for Special Counsel Mueller indirectly. They were feeding information to Special Counsel Mueller via DARPA, and there's so many questions about exactly what the nature of that relationship is, but we have letters, we have forms that I've put out there where David Dagan's attorneys note that part of that work for Special Counsel Mueller was looking at communications analysis for APT28, which is the alleged hacking group that performed that hack, and did a white paper on attribution for the DNC hack, among other things. So it's very, very troubling to me to see these documents that I've seen and see some of the evidence that I've seen, and more than anything else, I mean, that obviously there's a lot more to talk about there, but all I really wanted to do is throw it out there that maybe some of the left-wing people, anybody that wants to trot out some of that Mueller, Trump connections type stuff, there's more of the story. That's all I'm trying to say, and maybe go back and take a look at some of that a little bit, and that's all I wanted to put out there.
No, I think there's a lot more there, and I think it's worth exploring. I've looked into it. I think that. So I watched. Man, oh my gosh, I don't want to take this bait, but I watched a lot of people go after details and then come up with these theories of why Mueller and he was compromised and this and that, and go after Trump. Why is he not there? I felt like as an American looking at this, regardless, and again, you guys know my politics, you know my bias, but I remember looking at it. I remember seeing the coverage between watching the hearing on C-SPAN and then also having CNN or somebody else pulled up, and I was like, okay, but that's a lie. What you guys are saying is not what's being said in this place. And so I felt like the Mueller report specifically, and some people had picked out certain details of the Mueller report and then emphasized them to make a point here, and that was not what was actually being said. I felt like, and it seemed like, as an American, never mind, let me put my politics aside for a minute. I was like, I'm being lied to by the media. I was looking at it, and then I was listening to what I was hearing on C-SPAN, which was just the dry coverage, right? It was just simply the dry coverage of the recordings. And I remember comparing the two. I remember very much things. I was already red-pilled at that point, but I tried to remain objective, because I always do, because I don't want to get wrapped up in chasing a bias or chasing a tribe and looking for a truth versus just listening to the truth. And I think that's where your average legacy media has failed people, because they're not delivering the truth anymore and allowing people to be discerning. And I think a lot of things were very vanilla, and that gave opportunity for either side at any point of the argument to take things from it and then run with it and have a complete news cycle over it, when that was actually the first things from the truth. And so ultimately, at the end of the day, I think that what the attempt was made through the Mueller report, and what was made through the news cycle leading up to the Mueller report, basically created a nothing burger. And I think they did everything they could to try to create something out of nothing. If you guys remember, I'll give you another example: the Hunter Biden laptop story, when it was zapped from social media, and they said, and then 50 previous intelligence community people came out and said, well, this has all the earmarks of Russian disinformation. But now in hindsight, we know. I mean, it's crystal clear. Like the facts are there. It was all a lie. It was all fabricated. Yet you had the entire establishment between legacy media, previous intel community coming out and saying, "Oh no, this has all the earmarks," when it was all a lie. And so, like, if we can't get to the truth, regardless of where that truth falls, whether it's left or right, then I think we're doing a disservice to everyone. And so, like, the Mueller report, I think, is another example of this. And Mickey, you came in and you got your hand up. I want to get to you on this. I just wanted to point that out because it's really frustrating, because if we can't debate the truth and data, and it falls where it may, your own politics joining up to the objective reality, then what the heck are we doing in here, Mickey? Good to see you.
Good to see you too, brother. Yeah, I think the genius of politicians is to divide us, right? I think it's the number one problem we have in this country and in many countries, not just in the United States, but in many countries, is corruption. It's corruption at its core makes it so you don't have a functioning operational government which can solve problems. And I do want to talk about corruption in the United States and how it kind of works. I think it's perfectly fair to criticize the Democrats for corruption, as it is fair to talk about the Republicans and Trump as well. I think, all these, the thing about Trump is that the way he operated was different, and it sort of changed the game. And I want to just give a rundown on how it works in the United States, like traditionally, and how it changed under Trump to basically get influence, right? The process of gaining political influence is an enormous business. And this is sort of how it works. Like, let's say you're a foreign government looking to get influence on U.S. policy, right? You want to make sure that U.S. policy swings one way or the other, or you believe you can get influence on the U.S. government in some way. You basically reach out to a foreign agent who works in the United States who has contacts with a Rolodex of lobbying firms, like, let's say, there's many of these are firms started by former members of Congress, and they're there to cash in. And it's essentially a shell game. It's essentially a con game run by lobbying firms on both sides of the party to basically drain resources from people trying to peddle influence. And this is how it works. You basically go into the office and say, "Hey, this is what I want. I want this piece of legislation to say this," or "I want to know what's going to happen to legislation before I commit to building a port somewhere." And they say, "Oh, this is great. Yeah, absolutely. We're going to help you, my friend. Just give me a certain amount of a stipend a month. It can be anything between $15,000 to, like, hundreds of thousands of dollars a month that this foreign government would give to this lobbying firm." And then the lobbying firm, through their connections with their former colleagues, will arrange meetings with, quote unquote, high level meetings with political leadership, which will come in and they'll shake hands and take photos and make these big promises. And they'll keep this grift going on and on for months and months and months until, people get tired. And they'll sort of use, and sometimes they're receive influence, but mostly it's a shell game. Mostly it's a con game, I would say, most of the time. And this is the game that politicians have been playing for a long time, and it's why our system's so incredibly corrupt. It's corrupted at its core. I mean, like, we have businesses, writing our legislation. We have people, this revolving door of corruption between K Street and what's happening on the Hill. And with Trump, it was very different, right? His thing was, it was a much more direct way to gain influence, right? It was stay at his hotel in the ambassador's suite for a month and book it out for a month, and that will get his favor, and he'll have a meeting with you on, with the Saudis, for example. And that, that sort of shook the apple cart in many ways, and he had a different way of dealing with things, and I think caused quite a bit of stir. And although I'm someone who doesn't agree with Trump's politics, I agree with many of the things the commentators here are saying about sort of the
You think he traded national favors for the profit margins on a hotel?
No, I don't think he traded national favors.
I'm just confused
I think Trump, like any powerful person, in order to get his favor in the sense of he'd be willing to meet with you and discuss with you, is you
any smart diplomat or nation, even if the president puts his business in a trust, is still going to frequent it because it's a sign of respect. Like, that's just common sense. Trump doesn't have to do that. Trump could actually tell them not to, and they'd still do it anyway. because that's smart diplomacy.
Nor do the Saudis need financial gifts. They don't need comps in order to earn sway.
Listen, we know this is the thing. Like, okay, we know this is what they did in order to, it's like guanxi. It's the way things are done out in many places in the world, right? It's to show you, hey, I respect you. I'm gonna show you I respect you by staying in your place and spending a lot of money.
Yeah, I think you'd have a better argument with the Kushner deals than with the hotels. But
sure, I mean, what I'm trying to say is that the way he does his influence peddling is different from, like, it's not funneled through these lobbying firms, right? It's it's much more direct. I think it's just a different way of greasing the wheel. But it's just, my point was just that it was different, not that that's the only way that to gain his favor.
I think there's something innately dismissive in the notion of peddling, and I think it's rightly appropriated to both parties historically, the institutions of the right and the left, and many would contend that they aren't so far from one another at the end in any case. But Trump's influence, I don't know, was necessarily peddling in a financial beholden sense. I think he was a threat to both the right and the left, and that's why we see everything acted to weaponize at him, even though he has the will of the American populace. Additionally, to Trash's point, Trash with the Biden laptop, and then the intelligence agencies coming out to speak on its behalf, and then that to be later obviously proven illegitimate. And then also for big tech, mainstream media, and every operative minion throughout the process, all parroting the same line, having effects that were literally vote changing for many of the people in America, having that suppressed. These are the actions that we would invade a third world country on behalf of the sanctity of democracy for. And the fact that this subsequently wasn't unwound or cried about from the rooftops is a marker that he's a threat to the institution. So back to the notion of peddling, everybody's looking to gain influence, even at the smallest levels. But I think his approach was different. It was an affront to the system, and that's why we see the reactions that we do.
Couldn't agree more.
Well, and I think we would. And to put a finer point on that, depending upon the poll that you looked at, it was anything between 7 and 17% would have changed their vote in that election had they known that it was actually real.
That's determinative.
So that was not the margin, right? And so this is actually a conversation to be had. Well, I mean, it's been had. It's been had. But that was kind of my point of referencing it, was like, guys, allowing this kind of discourse to make its way in, and people not being able to make a discerning, rational decision about what they're going to do, I just don't think it's acceptable. But again, that's why I believe these Twitter spaces are so important, but I bang on about that all the time. So all sources, I see you're back. We've kind of made our way. I know that you haven't been here for it, but we've kind of made our way to, at what point can we actually speak about these things rationally and actually come to some kind of solution and conclusion that we can actually propel forward, or we're just going to get stuck in these tribal corners of our culture that we keep dividing upon.
So, Trash, one quick point there. If you don't listen to the media and you take it at the grassroots eye level for things, and certainly there is an indisputable fact that Trump has created a tribe of loyalty, but the historic notion of tribalism, this kind of exclusionary concept, is anything but the fact of the Trump presidency. In fact, he took the Republican Party from this kind of white wine neoconservative war party into a democratized, multicultural, every man for America party. And that's what's missed in the mainstream narrative. And I see it often missed. I live internationally, and in Dubai here, you have every different type of ethnicity, all playing together kindly in most cases. And you have the people that are listening to the media have this polarizing notion where though he's grown in eminence and excitement from his base, they don't understand it at the surface level where the people are actually coming together in new and different ways. And there's this kind of...
Well, of course they're not going to. They still have super delegates, don't they? I mean, this is, you know, this is the class of the elites. If you don't realize what the left is, I mean, they look down on you. I know them well. Like, you are like a UNICEF commercial for them, and they know they're robbing you blind, but they don't give a shit because they donate, and their friends who have the cozy position get paid just to wait until they run the next political campaign and get more funding. Like this, these people do not care about you, any of them.
Protocol?
Yeah, I mean, for me, when I found out about this whole super PAC thing, I was just shocked because everyone jumped on this whole Bernie Sanders is gonna make it bandwagon. Obviously, he was a sellout in the end. But what I mean is,
well, he got a couple of houses. Let's be fair. I mean,
yeah,
he was
I mean,
cheap,
he cashed bag, he made bag. But the point is, you know, the shocking thing was that even when one thought Bernie Sanders had a chance, and then I realized the whole like super PAC thing, I was like, what? This is a disgrace. Like, Democrats just basically don't even hide the fact that they know they're going to decide who the candidate.
People forget that in the 2016 when the DNC held their convention in Philly, that's the first time I saw fencing everywhere because there was a lot of populists. I mean, they managed to rout them out of the left wing. Now it's just, you know, you see that type of anti-establishment by communists and transgenders, but you know, it was barricaded. They did not. It was barricaded. They did not want to deal with what came out with Debbie Wasserman, where, you know, the Party of Voting Rights, miraculously, a lot of states changed their same-day voting registration for primaries and made the hours to vote very short for people who actually work jobs. I remember the lines. People were ordering pizza because they were waiting hours to vote for Bernie Sanders. This is your party. I mean, did you forget Iowa? Whatever happened with Buttigieg's shadow act? I mean, the media announced he won it, then we found out later he didn't. I mean, these are your allies. These are people, when they're done with the right or the people who are actually putting up resistance to this corruption, they're coming for you next. If you don't realize that by now, you know, listen, whether you like Trump or not, eliminating his power as the presidency, in his own right as a private citizen, a billionaire, and a real estate developer, he was an extremely powerful man. If they can do these type of witch hunts and basically destroy him or anybody associated with him or anybody who even cares about some of the policy platforms, what chance do you think you have? You have none.
Brother, I'm looking at your Twitter protocol. Jesus, you tweet like a machine, man. How many tweets do you do a day?
Cool, me? 9. I don't do many.
Oh, I've counted about...
Today was a little different.
Okay, I've counted about 30 in the last 30 seconds. All right, guys, I think it's time to wrap it up. I know the guys are dying, so I appreciate you all for coming. Do you want to give some final thoughts? Maybe do the moderators' final thoughts. You know, All Source, Trash, Slayman. Final quick thoughts before we wrap up the space, because we went way over time.
Yeah,
so final,
so guys,
Trash, final thoughts on the risks of AI, no?
I was going to say, that's exactly where I was going, Mario. So, again, just to remind you guys, coming up soon, we're going to revisit this AI space. Let me tell you something. This was a loaded panel and an insane discussion that we were having. It was just that the Trump news broke, and of course, we've got to go to it. But listen, guys, the AI space is coming. And it was phenomenal. The philosophical implications, the actual technical implications, the actual existential implications of what AI could mean. The panel that we had put together for this was insane. So guys, it's coming up. We had to table it because the Trump news came out. But again, number one, real quick, and Mario, I know you get in here, but at the front, on the top of the nest in the front is actually the newsletter. This is what you guys are able to keep up. Just go check out the newsletter, guys. But that space is coming. Go ahead, Mario.
We should call the next AI one Chat GPT for President. We'll see how much hate we get. Also, any final thoughts on the topic, Trump's indictment?
Yeah, so definitely jumped in on the Trump indictment. I can only imagine. I did listen into the AI risk, and way smarter people than me were discussing that. It was a great conversation, so that was awesome. What I would just say again, I think we need to. One of the lessons learned is that we had a space like this about like 2 weeks ago or last week when former President Trump tweeted, in his Truth Social said that he was going to get indicted on a Tuesday, and that never happened. And then the conversation always centered on the Stormy Daniels, the Stormy Daniels, the Stormy Daniels. And again, we have to wait until the indictments are unsealed, but it does look like it's broader than that, and it goes more to his business. So I think we always have to just, you know, it's easy to speculate, and we have to speculate, because if you're going to have a debate and a conversation, you always have to make assumptions, because if not, then nothing's going to come out of it. But I think one of the important things, one of the lessons learned I got is, you know, wait for the information to come out as much as possible, try to be informed. And let's just see when the indictment comes out exactly to see what he's charged. And maybe that's another space. And Mario, I don't think this is going to be the last one.
Well, they said it's 30 counts from what I forgot which paper said that.
34 counts. And is there any clarity into that, or it's still?
No, they haven't gone into it. It's all related to this transaction. So basically, people don't realize there's so many laws on the books that they can charge it multiple ways. Like even hypothetically for certain criminal acts, if it shares elements with another crime, you can evade double jeopardy through that. Like the Blockberger decision at the Supreme Court dealt with this. Like if the feds want to get you, you have the whole weight of the federal government after you, especially if they've been corrupted.
Slayman, any final words? Also, Nick was moderating, but he's off now. So shout out to Nick. But final words, Slayman?
Yeah, just to echo what Trash said. I mean, I really enjoyed the space. First of all, love the AI one.
That was epic. The panel was incredible, man. It's incredible.
It was too good, man. I was just like I'm with Trash. I can't wait for it to continue. And then the Trump one, it was a shock because we thought it'd been delayed for a month, and then for it to basically happen today without realizing it this late in the evening. And then we jumped on. And the team did brilliant, getting such a great panel on. Great debate. We had a good balanced debate for a good 8-9 hours. It was amazing.
And it is tomorrow. Tomorrow, what are we doing? The TikTok one, the big investigation you did.
I thought. Well, it's Friday and Saturday, so I thought you were going to do the gun one tomorrow and then the tick one on Saturday. But anyway, the next two is TikTok and the gun control.
TikTok gun control. Yeah, the TikTok investigation that you've been working on with the team is you've geeked out over it, haven't you, Slayman?
I mean, I've hyped it up a lot now, so I feel like
man, if it flops, it's on you, and if it blows up, I take the credit. I'm joking. All right, guys, appreciate it all. Thank you so much for the moderators. Thanks for all the panelists, especially the ones that have come earlier. And see you all tomorrow. Bye, everyone. Good night.
Thank you.
Good night.